Finally, all the school classes for today are over, so everyone has already left. Everyone except Diane, who stayed in the classroom at Sivu's request, because he wanted to tell her something alone. But the girl was shocked, because they always did not communicate very closely. Excited, Sivu confessed to the girl that he liked her. It was clear from his behavior that he was very worried about Diane's reaction. But the boy continued and admitted that he liked Diane even when he saw her for the first time. And as they talked more, saw each other at school more often, he liked Diane more and more, so he can't keep these feelings inside himself anymore. Diane seemed very confused and agitated, she thought, and didn't know what to say. Their awkward silence went on for what seemed like an eternity. Sivu looking at Diane and wondering why he had started this conversation in the first place. The guy broke the silence first and apologized, saying that it must be awkward when someone you don't like says things like that. Diane immediately protested, saying that the boy had misinterpreted her silence, that it didn't mean she didn't like him. The girl didn't know how to react, so she started with the fact that Sivu is a kind, good guy, that he is cheerful, has a sense of humor. The boy was visibly nervous because he knew what such general words meant. Instead, the girl continued to describe his good qualities. But Diane didn't seem to have any sympathy for Sivu at all, so she couldn't give a definite answer. The school sports ground was still crowded. Some were playing football, some were walking, some were waiting for someone, some were just in a hurry. Sivu's friend, who was waiting for him, saw that he was already approaching. The boy wanted to ask how everything went, because he knew that Sivu had stayed to talk with Diane. But by the expression on Siva's face, mood and hunched back, his friend understood that it was better not to even start asking questions, because everything was already clear. The comrade asked Siva whether he was preparing for such an ending of this conversation. Sivu then regretfully said that Diane wanted to focus on his studies. The friend said that the girl is not even an honors student, so her excuse sounds pathetic, and you could come up with something better. Sivu was very confused. He honestly didn't understand why all this was happening to him. It was obvious that he was extremely disappointed by this situation. The boys were walking calmly until they heard something flying towards them at high speed. While the friend reacted, Sivu, without emotion and without words, deftly deflected the ball so that it would not hit them. The athlete, who accidentally nearly knocked the boys off their feet, apologized and asked if they were all right and if nothing was damaged. But Sivu was on his way, and without even paying attention to that ball, wondered aloud why he looked like that. The comrade said that even for him it was a big mystery. After all, he knew that Sivu practiced sports diligently and regularly and was good at it. Sivu also monitored his diet, counted calories, tried to eat healthy food. The guy always put a lot of effort into sports. And if people did at least half as much as Siva does, then obesity, according to Comrade Siva, would disappear on the planet altogether. A friend advised Siva to see a doctor to determine the cause of his weight. But Sivu has already turned to doctors several times. They only said that it was almost certainly genetics. Sivu finally came home, but he was very angry and disappointed by today's events. The boy saw a photo on the table and glared at it angrily. The photo showed the parents, with a photo of Siva next to it. He thought aloud that it couldn't be genetics. If his parents looked like him, then despite the injustice, he could come to terms with his appearance. But Mother, both in her youth and now, received a lot of compliments and looked brilliant. And Siva never saw his father because their relationship with his mother did not work out, and he left before the birth of his son. But Sivu had heard a lot about his father from the stories of his mother and other relatives, and he began to remember. Father was a professional wrestler from Korean national wrestling called Serum. His career was short, but very successful. He set many records and had many awards. Here he returned from his memories and saw that his mother had left food on the table and also a note where she told him not to pay attention to his weight, but simply to follow his health, because it is the most valuable thing. Siv really did not like such actions of his mother. It even made him angry. The guy was already on the edge and started looking for junk food. He didn't want any more diets and couldn't stand it because nothing worked even though he had tried for years. Sivu did take a packet of fast food and wanted to eat properly. But unfortunately, the package could not be opened, even despite all the boy's efforts. Sivu just gave up and had to go back to eating healthy. He had dinner with what his mother had left, because there was no other way out. Night was falling and everyone who was running went out for an evening run. Siva had a navigator on his hand which showed that the boy had already run 4 kilometers. Sivu tried really hard this time until the device informed him that today the boy was moving at a faster pace than usual. The boy thought about Diane and today's situation It gave him rage and strength not to give up, but to keep running further and further. Sivu did not feel as he ran 15.5 kilometers and broke his own record. The boy realized that he had done rashly because now all his muscles hurt, and it was difficult to breathe. Sivu looked ahead and was very surprised at what he saw, because he did not remember this place. It seemed to him that he was seeing this area for the first time. He reached for the navigator to look at the map where he was. The boy suddenly raised his head because he heard that someone was addressing him and that some shadow was approaching. The old man shouted that Sivu is very clever and you cannot hide the blood. Suddenly the old man jumped up, which scared Siva very much. The man landed with such a thud that Sivu jumped back. The guy didn't understand what was happening. He was scared and only asked if the man didn't crash, because it was 6 meters up there, and he just jumped off. The old man said that there was nothing to be afraid of, because he was not hunting the boy and did not intend to harm him. The man introduced himself as Didus Babai, who serves as the judge responsible for monitoring the monsters on this peninsula. Sivu did not understand what he was doing here and why Grandfather Babai had come to him in the first place. But the old man said that there was no point in talking for a long time and simply called Siva after him to explain everything. Sivu began to tighten and wrap the piece of cloth that was more like a cocoon in which he was bound. He flew tied up, not understanding at all what was happening and why it was all happening. Finally, the boy was thrown to the ground, but the flight seemed to last forever. Sivu began to look around little by little, but everything seemed completely foreign and incomprehensible. Grandpa Babai was glad to welcome him to the world of monsters, but the boy just looked around in fright and could not find words, to which the old man advised to just look around, and everything should become clear. There really were some monsters around. Insurance companies with huge teeth seemed to be everywhere. The monsters began to tell how people once worshipped them as gods. Were afraid, but now they don't particularly believe in them. They only say that it's a belief. Ghosts. Once every 666 years, a festival was held to determine the Monster King. Candidates are chosen from among the members of the monster families. The Korean peninsula was also included in the list, and a young, talented monster had to be chosen. 666 years ago, one of the monsters ascended as king, and another 666 years passed, so it was time to elect a new one. Sivu interrupted the story because he wanted to know what he was here for and why he was here. Grandpa Babai explained that each monster tribe nominates a candidate, and Sivu was the only one who inherited goblin blood in the human world. The old man said that Sivu Goblin is 4th or 5th generation. He is mixed, but it is not a problem. Sivu tried to stop the old man. The boy was sure that it was all some terrible mistake. The boy saw a shadow approaching from above and shouted. Something fell right in front of Siva with a terrible thud and flash. Grandfather wanted to see how useful the boy was and gave him a test. But the fearsome, who appeared right in front of Siva, was sure that everything was fine with the boy and he was coming along. Grandfather told this monster that if he wins, he can eat Siva. The goblin was glad of such an offer, for the chance to try a human fell upon him for the first time in 666 years. Sivu was confused. He didn't understand how he could defeat this monster. He thought it was the end. The duel began. It was very difficult. The boy believed that the forces were not equal. He was preparing for the worst final. The old man said that even if Sivu had inherited goblin blood, he still had to prove his worth, because the right to participate in the festival could not be given to a mere human. The fierce battle continued. The goblin threw Siva to the ground, pushed, hit, tossed. But Sivu did not give up and showed himself from the best side, so that even the monster was surprised, because he thought that the boy was just a piece of meat that he would feast on. The goblin made another swing, but this time he was already preparing to finish the match, so he mustered all his strength to continue the attack. The monster hit the boy all over his body with his big hand, but suddenly the goblin felt resistance. A flash appeared and the hand did not go any further. Suddenly, Sivu straightened up under the monster's arm and lifted it up. It is known that goblins have had unlimited possibilities since ancient times, but their main strength and weapon is the feeling of the game. If he is a goblin, then the talent was already in his body. It must have been just an instinct that no one taught. And then Sivu performed a mountain throw. Thanks to this technique, the monster was simply thrown aside. It was only when the goblin was lying behind him that Sivu felt his true power. The awakening was now complete and Choi Siwu had become a half-goblin. Sivu held the juice and continued the story of his dream, which had already ended at that point. But his friend believed that the dream was some kind of delusion. But from the expression on Siva's face, he assumed that the boy had a good time there. But Sivu objected, because he believed that there is nothing funny when you are beaten, and all you are capable of is one successful throw. The friend thought that it was all strange, because people usually do something familiar in their dreams. And Sivu, on the other hand, never knew how to fight, and did boxing only to lose weight. The dream was so vivid, as if the boy knew from the very beginning what he had to do. According to feelings, even now he would do it all again if he wanted to. But somehow Sivu got too deep in this dream and it worried his friend. The guy was so obsessed with losing weight, even in his sleep. He dreamed that he was muscular and fit. But here he was asked if he had finally come to his senses. The old man knew that Sivu would wake up soon because he fell asleep standing up. And then Sivu realizes that this is no dream. He realized that he was able to overcome the huge monster. The boy still had goblin blood. Grandfather Babai, as the judge of the peninsula, assessed Siva as a promising candidate. With all the witnesses, Sivu was declared not a man but a monster. The old man ordered that this news be spread throughout the kingdom if no one was against the new monster. Since Sivu has now become a monster, he is added to the list, and no one will now harm him without a special reason. The boy realized that he really wanted to return home. But now it was impossible because from this moment he is a monster, and that cannot be changed. And the monster must prove its ability to completely hide its essence among people. If Sivu cannot do this, then he will have to wait 500 years to get to the people. But Sivu always lived peacefully, never hit anyone, and believed that he could be among people. The judge had no choice but to destroy Siva. But the boy fought back brutally without thinking at all. This was the reason why you cannot return to people. And no matter who the boy thinks he is, he still has the body of a monster. This is done automatically. Grandfather continued to tell that among all the monsters, goblins' abilities were rated as the best, and their strength was 10 times greater than that of humans. Sivu could now cripple absolutely anyone with just a touch. But it was too early to worry, because you have to wait not 500 years, but only 6 months. The Monster King was elected once every 666 years, and the 500-year ban was imposed by the current king. Because 666 years ago, monsters could freely enter the realm of humans. But people just ran away and were very afraid of these creatures. Or they put all their hope in stronger monsters that lived among people. Before, people felt only fear and worship of monsters. On election day 666 years ago, the king was not at all happy about this fact. Therefore, a new law was signed with the blood of the killed monsters on the prohibition of harming people and even showing themselves to them. That is why people have not been afraid of monsters for a long time and do not even suspect their existence. But all this is short-lived because in 6 months a new king will appear who will change everything. And finally, the sun will set in the human kingdom, and the moment that all the monsters have been waiting for 666 years will come. All the monsters will come out and awaken the ancient fear of humanity. That is, during these 6 months, one must either learn to control the force or simply wait. But Sivu did not understand how one could learn to control the force and what would happen when it happened. Grandfather Babai saw that Sivu was up to something. He wanted to prevent monsters from touching people. After all, Sivu wanted to protect first of all those who were dear to him. Grandfather believed that the boy's goblin blood was very powerful, and when he used his powers correctly, no monster would offend those he loved. And if Sivu wins the festival, then the law will also be able to continue. However, the girl behind believed that the chances of winning in Siva were very small. Grandfather remembered that he did not have time to introduce Siva to her. The girl's name was Selwa, and she also participated in the festival for the sake of her people. Selwa was not in the mood for introductions and only asked if Sivu had changed his mind about taking the test for the possibility of returning to humans. Grandfather said that despite his young age, Selkva wants to get into people and still pass this test. But the girl was not determined to pass that test because there were many monsters and weaker ones who spent 500 years in hibernation among people. But that is exactly why it was difficult for the old man to assess Selkva's readiness, because patience and self-control also played an important role here. But the girl still had doubts, whether it was just a refusal to not deal with her. But the old man assured that these were not refusals, because then he would not even have called her, because there are already plenty of things to do. And today she was just lucky, because there will be no better opportunity to test her stability with people. Choi Siwoo was his own man, and therefore a better judge could not have been sought. It was obvious that this angered Selkva for a reason. Babai gave her a month to help Siva deal with the monster's powers and transformation magic. And if the old man sees sufficient progress, he will give the right to both live in the kingdom of men, According to Selkva, it was impossible to learn this in just a month. But there was also an option to simply wait 6 months. Whether Selwa will abandon Siva or teach it depends on her. After that, Babai simply flew up and disappeared in the sky. Selwa asked if the boy knew what monster power was. Of course, Sivu didn't know the answer to that question. And Selkva understood that she had no choice. Behind the girl, a monster appeared again, aiming at Siva. The boy panicked because he decided that the match was not over. Selwa got angry and said that people forgot about monsters because of people like that. The difference between monsters was determined by the skills of each species, and classes appeared. However, now the pure-blooded goblins were gone, and there was an argument over which class was the strongest. Currently, the majority of opinions agree that the nine-tailed foxes are the strongest on the Korean peninsula. A series of flashes, blows, sounds pass in front of Siva, but he no longer moans in pain, but simply stands there in shock. It's called magic. It allows you to use energy and powers. There were 2 types of magic in the monster world. Unique magic is acquired. An example of a unique one is the Goblin Serum, which remembers his blood, so you don't need to learn it in particular to use it. But the acquired magic can be learned by an ordinary monster if he puts in enough effort. The guy behind Selkva didn't pay enough attention to training because he thought he was already strong enough. So now he was humiliated with a simple binding spell. It was a prime example of a being of a lower level than Selwa. It will be necessary to teach Siva, but if the result is unsatisfactory, then the girl will not hold back her anger. Therefore, if Sivu is not ready, it is better to give up immediately, because such a thing is very difficult for a beginner. And if the boy disappoints Selkva, then he can be destroyed altogether. But Sivu is not ready to give up. He decided to go to the last. The girl still believes that the boy will not be able to cope, but approves of his intentions to try. Selwa suggests eating first, but Sivu seems to have completely forgotten about it. Monster power is gained when you breathe air or eat food in the monster world, so not much will be available right now because Siva hasn't been in this world long enough yet. It is impossible to gain this with a regular diet, so all the boy has now is his natural strength. Selwa guesses that Sivu must be hungry since he exerted a lot of force. The boy is unsure if he wants to eat. Siva's hands begin to tremble terribly and these vibrations penetrate the whole body. This is all because all the forces went to battle with the monster, and this is not news, because it usually happens every time. Sivu almost fell from exhaustion at Selvi's feet, but the girl pointed to the monster that the boy defeated. Among the monsters, there were rules that the winner of the duel had the right to dispose of the enemy's life. Selwa offered to eat the monster to gain its power. The scarecrow was of a large size, so Sivu would quickly eat his fill and regain his strength. Instinctively, Sivu went straight for the monster, feeling a demonic hunger, and the whisper of the nine-tailed fox only fueled this feeling of a predator over his victim. But Selwa did not think that every goblin nature always aims for a bigger and tastier victim. She saw that Sivu intended to eat her and aimed to tie him up. Selwa said she just seemed like easy prey. The girl decided to teach Siva good manners. Suddenly, Siva broke one chain with just the strength of his hand. The guy straightened up and completely freed himself from the chains. A battle began between Selkwa and Siva, who wanted to show his strength. Blood, flashes, and roars were everywhere. The battle was fierce. Selwa summoned a great demon king. A huge fist appeared and hit the boy with all its might. Sivu fell powerless. Then he heard something big approaching. This time it was a huge palm that grabbed Siva. This immense hand chained the boy again. Selwa was surprised that the boy was still alive. The girl did not even expect that the power would awaken among such powerful goblins. Few people were gifted with such unique magic because it was very rare. Siva definitely had the makings to become the symbol of the goblin race. She even praised the boy because she thought that for a non-goblin he showed himself quite well. Sivu possessed a unique magic in which the Goblin Club was the main tool. Selwa was a unique monster because she received 9 tails before even reaching the age of 100. That is why the girl clearly felt how dangerous this baton was in his hands, despite the fact that she saw it for the first time. If you consider only the amount of power of the monsters, then Selwa understood that she would not lose. But suddenly there was some inexplicable pressure pressing from all sides. The girl saw a flash just ahead and understood everything. Sivu began transforming the Goblin Club for further combat. And then there was a thunderclap that covered everything around. The girl knew that the feeling did not disappoint, and this is exactly how a Goblin Club feels. This time, Selkva wanted to show her magical abilities. A huge fist appeared in front of Siva again, which simply tore this club to pieces. Satisfied, Selkva watched the loud fall of the boy. but understood that this was far from the end of this legendary match. Considering this insane endurance, Selwa decided that this would not be enough, so she should hit at least 5 or 6 more times for better effect. Ruka continued the duel until Selkva was surprised at what she saw. Sivu did not think of giving up, but confidently fought with the Demon King. The hand could no longer cope, and all because the baton changed shape depending on the desire of its owner. That is why in the past monsters called it a weapon that can be anything. The club changed with each blow, so Selwa could not counterattack. But the ratio of magic value and combat power was simply ridiculous. Instead of giving Siva room to use brute force, simply tricking the Demon King was used. The battle was fierce. The club was transformed every time, but it was still difficult for Siva. But the boy continued to hold on, and Selwa reflected that even those who were 100 or 200 years old were hardly a match for Sivu. From the behavior of a boy who was a half-goblin and had only discovered his power a few minutes ago, it became clear why goblins were considered so powerful. But it seemed that the magic was already on the verge, and if it was not finished, there was a high probability that it would simply tear Siva to pieces. Selwa summoned the power of not even 3 but 5 tails, because Sivu showed himself to be a worthy opponent. The Demon King appeared behind the girl. He swung his magic sword at the boy. The Demon King slashes 6 times, making his first strike. Sivu is no longer able to withstand such force. The exhausted boy falls into the abyss with the understanding that this is a defeat. He hears Selwa's voice telling him that his end has come, and it's all due to a collapse caused by magical exhaustion. But according to Selkva, the boy himself is to blame, because he could not stop in time, even when his body was clearly failing. The girl realized that she could not let Siva die, because Grandpa Babai would scold her for such behavior. Selwa began to give the boy strength to bring him back to life. Sivu scrambled to his feet, but apparently it wasn't enough. Selwa kissed the boy because it was a quick way to transfer power. She obviously did not like this kiss, so she promised to punish Siva if he did not live up to her expectations. Sivu regained consciousness and jumped on the bed. Siva entered the room with a tray in her hands. The boy looked at her, and in his eyes there was a mixture of gratitude, pity, fear, and incomprehension. Sivu began to make excuses because he remembered everything he had done before he fainted. The guy in the match fully understood everything that was happening, but he could not control his body. Sivu was very sorry not so much for his behavior as for the fact that Selwa was in danger. Sivu apologized to Selkwa for this incident. The girl did not react but was simply told to eat what she brought. Sivu thanked him but didn't know what it was. I decided that it must be some kind of traditional medicine. He took a sip, but the taste was unbearable. But Selkva forbade spitting and the boy had no choice. Sivu swallowed and wanted to know what it was made of, but the girl did not know that. She ordered to drink everything to the last drop, and while the boy was drinking, she began her story. The great goblin, although he fled while the battle was still going on, was still won by Siva by right, and he almost certainly hid somewhere for 100 years because he knows what will happen when he is caught. And this snack was perfect for the half-goblin who dropped the prey that was already in his mouth. Sivu didn't want to deal with monsters this way, and wondered if there was another way. But Silwa said Sivu will never become stronger unless he is willing to hurt others. The guy still hadn't realized that it would be necessary to eat or destroy monsters, and he really didn't want to. But Sivu understands that these are dangerous monsters that threaten human life, and if he cannot do everything properly, then in a few months, the people dear to him will seriously suffer. He firmly decided that he would try to do everything he could so that only his relatives were safe. And he admitted that he asked about another method, not because he would not be able to eat them, but simply to know if an alternative was possible. Selwa said that the most effective way to gain power was to eat other monsters, but this was only possible during a duel that both agreed to. The girl also warned that the weak will be caught and eaten, and there will be no more such easy prey in Siva. After all, now the other monsters saw that he was a goblin who also possessed a little siren, so the rumors were now undoubtedly spread everywhere, and now those whom he can easily defeat will not fight him. This meant that others would come instead, namely those with whom he would not be able to cope at this level. Then Selwa called Siva because she had prepared some gift for him. Selwa proudly showed off the booty she had prepared for the boy. Sivu didn't really understand why it was considered a gift, and questioned if it was really a monster. The girl said that for some reason, technically, this creature is no longer considered a monster. Everyone had their own reasons for doing so, but many completely lost control and succumbed to their instincts. And when it is something irreparable, then the title of monster is taken away, and they are simply called beasts. On the Korean peninsula, this category was called quacks. Sivu was beginning to understand what Selwa was getting at. The duel began abruptly and unexpectedly for the boy, but Sivu immediately regained his composure and began to defend himself. At first, Selwa thought that the boy had simply frozen and was about to lose, but he began to use his body very skillfully. But all the same, the girl believed that he was simply delaying the moment of the fight itself. His rival from the family of fire dogs agreed, but once before the festival he was accused of kidnapping and eating monsters. Then he went beyond his limits, could not cope with the power of the monsters and lost his mind. A fight ensued, but the problem was that Sivu couldn't use the club when he admitted it. Selkva watched and was sure that victory did not shine on the boy. Even though the opponent was insane, this beast was still a level above the boy. Selwa admitted that this method of awakening his power was somewhat cruel, but effective, because the instinct was awakened only when Sivu was on the verge of life and death. Suddenly the boy made a very accurate and skillful blow. The coach did not expect such strength and perseverance from the boy, because the request was simply to reduce the weight. He even asked if Sivu had ever thought of boxing professionally. The guy promised to think about it later, and they agreed to train for 6 months. The coach promised that the weight will definitely go away by itself with such loads. But boxing never gave the effect that the boy so desperately wanted then. However, he did not give up and was engaged in 16 sports since elementary school, which influenced his skills now. It was visible in this duel. His persistence and natural talent as a goblin allowed him to absorb all these skills that are now so necessary. But Selwa did not know all these details, so she did not understand at all how he fights so skillfully. Sivu delivered the final blow and the safe house collapsed defeated. The boy was only worried about how he would eat his prey. Sivu looked at his hands and could not believe that they were capable of such a thing. Selwa, who had been watching everything from the beginning, could not understand how Sivu had defeated this beast. She wondered if it was an innate strength or just martial arts skill. After all, Sivu received the body of a monster very recently, and in a real fight he figured it out so quickly and applied all his skills. The girl did not think through what to do in the situation. If the guy shows himself so worthy. Sivu asked if this meant his victory and if the beast should be eaten whole. But Selkva unexpectedly smiled slyly and said that of course it was not necessary. But in her opinion, it was more logical to return to this conversation when Sivu finally won. The beast attacked the boy from behind. It was very painful and very unexpected. The scarecrow bit Siva painfully and pulled in its teeth while the wound was bleeding. Then the beast simply knocked the opponent to the ground. The scarecrow watched with satisfaction as the boy trembled in pain. Sivu looked over his shoulder and was horrified at the sight. Before the boy could blink an eye, the beast again used its magical power and attacked. The main reason people fear injury was far from pain. It was the fear of deforming or losing a limb or part of the body, because this is one of the innate fears inherent in people. And that was enough for the 17-year-old boy to start having a panic attack. The beast understood this and did not stop the battle but continued to attack. Sivu was in a daze with pain and realization of his situation, but the boy was quickly able to control himself and gather his forces. The main differences between humans and monsters was that when you're a monster, you don't fear injuries as much, so you'll be more durable. After all, if the monster is alive and not fatally wounded, then you can continue the battle. And when you realize this, the limitations of the subconscious, which are aimed at protecting the body, disappear. Then the limits of physical capabilities increase significantly. This realization dawned on Siva, so he struggled and finally delivered the final blow. The beast fell to the ground, and the boy's arm hurt as if it was about to break. The recoil from a normal fist could be compared to a car flying into him at great speed, but now Siva was aware that he could also recover. Selwa praised the boy, and now, although the beast will not die, it will take a very long time to recover. The girl asked how it feels when you consciously use magic and do not lose your mind. Siva's jaw dropped because he didn't know he had used magic, but Selwa explained that magic can be used in many ways. The boy understood how his body was able to recover so quickly, and Selwa said that even the last blow was the result of magic added to physical strength. The boy was asked to describe what the feeling was like. He felt it like static electricity. Selwa explained that she made the boy fight so that he would subconsciously use magic. But the girl thought that Sivu would figure it out in 10 days, and she was surprised how he managed so quickly. Selkva made a compliment, and the boy visibly blushed. The girl changed the subject and said that it was necessary to bring this matter to an end. She gave him a piercing look and asked if the boy had killed before. Sivu said no in a trembling voice. Drops of sweat dripped from his forehead from nerves. Selwa explained that it was better to finish off the beast with one blow, so that it would not struggle. It was necessary to strike above the navel, because there the monsters stored all their energy. It was necessary to collect all his magic and invest in this one blow. Sivu resigned himself and swung his fist at the same vulnerable spot. He hit with all his might, until the spray flew behind the beast. Then Selkva ordered to show what the boy had in his fist. It was an inner cinnabar in which all magic was stored, and if it was swallowed, all the magic of the owner passed to the winner. The boy swallowed the magic pearl without hesitation, but for some reason there were no sensations in the body. The shadow of some black crow flew up to the shoulder, which quite frightened the boy. In an instant, the shadow transformed into a figure that appeared before Siva with Selkwa. It was clear that the girl was not happy about this meeting. But this figure introduced herself as Selkva's childhood friend. Then she wanted to meet Sivu, said that she was Selwa's childhood friend and her name was Sol-Mi. Siva in turn was also congratulated by Sol, but Selwa still did not understand what it was all for. Sol said that she works for Grandfather Babai and came to give Selkva a reward for the 2 captured demons. But she refused because it was actually Siva who caught them. Sol saw everything from the beginning and was amazed by Siva's abilities. She hinted to Selwa that the boy could become her rival at the festival, but Selwa did not believe it. Sol was to present Siva with an important choice on which his fate depended. The boy had a chance to go home right now or stay and become a stronger monster. Sivu's friend Yushin was glad to call him, because he was very worried that he did not show up at school and turned off the phone. Siva had a request for Yushin, but something crazy. The friend was ready to listen and was already starting to get nervous. Yushin started shouting into the phone and needed an immediate explanation of what was going on. Sivu was asked to tell his mother that he was currently at the Yushin family's training center in Adan for the next month. The boy understood what it looked like, but he really needed his friend to cover him. Yushin promised to fulfill the request, but instead he still wanted to know the reason and promised to believe, even if it sounds ridiculous. But Sol categorically forbade revealing the truth, because for that she would be punished together with the boy. Yushin understood that his friend could not normally say the reason, so he simply said goodbye and said to contact him in case of anything. After the conversation ended, Yushin had a strong feeling that he had been deceived in some way. Sivu did not understand how he could return to the human world without passing the test. But Selwa said that she could send the boy back even now. And the boy made his choice. He decided to leave in a month when he passed the test. Sol was quite surprised by such a decision, and she was interested to know the reason. Sivu said if he didn't learn properly now, something much worse could happen. And this fight only convinced the boy of this. Sivu needed strength to be able to handle such situations. Sol was impressed by the boy's decision. For her, he looked heroic. But Selwa said that Sol was just teasing the boy with the choice and should give the award. However, Sol called it a test that is used to better understand the personality. It was about the book that Sol had prepared for Selkva, but it was too boring for her. Sol decided to take Siva somewhere for a while. The girl waved her hands, black feathers fell from her. She gradually transformed into a demonic black crow. The crow explained that he was the conductor between the 2 worlds and had the right to move the untested monster under his responsibility. Selwa only indifferently warned that Siva could be swayed. Sol grabbed Siva and promised Selwa that they would be back soon. Sol thanked Sivu for the borrowed phone. Sol asked if he wanted to call someone else, because one call was not enough in her opinion, and they didn't have much time. But in Siva, there was only the mother who was on a business trip. Why was he happy? Because otherwise there would have been a terrible scandal. Sivu offered the girl to buy her dinner. Sol was glad of such an offer, because she had long wanted to try something in the world of people. The girl meant ordinary homemade soup. Sivu set the table with homemade food, but he wasn't sure if the girl would like it. But Sol was very tasty, because until now she had only eaten human food from the store. It turned out that the girl had been attending a school next to Sivu's school for a year, but had no friends who would treat her to home-cooked meals. It was very strange to Siva that a girl like Sol had no friends. Sol thanked for the food, which turned out to be many times tastier than restaurant food. Then the girl remembered the reward she had promised Siva. This scroll was called a monster's inventory, but it was like a bag and a monster phone. You can freely call it and it will show what you want, just by holding it like a telephone. It can also be used to carry any things without worrying about the dimensions. And in general, this inventory has many purposes, which are dealt with on the go. In the middle was the inventory itself. On the left were the goblin coins. This currency was highly valued in the monster world, and the 40 coins he earned was considered a lot of money. And on the right was the treasure of goblins, which passed from one hand to another. Treasures were things that have different abilities if you endow them with the power of monsters. Usually, only coins were given for defeating Dridzaglot, but Grandfather Babai was generous, which meant that he had big plans for Siva. This was about the festival. Also, Sol explained that they also have the concept of family. And if the monster from the Korean peninsula becomes king, then you can brag about it later. Last festival, the monster from this peninsula almost became king. He held on until the end, but it didn't work out. The interesting thing was that this monster was also a goblin. Sivu admitted that he did not fully believe in everything that had happened during these days. Sol said she saw the confidence in Siva's eyes right away and he needs to aim higher and try to become a king and continue that law further. Sivu was about to ask a question, but Sol's inventory made a loud noise. It was called an emergency call that appears in all monsters when something important happens. If this bell rings in the human world, then this means that the monster has harmed the human, but it hasn't happened in a long time, so it can't be true. Then the realization of her words came to Sol, and she began to panic. Sivu was trying to figure out the new device, and it was not working out yet. He wanted to clarify whether he was doing everything correctly because he was not sure. Sol was worried because it had been 6 hours since they had arrived here, and they had to go back. The girl ran somewhere and told Siva to wait for her. Sol also allowed her to be called by her first name, because now they believed that they were friends. Sivu was already getting worried because it was past 10 and the girl still hadn't returned. He regretted not taking Sol's phone number, because now he didn't even know where to look for her. Then he noticed the picture of his parents and thought that the goblin blood must have come from his father. He wondered if his father knew he was a goblin as well. Suddenly there was a noise, but it was definitely not Solmi, so it seemed strange. A black hand strangled an unfortunate passerby on the street. When he straightened up, it became clear that it was a monster. A flash of magic was directed at the monster, which was dodging all the time. The feathers dug into the hide so that he did return. It was Sol who helped, and the monster moved away from a random passerby. But his friend was injured, and Sol promised that everything would be fine because she administered first aid and called an ambulance. Blackness appeared above them again, because the monster did not want to retreat. Sol was approached by a guy named Goyu. They were familiar. Goyu began to suggest to the boy that it was an accident, that he and his friend were hit by a car, and the driver fled the scene of the accident. It looked like hypnosis was working on this guy. It turned out that hypnosis was the innate magic of the Goyu family, and when Sol wanted to learn it, Selwa criticized her so much that the girl simply gave up. The boy asked how many monsters Sol caught. They turned out to be 24. All those caught were shiverers on leashes, which meant that someone was controlling the evil spirits. Sol saw with her own eyes how the monsters destroyed 7 and wounded about 50 people. The girl asked what the purpose of these creatures could be because they should know about the punishment. Goyu said that since ancient times, goblins have eaten people, but not because they were executioners. Human flesh and blood is extremely useful food for monsters. This information was not at all new before, it just did not reach the current generation. Sol thought that it would hardly be so peaceful in the human world if everyone knew this information. Sol passed the qualification test, which was extremely rare for today's youth, so she had to understand what Goya was leading to. Most of today's youth saw no point in going out into the human world until the law changed, because it was quite boring there. But the festival is approaching, and all the monsters who know about this secret try to become at least a little stronger and come out. In the pursuit of power in recent days, many monsters have gone mad. This was completely incomprehensible to Goya, and he considered such actions senseless. Instead, the guy would do it in a different way. He wouldn't send the evil spirits, but would do everything himself, kidnapping people before eating them. Sol considered cowards those who attack innocent people who cannot even fight back. Suddenly, something caught Sol's attention so much that she jumped out of her seat. She was gone in a matter of seconds, only yelling after him for Goyu to clean up. Sivu did not understand what was happening because a second ago it was still closed. A black shadow was watching him from behind. She began to approach, thinking that it was possible not to try so hard because the boy is defenseless. The shadow swung at the boy, catching him by surprise. And then the monster realizes that the boy possesses a goblin siren. Siva defeats the opponent with a lightning bolt. Everything flies apart. When the monster retreated, the boy did not understand what had happened. The balcony was crushed. A sudden chill, like someone's breath, ran down Siva's back. It was exactly that cold before the same bite of the monster in their duel. And that's why he realized what it was when the shadow just came. If Sivu had not felt this, he would have been destroyed. He looked to see if anyone was hurt, because he just threw this monster off the balcony. But the monster turned out to be alive and wrapped its tail around Siva's neck. He said that he had already eliminated everyone in the area and recognized Siva because rumors were now spreading about him. He pulled the boy down with his tail. Sivu could not get out, so he flew down rapidly. The monster said he miscalculated and Sivu fell too far. This beast has already thought that everything will be just like the collapse of a building or the explosion of a gas pipe, and no one will suspect him. Sivu realized that this monster was the main one who harmed people and gathered his strength to stand up. The boy felt how dangerous his situation was now. The monster offered to just quietly eat Siva because he thought it would be less painful. He said that he is a much stronger monster by class and there is simply no point in fighting because the results will be the same. He promised to let his mother go if Sivu surrendered to him and allowed himself to be eaten. The boy began to pounce on the monster, using techniques from the goblin serum. But the monster did not allow the fight to take place because he began to use his unique magic, which was called murderous blasphemy. He explained that he uses it when someone touches him and there is no way he can change it. The monster could not use it against those who were stronger than him. Siva's feelings were similar to sleep paralysis. He could not muster the strength in his body. The monster said that with the ability to use the thing on Siva's hand, everything could turn out differently. But Sivu felt that he could still make one move. The monster opened its mouth to finally feast on the boy. But Sivu began to defend himself, using the last of his remaining strength. Suddenly, two swords stuck into the monster's body. The ancestor of the storm, who presided over the Ministry of Thunder, appeared before them. The monster howled from the excruciating pain that suddenly pierced its entire body. But he turned back and stomped on that weapon, trying to show insolence. But he understood the level of danger and did not know how to prevent a massacre. The monster understood that if a beast of such a level came for Siva, then he definitely could not win. The monster let out blood to summon a demon to help it win. A fearsome appeared, which attacked the ancestor of the storm from Sivu. The monster was amused and thought that the victory was already in his pocket. A fierce struggle began, in which both sides were worthy opponents. But as a result, the ancestor of the storm turned out to be stronger. He then turned to Siva, but the boy recognized his voice. Sivu was very happy and asked if his friend recognized him by his voice. Yushin took off his mask and was deeply shocked to see Choi Siwa in front of him. He asked for an explanation as to why the boy now had a completely different appearance. Yushin was more interested not in the appearance of the body, but how the boy dealt with everything else. Sivu had nothing to breathe and could not speak. The friend explained that it's all because of the poison that the monster has and he doesn't have the proper medicine to help. Yushin saw that Siva's body was regenerating, and this surprised him, because this happened very rarely. A trail of blood stretched along the entire cover. It looked creepy. Sivu was completely regenerated, and Yushin was very surprised, because his friend turned out to be a half-goblin. Sivu only now began to understand that Yushin never told what martial arts were studied in their family. Their family's duty was to train and destroy supernatural beings. Sivu realized that Yushin already knew about the festival because he remembered that it was 6 months away. He wondered how often supernatural beings burst into the human world. But Yushin said that this happened quite rarely in the last 100 years. But since this festival will take place now, everything has changed and monsters have started crawling out to gain strength from people. Over the past month, the number of missing persons began to increase rapidly, and traces of a struggle were found at crime scenes. A sharp flash appeared near the boys. It meant that someone would now appear again. The boys saw Sol, who was frightened and asked if everything was fine and apologized for leaving him for so long. Yushin pointed the blade of his sword toward Sol and called her a monster. Siva could not convince his friend that it was not a monster. Yushin began to tell that Sol is not what he seems at first glance, and their nature is completely different. They are driven by the thirst for power. They are monsters that eat each other and people. And it didn't matter that Siva's blood was mixed, because he had the right to stay in this world as long as he wanted without any tests. A friend promised. That won't let him go. But Sol said that Sivu is already on the list of the Monster Kingdom and he is part of it. And breaking the rules entailed a series of consequences for both Siva and Yushin. Sol suggested that while there is still time to escape from Sivu carefully, so as not to injure anyone. As a guardian, Sol was forced to take Choi Siva's Dhamma, but Yushin was not going to give up and let Siva go. Suddenly Siva took the sword from his friend and began to examine it. Yushin was indignant and did not understand what was happening. Whether it was some kind of hypnosis or something else was unclear. Sivu then called his friend a mad monster that eats his own kind. But Yushin did it to protect himself and others. He did not intend to harm people, but he intended to eat monsters to become stronger. The friend promised to protect Siva and his mother after 6 months, but Sivu said that he was going to become the Monster King. Yushin was indignant, because he believed that Sivu did not understand at all what the consequences could be. But Sivu explained that he just wants to make the world the way it was before and knows no other way. The friend understood Siva's position and blessed him, but he warned that when he crosses the border as a monster, he will be destroyed immediately. Sivu considered this a fair decision and agreed. Yushin also wanted to meet Sol. Then he said that when Siva was unjustly destroyed or injured, no one would escape punishment. Yushin promised to destroy everyone who will be connected with this. Then he said goodbye and said not to worry about Mom. Sol admitted that she saw a shaman for the first time and he was very scary. Sol turned and realized that Goyu had been with him all this time. Goyu immediately knew what Sol was up to, so he followed her without hesitation. Because he understood that if Yushin was a little stronger, he would simply eat salt. Goyu also wanted to meet the same half-goblin, Sivu. Monsters that come from animals are called beast demons and are connected by instinct with their animal ancestors. As their power grows, their animal and human forms change as well. Divine beasts are those who have outgrown their form. They were worshipped by both monsters and people. In order to become king of the monsters, Sivu must defeat Goya. Sivu extended his hand to greet Goyu, but Sol screamed that he should not do this under any circumstances. The boy was confused and did not know how to react to this. Sol began to shout at Goya to ask why he appeared at all and is doing such a thing, because the boy is already having an extremely difficult day. But Goyu said that there is no rule according to which he must always sleep, so he appeared. The boys did shake hands and Goyu said that it was funny when a half-goblin wanted to be the king of monsters. With this handshake, Goyu transferred some techniques to Siva. A circle lit up around them. After that, the ground suddenly began to fall from under his feet. Although it was difficult, Sivu stood on his feet. This really surprised Goya, who realized now that the boy was very strong because he held on so confidently, even though this was the first time with him. Sivu glared and asked if Goyu intended to eat him as well. He replied that this would be the end of it soon, and the next question about whether Sivu plays video games left him stunned at first. But then he replied that he was interested in it in high school. Then Goyu asked him about genres. Siv liked action games, but in general he was not a fan of them, because there was a feeling that spending money was more important than playing. At this, Goyu was glad that they had a lot in common. The ground shook from the fact that something heavy began to fall one after another. It looked like chunks of ice, but it was unclear where it was flying from. Goyu noted that Zosiwu was very fast and agile. Instead of dodging and attacking, the boy first focused on Goya, and then dodged, and it was right that he was following the attacker. That was pretty good for a rookie. When it came to combat, Siva's talents were all at once, but now his ability to learn was more important. Those enemies who attack the boy as someone has already done it teach Siva to be very careful. His decision was the lesson he learned today. There was armor on the arm that released the wearer's life force and energy. Another lesson was that even when an attack hits the target, you can't relax prematurely. Sivu now believed that he had a general understanding of the power of monsters. This static current that passed through the body started from the abdomen. Intuitively, it seems that about 60% remains. When Sivu attacks, he spends about 10% more, and each small attack took another 3%. But when the strength reached 0%, there was exhaustion like last time, and it was impossible to use it endlessly. Goyu thought he underestimated Siva, and admitted that he had to fight his way through the first phase when they first started. But Sivu still wanted to know if Goyu was going to eat him. The boy said that he felt no desire to harm him. Goyu said that this is usually the case when you lie unscrupulously, but he really has no personal grudge or desire to eat him. He thought Sivu was taking the Monster King too literally. But then it is strange that the competition is only about strength, every 666 years, and for that long the king is chosen by only one festival. It was really surprising that everyone obeyed this ancient tradition. Monsters were true to their desires and instincts, and the fact that someone strong invented a law and some rule did not mean that it would be carried out. Therefore, to prevent eternal fights, there is an obstacle in the form of the king of monsters. The nature and temper of the monsters lead to an inevitable disaster, so everyone came together to protect this system. All the monsters of the world obeyed one being to rule the harmony of their existence. For 10,000 years, the kings ruled the monsters of their eras without much change, because the principles of monster survival remained unchanged. But only the king of this generation became an exception. For example, if a law forbidding people to eat meat was introduced on Earth, protests would immediately begin. But the monsters lasted all 666 years, no more, no less. And it showed how important their king was to the monsters, and how much they suffered in order not to embarrass the tradition. But as recent events showed, the monsters were running out of patience. That is, when the new king issues such a law, no one will follow it as before. This is exactly what Goyu meant, that no one can disobey. Even if the monster king is stronger than everyone else, when most of the monsters don't want to obey, then nothing can be done. When it comes to this, the very existence of the concept of the king of monsters will disappear. That is why becoming the king of monsters was a serious statement, because it is difficult to leave everything as it was, and many were outraged by such audacity. Saul realized that everyone thought Siva did not fit the stereotypes about monsters and the order of the world. At that, the boy understood that they wanted him to take back his words. Goyu praised Siva because he had shown himself worthily, which no one expected of him, and made an offer to Siva to come under his command. Then, becoming the king of monsters, he would make the boy the ruler of the Korean peninsula. Instead, he promised that he would leave a few close people for Siva, because he would not be able to completely exterminate humanity. Sivu asked why Goyu was so sure that he would become a monster, and whether he was objectively evaluating himself. But among the representatives there was no one stronger than Goya, and Sivu agreed to the offer because it meant that he would be able to protect his loved ones. Goyu was glad that the boy did not disappoint him. They shook hands, but something was unclear. Goyu said that the boy had now broken the trust between them because he pretended to shake hands and attacked instead. This was a new kind of goblin fight for Siva. He used 60% of the energy at once, thus using up all his strength. And he did it not by chance, but coldly calculating everything. Sivu used a technique full of confidence and intelligence. Siva's body kept shaking because of the monster's powers. He could not regain his strength, because he had spent everything in the fight. And now, having lost all his resources, he cannot continue the struggle. Holding back his bloodlust until the last moment and then spending it all in one blow was quite a talent. The unique art of the monster was the Arctic chase, which allowed you to freeze water and control it in a certain radius around the target. And if the difference in the base strength of the monster between the opponents was a little smaller, then Sivu could easily eat the opponent. Goyu now asked the boy's last words. But even if the guy had a will, he wouldn't read it. And if he rushed at Goya, then he was ready for such a final. Here he unexpectedly jumped in and said that it was not the end. And if Goyu wanted Sivu to beg for his pardon, it was too early for that. But Goyu believed that the boy only had enough strength to stand on his feet. Then suddenly Goyu laughed and said that the boy had passed the test. Sivu was puzzled and did not understand what the ordeal was. Goyu just wanted to see if Sivu was a worthy candidate and if he had a chance. But Sivu did not understand why Goyu would root for him, because he explained everything to him before that. But it turned out that they weren't really expecting monsters that night. Since childhood, Goyu didn't like the noise of the monster world and didn't understand why they behaved the way they did. And compared to that world, people were much calmer and could choose who they wanted to be and how they wanted to live. It was also cool that people knew how to occupy themselves from boredom, and in the world of monsters there were no games, movies, news, and so on. But they liked all these things more than devouring people, and it would be a tragedy for monsters if people could no longer do these things. But Siva still didn't think it was necessary for Goyu to root for him. The Korean peninsula had every chance to win, but the problem was that all the candidates were from famous families, and this meant that they have hereditary talents. Also, they had optimal methods of using the unique techniques of monsters, which were passed down to them from their ancestors. And those who have a hereditary manual of use, tested by thousands of years of practice, will definitely be stronger. This can be compared to people who are said to be born with a golden spoon in their mouth. That is, the family was a conglomerate that was passed down from generation to generation. The family usually puts a lot of pressure on the child, because if he has talent, then everyone assures him that he should become the next monster king. And it doesn't matter if you want it or not. You are forcibly forced to think of working for someone else's interests and desires. And if you suddenly object, then you are sent to the very bottom or killed so that others will understand. And Sivu thought how cruel it is when the whole family turns away from you and becomes your enemy. But Goyu assured that Sivu inherited talent from a famous pedigree. He was not attached to the family and had his own will and motive to become the king of monsters. Therefore he not only can but must do it. But Sivu wanted to think a little more because everything was happening too fast. Meanwhile, Saul was flying above them in the form of birds. She descended directly on Goya and began to forcefully trample him into the ground. Sivu was very frightened because the situation seemed somehow absurd. And then suddenly there was nothing left of Goyu. Saul possessed a unique monster art called Windfeather. Sivu tried to stop the girl, but it was in vain. That girl assured that everything will be fine, and not even a scratch will remain. But he dived so deep because he knew that the curse would come. Saul explained that this is not exactly the original mentor, and that he has something similar to dissociative identity disorder. According to legends, the black turtle was a creature that was born from a snake and a turtle, and became one. But it is generally believed that she was a simple turtle. But it was said that in the distant past there was a genius who separated the yin and yang from his monster power. As a result, the yin monster awakened as a divine beast, and the first black turtle appeared. After that, the heirs of the black turtle were born and took over its abilities. But to become a full-fledged black turtle, you need to go through a very difficult training, the side effect of which was the snake with whom the boy had just talked. Sivu was surprised, because Goyu did not seem so bad to him, although not immediately. Saul explained that there is no evil in him, but the problem is that he does what he wants. His actions are impulsive and not deep thinking, and he also likes to put people in an uncomfortable position. A personality is created from the concentration of yang energy. His main personality was very calm and cold-blooded. He completely obeyed the turtle. For some unknown reason, the Goyu snake was insane from the start and did things that often caused trouble. That is why when he was chosen as a representative of the family, many were against it and called him a half-wit. But he was very talented. Sivu and Saul should have already returned because they were already running late. But Saul assured that no one would blame him for being late. But Sivu was actually worried about the broken veranda and his mother's reaction to it. Babai appeared and promised that everything would be restored tomorrow, because they had people who were responsible for it. Then he asked Saul to go first because he wanted to talk to the boy alone. The girl got excited and said that they were late because of her and it was not Sivu's fault, but that was not what grandfather wanted to talk about. He said that the three of them had something to talk about, because he had not come alone. The old man apologized for the sudden visit, but asked Siva to shake one more hand. He began to tell that this is how people live somewhere. That guest was Selwa, who said that people had too little space. Sivu wondered how the girl had already received permission to go out. But she did not have permission. She was forcibly brought here. Selkva demanded that Babai finally start some kind of explanation. When it got dark in Seoul, about 50 shrews appeared, all obeying someone and attacking people. Then it turned out that the method of control was very crude, and the criminal did not wipe his tracks. So the old man thought that it was all to draw out Saul and target Siva. But it turned out that there was more than one goal, because at least 200 people disappeared from the Seoul subway tonight. But in reality, there were about 500 of them, because not all of them wrote statements to the police. Saul believed that it was necessary to immediately expose the real criminals from the list of suspects. If this monster was from the Korean peninsula, then it was easy to determine who it was. But it was clear from the tracks that some of them are not local, and did it so that it would be more difficult to catch them in foreign lands. Therefore, if the culprits are not found and ordered, the hunt for people will begin 6 months before the start of the festival. Baba needed a monster that has the ability and will to protect the human world, so he had an offer. He wanted to change the format of Siva and Selwa's exam that they were supposed to take this month. And now their task was to quickly find and destroy those who brazenly invaded the Korean peninsula. Yushin stayed up all night, thinking that he shouldn't have let Siva go so easily. He considered himself a coward. And if his friend did not return, then he believed that it was entirely on his conscience. But suddenly Siva appeared in front of him, who was very happy to see him. Yushin couldn't believe his eyes, but his friend said that a lot had changed since yesterday. Friends were discussing something so loudly in the school canteen that others turned to hear their shouts. Sivu felt ashamed of Yushin, who was shouting, so much so that he started apologizing. It turned out that Yushin reacted so sharply because a friend told him about Babai's task, to which he agreed. Yushin realized that his friend didn't even know what class of monster he belonged to. Then he said that the classes were called Shin Rayon Ki Go Su, and each of these 5 words symbolized the status of a monster. Su meant beast, and most monsters belonged to this class. But most of them were pitiful, and in terms of strength they were far from ordinary beasts. Their main advantage was weapons and numbers, so ordinary people could compete with them using weapons. Problems appear with classes higher than Su, because people cannot do anything with such people. Go are monsters that have the strength of at least 100 people, but purely physical, so even 1,000 people will die in a battle with them. Siva wondered what the next 3 classes would be if these were the weakest. The information was inaccurate, but the KI class was at least 10 times stronger than the Go. If left unchecked, they can turn Soul into an inferno overnight. As for the Shin and Ryun classes, it is better not to encounter them, but such powerful beings will not break the laws. Therefore, Yushin advised not to even try to start this hunt and run away quietly, and if it doesn't work out, then you can hide at his house. If these were indeed monsters that invaded Korea, then they are ready to compete with local monsters or shamans like Yushin. So even with a key class, there should be no problem. Sivu then asked what class the monster that took the form of a snake was. It was a very small class, something between Su and Ki, medium Go. Even the corpse he controlled had stronger energy. If he could have even half of his strength, they wouldn't be sitting here anymore. So there was a reason he was using him as a distraction. And as Yushin realized, that pitiful scum almost swallowed Siva. So he had a higher status than Siva, who was at best middle or lower Go. That's why Yushin urged to soberly assess one's strengths, and not get involved in situations that the boy cannot handle. Yushin tried to speak convincingly enough to reassure his friend, but Sivu was sure that he would be able to defeat the monster if he met him again. He said that a lot had changed since their last meeting, because he understood the power of monsters. But the friend considered Siva's behavior ridiculous, and was sure that he would destroy himself. Sivu remarked that they were already late for classes, but Yushin wasn't going to class today because he had to deal with Sivu's situation. They came to the Olympic gymnastics arena, which was once built for the Olympic Games in Seoul and now used as a concert dome. Sivu was delighted to say that he didn't even think there was anything like this in the basement. It was a special underground zone, but it did not belong to Yushin's parents because it was public, because there were other shamans with masters. It turned out that since ancient times, the authorities kept powerful shamans with them, and perhaps the first shamans introduced the very concept of the state, because they had the ability to compete with monsters. 666 years ago, the threat of monsters had passed, but a hall for shaman training was still organized, and Yushin's family continued to work there. But it was a big secret, which even in power few people knew. Yushin said to attack if Sivu is ready to train. There were no restrictions or rules, and if Siva could beat Yushin with any move, he wouldn't have to worry about his friend fighting monsters. Sivu clarified whether his friend would use a sword or a dagger, but he answered that no, because they can only compete on such terms. And although shamans are different, the strong ones can often show half of their skills without a weapon, and they cannot part with it at all. But Yushin can easily fight a Go-class monster without a weapon. That is, if Sivu defeats him, it will prove that he is a class higher than Yushin. Sivu hesitated, but his friend insisted on attacking him. A duel began, and although Sivu tried to hit easier because Yushin is his friend, he still came out stronger. He didn't ask Siva if everything was okay because he understood immediately when he hit. A bloody Yushin admitted that Sivu was showing himself amazingly. Sivu tried to hit as lightly as possible so as not to injure his friend too much. Sivu thought he was going to lose because he felt like he was hitting a brick wall. He then realized that his friend wouldn't be hurt, even if he didn't control his power. And Yushin realized that Sivu is a much more dangerous monster than he thought. The atmosphere of the room changed, and Siva attacked first. The boy was much faster than last time, and unexpectedly, Yushin realized that his friend had changed the manner of his attack. The energy of all creation reached Siva. Yushin asked if what his friend was holding was what he thought. It must have been it, but Sivu had pulled it out of his will for the first time. At the moment, Sivu's condition was quite sad. But it was not about physical strength, but about spiritual energy. During last night's fight, the boy had expended approximately 93% of his spirit energy. Usually, this amount is restored in a full day of rest, but in the human world, the process can take longer. But ironically, his current exhaustion helped him as he pulled out his club as his senses became more acute. Yushin had read about goblin clubs in old documents, but he didn't know for sure if they increased the power of the weapon. But from what he saw, Sivu did not particularly surprise him. Sivu also felt that he was competing worse than last time, but in fact Yushin considered his friend much stronger, but he understood that he would defend himself against anything. Yushin decided that he would simply maintain the defense until the boy was exhausted. Instead, Sivu already had a plan to use the club rationally. Yushin was very frightened and demanded an explanation of what his friend was up to. Sivu explained that it would be difficult to beat up close, and he felt he could no longer block this big fist-shaped thing. He knew for sure that he would not be able to repeat the power of his past club, because the size and strength was not even half what it was back then. But he had the ability to freely change form that he could control and was cunning enough to use it. A fierce battle began. Sivu changed forms several times. The duel was brutal. Yushin flew in different directions. Flashes and explosions were repeated time and time again. There was no noticeable difference compared to what was before, only changes in form and management. The power also increased many times. Yushin asked if Sivu really wanted to play dirty, to which the boy replied that Yushin himself wanted them to fight, and told him that it was a test, and therefore there was no point in being honest. But one had to be mean, because the battle was to the death. Siva's arguments were so strong that the friend could not argue. Sivu said that when you think about it, they are just two teenage friends, and sometimes admitting that you are wrong is the best way out. And maybe he is wrong, but there will not be enough opportunities for a fair fight. Yushin said that he didn't want to listen to this nonsense anymore, and Sivu replied with sarcasm that he was very scared. Sivu went on the attack again, and clearly again showed himself to be better than the opponent. Yushin reasoned that he should be getting faster, but it was getting harder and harder to prevent his attack. Sivu adapted to martial arts quite quickly. He attacked very hard, and one of the blows was extremely powerful. Sivu was scared that he had hurt his friend too badly. His weapons for now were willow leaves that were used as arrows and felt like thorns to the touch. With this weapon, Sivu continued to perform impressively. But Yushin wasn't using any rituals to help his fighting skills right now. Therefore, he couldn't use most of the techniques. But even if he could, he would still have a hard time controlling his power. He added his own energy to create a weapon of divine power, the heavenly sword. Even if it was done hastily, the strength required for victory was impressive. Before the end, Yushin hesitated because his friend was still standing in front of him. But on the other hand, he made it all the way to the end because a friend was standing in front of him. At the end, Yushin suddenly fell after being hit by Siva. Siva wondered why his friend felt sorry for him at the very end. But Yushin said that he had used all his power of exorcism, and the enemy would not stand even at this level, no matter how strong he was. The technique recognized Siva-type beings as non-yokai. Yushin said that Sivu was a scumbag, and tears came out of his eyes. Yushin was walking next to his friend. He was wounded after the fight, and Sivu was looking at him and was very nervous. Sivu wanted to know if his friend's nose hurt a lot, and was worried that there would be no scar left. But Yushin assured that the wound would heal within a day, because he was quite trained. Yushin understood that Siwu had held back his power just before the strike, when he realized that his attack had failed. Otherwise, he would have been left with no nose at all. He said that Sivu has potential, and if he wants to, he can run around the city and catch monsters. Then Yushin reached out to give something to his friend. It looked like pumpkins. Yushin said it was a consumable. He explained that it was like a disposable bomb, and to activate it, you had to hold it in your hand and quickly and confidently say SVH. However, when you are in a big hurry, you can simply throw them on the ground, and with Siva's powers, you can simply hold them in your hands, and the magic inside the pumpkin will activate. It was necessary to use when you are in danger, but in no case not several at the same time. Sivu asked if he could take 3 at once, as they contained Yushin's energy. Yushin was surprised because he did not understand how Sivu knew about this. The guy explained that he just felt it when he held it in his hands, because Yushin used this energy in the battle with him. And Sivu turned out to be right, because when a shaman has time, he pours his energy into a specially processed pumpkin. This is done so that in a critical situation, the bearer can use magic, which is otherwise difficult to concentrate and does not necessarily have to be the creator of this pumpkin. Suddenly, Yushin asked Siva to show him his hand. He held out his hand in confusion. It was all to look at the talents along the lines of the palm. Yushin was amazed because the boy had not just an inclination, but a true embodiment of talent. And although he was not completely sure about his hand, but if you consider the level of skill in combat, then there were no doubts. Yushin thought that if Sivu hadn't been a monster, he would have been able to tell his father. He clearly had something in mind about his friend, and was thinking of how to hide the fact that he was a monster. But I thought that they would never agree to such a thing because they are too stubborn. Sivu was a goblin with a shaman talent. It was a unique combination. But he told Siva that he just saw in the palm of his hand how tangled his life was, and changed the subject by asking if the boy was going to school tomorrow. The boy said that he had to find a new uniform first, because he had nothing but a tracksuit. Sivu noticed that even his legs felt smaller in size. Yushin said that the reaction at school will be amazing, and it's actually interesting how many people will recognize the boy, if not to say that he is Choi Siwoo, to which the boy nervously replied that just thinking about it gave him a headache. Yushin got hungry and offered Sivu to go somewhere to eat, but the boy didn't understand why they couldn't just go to his place. But Sivu said that there would be problems with that because he most likely had a guest who was sleeping. Yushin was surprised, but then said that if Sivu doesn't want to, he cannot specify who is at his house. He said that a friend can do whatever he wants and wherever he wants with the monsters. Yushin turned around and said that he did not want to disturb, and Sivu could treat him next time. And then he wished his friend not to be sad, but to straighten his shoulders and go about his business confidently. Sivu arrived in some old neighborhood and was not sure if he was going the right way. It was written above the gate that it was the home of the descending echo, and Sivu didn't understand what that meant. He was met at the door by a stocky man who was much stronger in appearance. Sivu decided that it was a very strong monster, but he just went in his direction without saying a word. A woman appeared here who introduced herself as Hongryun and was the head of this house. The guy said that yesterday he was given this address and told to come here to start. Hongryun understood who it was about and invited the boy inside. Sivu noticed that everything inside was enveloped in a black mist. A building suddenly appeared in front of him, which quite surprised him. Hongryun treated Siva to tea. The boy thanked him. He asked if they were in Seoul now, because there were no buildings on the horizon and the air was too fresh. This was true, because the house of the descending echo was separate from the human world and kept away from civilization and progress. It was a shop that offered various goods that helped the inhabitants of the monster world settle into the human world. Sivu remembered Babai's words that if he came here during the day, he would be helped, and when they called themselves a shop, then it would be possible to use the monster currency. Hongryun immediately perked up when she saw the coins and said that they could be used to buy something or exchange them, because there were monsters who worked in the human world and came to exchange currency, and one coin was equal to 3 million won. Sivu understood what a huge amount of money it was. He stood in a stupor and did not know how to react. In his entire life, he never had more than 720,000 won, but here is such a fortune. Hongryun suggested that the boy look at the assortment of the store. A demonic spirit pill was brought to them, which accelerated the recovery of the monster's strength. The woman called this product the most popular in their store. After all, in the world of people, there was almost no natural power of monsters, and with the help of a pill, the power was restored immediately after use. Sivu immediately rushed to buy because he really needed it. He also wanted to clarify what the colors meant. The color of the container corresponded to the grade of the pill, and the higher it was, the faster the recovery rate. Hongryun advised black in case the boy is in a big hurry. Sivu chose one black one and wanted to eat it right away. The woman clarified that the effect would appear closer to night. The size of the monster's power increased with age and the number of creatures eaten, and it was not so easy to increase the absorption rate by outside methods. It usually depended on the talent and influence of the bloodline. A high-ranking monster would absorb a black pill in 3 or 4 hours, while a half monster wouldn't absorb even half of it in a few days. It was a low-level pill, and in Hongryun's estimation, it was too strong for Siva. Here, suddenly after Sivu swallowed the pill, the woman was blinded. There was such a powerful explosion that Horyun was thrown back. She was surprised how in a few seconds the full volume of his monster power was restored. For the first time, Choi Siwoo felt 100% of his monster power and even more. Dong-woo, who was the leader of the House of Rising Echo, offered to try a specially prepared liquor made from 6 flowers that grow on the Sansu River. The guest appreciated the drink, but he did not like that alcohol was being sold to such a young person. The man said that he has not seen Hongryun for a long time, who promised to return soon. He considers it disrespectful to the guest. Dong-woo awkwardly explained that she was just late and shouldn't take it personally. The guest the judge was talking about made only a short visit. Dong-woo said that he was a half-monster with goblin blood in his veins, but his interlocutor believed that it was possible to simply leave Siva to die and not be ashamed. He couldn't even be called a monster, and his grandfather was running after him to make him a participant in the festival. He noticed that Dong-woo had quieted down and decided that he was bored with him. Or the reason was that Dong-woo is as much of a loser half-monster as Siwoo. He defiantly continued that his sister spoke of this house as a place where half-breeds who had nowhere else to go congregated. No one considered them full-fledged monsters, but they were not people, and this place, according to the guest, was the result of the suffering of half-breeds so that they would not feel useless. And the day will never come when they will be called real monsters. But Dongwu pulled himself together and said that he didn't know what the future would be like and calmly offered more liquor. Then the guest said that it was too boring to make fun of him and asked when he could get out of here. Dongwu replied that all the procedures and preparations would be finished today, but all the documents and housing in the human world were already ready. The guest praised them for their speed, and Dongwu said that they could not do otherwise, because this man risked his life for the sake of the people. But he said that he didn't do it for them, but because of his aversion to strangers who allow themselves too much, and he just couldn't let it all go. And the man also understood that if he invests in the reputation of his species, then his father will not be able to deny his participation in the festival. He knew that he wasn't that far from his sibling in terms of talent, but because he was born 100 years later, he was treated very differently. Therefore, to begin with, it was necessary to make sure that he was recognized as a candidate, and then catch up and overtake his brother and sister in the next 6 months. The guest was already furious because Hongryun was still not there when Dongwu suggested calling her, but he had a more important task. The man asked Hongryun to serve him while he was in the human world. But Dongwu tried to deny it because they don't do that. But the guest said that the customer is always right, and he should serve him in the highest class. He said to inform Hongryun immediately. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion and everything was flooded with bright light. They sat and did not understand what had happened. Siwoo asked if Hongryun was okay because something strange had just happened because of him. The girl could not understand why the reaction to the pill was so quick and explosive. Siva had a very pleasant feeling, as if he could do anything in the world. Hongryun saw someone approaching them angrily. It was this man who drank liquor. He said that Sivu is a very ill-mannered scum if he so brazenly released his energy in this place. But Hongryun immediately told this young master that it was all her fault. Sivu tried to say something, but the master immediately asked him to close the pelka because he did not allow him to speak. He said he was sure the monster power he felt after the roar came from that loser. The master said that he saw everything with his own eyes and could not just ignore such attention. Hongryun and Siwa asked the young master for forgiveness. Sivu said he wasn't used to controlling his monster power yet, so he didn't think it would work like that. The boy naturally had a very modest and kind character even in the human world, but this time it turned out so recklessly, because he was full of power to the crown. The boy said that the young master was speaking too rudely to a person he was seeing for the first time. The man got very angry and shouted that the boy was letting himself go. Sivu calmly explained that he was really sorry that it turned out that way, but these were 2 rude words addressed to him. The young master became very angry and sent his magic power towards the ball. Then he told Siva that he had better not go beyond the limits, and that this is not a battle, but education. According to him, it was a process of learning the manners of a dirty-blooded black. To which Hongryun asked the young master to calm down, because violence was forbidden in them, and even if he has a respectable family, they still won't turn a blind eye to such a thing when they find out. He then told Hongryun not to overstep his bounds and aimed a blow at her. He thought she was an intelligent girl, but now Hongryun acted like a normal half-blood. But for some reason Hongryun didn't feel the monster's power at all. Master told Hongryun to immediately come and kneel before him so that he could teach her good manners. But suddenly Sivu was heard, who said that the master continued to carry delusions, and it was necessary to ask politely if he was so mannered, and not to beat with all his might. He said that in itself was rude and was ready for a fight. The master easily agreed because he believed that he would definitely win. Siva was the first to attack. He struck with all his might. Hongryun was frightened, and the master was surprised that the boy was holding himself so confidently. Sivu asked if it was water flying at him, because he was still not well versed in the art of monsters, but it seemed that small droplets of not very high speed were being thrown at him, and at first it seemed that he had hit the boy with tea, because Sivu remarked that he smelled it, but it felt like a car had hit him. Suddenly drops appeared out of nowhere, the size of a fingernail. Sivu immediately understood that the master was using dew, and the further he was, the stronger the blow. He said he had that experience last night. And then he called him much weaker. The master was deeply impressed by such words. Then Sivu suddenly decided to attack again. The boy noted that the young master attacks with his right hand, and this ability was worthless in itself, because you could see the direction of the monster's power, and you had to train to hide it. When the man struck, Sivu realized that everything was so. The young master was angry because he was obviously weaker and could not attack well. and after the next blow to Siva, the man was already lying at his feet. Hongryun was shocked, and there was more than one reason for this. It was Siva's first battle with magic, and the way he parried the attacks was impressive. Also, how he boosted the energy by hiding the direction of the attack. And after that, he redirected it in the opposite direction. And then he hit the enemy exactly, which was very impressive for a novice monster. But Hongryun knew that the goblin descendant had manifested only 3 days ago, and before that he was an ordinary human. But it was incomprehensible how all this could happen in just 3 days. Sivu asked the master to apologize normally and leave from here. He showed what the master did to the girl who just wanted to stop the fight, and said that he was 100% to blame, so he should kneel down and ask for forgiveness. The young master angrily began to kneel, and then he tried to attack again with his unique clear autumn water magic. He aimed at Siva so that the boy stumbled and fell. With this magic, it was possible to increase the water pressure to the maximum, something Siva hadn't considered. Now the water felt as sharp as metal, and it worked even with a drop of water. It was possible to destroy internal organs, blood vessels, and nerves in the enemy's body. And in the body of a poison monster, it was more terrible than losing an arm or a leg in battle, because the regeneration was much longer. The master said that Siva could not understand this, because as a human he had not experienced such a thing. The master admitted that Sivu surprised him, but it was all due to bloodline and he was just lucky with the proportion of goblin blood. But he continued the battle so that Sivu would understand that he was no match for the real monster. Whether he was a real monster or not was not so important. The main thing was that he got on the master's nerves. And then the young master realizes that Sivu has already recovered. The reservoir was a complex variation of pure autumn water, extracting large streams of water from sources such as rivers, lakes, seas, or underground water. It was called advanced technology, because water could be compressed so much that it would destroy even the laws of physics. And the real weight was hundreds of times greater than it appeared. The speed and power were greater than a truck. Sivu decided to use the club. It was necessary to quickly decide what form to give it, because when the form matched the situation, then her strength increased several times. Sivu knew this because he already had experience with such a tool. The guy gave what he thought was the correct shape of the baton and went on the attack. He wanted to give a shape a little like a sword and poured all his excess energy here. Instead, the opponent stuck to the chosen technique with water. And suddenly, in the midst of the battle, the young master notices that Sivu has disappeared somewhere. Then he just as unexpectedly appeared back and tore off his opponent's hands. He defiantly said that hands weren't that important in battle for a monster anyway. It looked like the master was about to faint. This surprised Siva because he thought that a real monster was used to pain. But it all turned out to be a game for the public, and the opponent wanted to continue the attack. Sivu threw him away without thinking. But the real reason for Yusom's trembling was that he was forced to apologize. After all, even as a boy, he was a favorite in the family and was not used to this. But Sivu continued to insist on this, although Yusom was not used to being so superior to him. The master had no other way out and shouted an apology to the boy. Sivu said that of course he offended him too, but that was not the most important thing. After all, he offended Hongryun even more, so he had to kneel before her. But Yusom did not want to sink so low. Sivu was not going to play with him for long, and said that if the master has not understood anything yet, and it is so difficult for him to change, then let him do as he knows. Yusom came to his senses, knelt down and apologized to the girl. Someone started calling him in Sivu's apartment. It was Selwa who asked for water. She was surprised that the boy had gone somewhere and left the guest alone. Murin was the head of this house. He was amazed that for the first time in 50 years something had happened during his short absence. Dongwu said it was his fault because he wasn't brave enough. However, Murin did not blame the boy. Instead, he said that he and Hongryun were not obliged to entertain anyone. He inquired about Hongryun's condition, but Dongwu said she wasn't badly hurt. She blamed herself more for the situation itself. Even if it was a matter of dark absorption magic, the girl could not have predicted that everything would happen so quickly. At the same time, Sivu was gradually coming to himself after the battle. Unlike 3 days ago, this time he did not lose control of his body. Of course, he got into a bit of a rush because of his strength, but everything was under his control. The first emotions subsided and he was captivated by the time of reflection. He lay and analyzed. In his opinion, the fight was justified, regardless of who used the violence. And cutting off his hands was also necessary to prevent him from using magic, and he would do the same thing again. But then Sivu literally felt the euphoria of cutting off the hands of the enemy. He was lying there thinking about all this, when suddenly someone asked to enter. It was Hongryun who came to Siwoo to talk about something. Siwoo inquired about the girl's well-being. She said that everything is fine. But the boy noted that he saw her spitting blood. That is, the wound was severe. Suddenly, Hongryun fell to her knees and began to ask Siva for forgiveness. But he said that the responsibility for the fight lies only with its participants, and he should apologize. That girl still considered herself guilty, because she was the one who offered him the black pearl, because the desired effect could be achieved with silver or gold, and she knew it. Siwoo asked if she cheated him because the black one was just the most expensive. Hongryun revealed that her father is a human and her mother is a monster, so she is a half-blood. Such people can sense the energy of monsters, but cannot absorb it, so their position was pitiful. They felt an eternal thirst that could not be quenched, as if you could touch a spring but not drink from it. And even if you swallow those medicines, it won't help. And because of that, the girl was just jealous of Siva. Among half-breeds, the boy was simply a miracle, because his origin is mixed, and his abilities are like those of a pure blood. This pill was not for Hongryun's own benefit, but simply because she would never have one, she wanted to make a joke. She admitted that she behaved incompetently, and because of this, she could have taken someone's life. And it doesn't matter what fine or punishment she gets, because it still won't be enough. This entire conversation was heard by the host, who was standing behind all this time. Murin said he had to apologize for everything because he was the owner. He shouted at Hongryun and told him not to put on a show anymore, but to go entertain the guests. Siwoo told the girl that everything is fine, he accepts the apology, and you can stop thinking about him. But if possible, Siwoo asked to return the money for the black pearl, to which the owner agreed. Hongryun said it was more of a refusal than an apology, but she was grateful that the boy accepted her. Siwoo said it wasn't that big of a mistake. Murin asked the boy for a conciliatory meeting if he agreed. He said that Siwoo fought Yuson, who was the youngest son of the High Tai tribe, the Divine Beasts. This is not how the boy imagined this tribe. And due to the fact that the tribe cannot embarrass the merits of the divine beasts, some misunderstandings may arise. And until these misunderstandings happened, it was necessary to arrange a meeting where the opinion of both sides would be heard, because the recklessness of the workers caused an unpleasant situation. Siwoo said that it is not necessary for him to go there and take responsibility for smoothing the conflict as well. And if they come, Siwoo will tell about this situation in his own words. Because it was Yuson who took the situation from a simple apology to violence, so Siwoo did what he had to do. And it will be clear to anyone who is to blame, just Hongryun and the owner should apologize for the fact that everything led to a fight, and Siwoo will simply fight, because it is easier for him. But Murin warned that High Tai should not be underestimated, because other members of the family are many times stronger there. But Siwoo had already fought 2 monsters stronger than him, so it didn't scare him. And you won't do anything anyway, because to become the king of monsters, you need to defeat them all. Murin understood that the boy was serious because it was rare to hear such a thing. If the guy says that somewhere else he might die, but he said he's ready for it. Siwoo said that Yusom got angry on the spot, and if he said that he plans to become the king of monsters, it would be a real disaster. The thought that people like him would be walking around the city in 6 months made Siwoo fearful. Murin said it's a very bold statement, one he's heard a lot. And now he was seriously interested in this guy. He handed the boy a gift, which is usually given to guests as an apology. But Murin gives it to him because he wants to invest in his future. The day seemed very busy, and it was already almost noon. Siva was immediately met by Selwa, who inquired where he had been for so long. The boy apologized, because he did not think that he would be so late, and Selkva said that she had received quite interesting information. The girl was holding a bird on her hand. Siwoo realized who it was and greeted Sol-mi. Suddenly the bird began to peck out the boy's eyes. Selwa shouted that it was not Sol-mi at all. Even the color was completely different. She advised to be careful with Sol because she didn't have a single white feather and it upset her a lot as a child. And she might take offense and not say about it. This bird was sent by Sol after all. She gathered information all night. Over the past month, people have disappeared in the place and their last locations were concentrated in some areas. So today they will go to one of these points. But for this, Siva had to prepare something. Selwa charged Siva on the cheek with a piece of cloth. And then she said that even though she was a guest, she was not going to walk in his old clothes and thought he would bring something better. She said they were going to buy new clothes right away. Sivu and Selkva came to the department store. The girl was surprised that people created such a beautiful building with their own hands without magic. All those times passed before the boy's eyes when he wanted to buy clothes for himself, but could not because of excess weight. He was always embarrassed and was waiting for the moment when he would lose weight, and Sivu thought that finally this moment, which he had been waiting for years, had arrived, so he had to pull away completely. He told Selkvi that the girl should choose whatever she wanted and just tell her when she wanted to buy it, and he would pay for everything. But since it was Sivu's first time buying clothes for himself, he was deeply impressed by the average prices. The consultant said that Siva's girlfriend was quite lucky, because few boys buy so much. The guy even thought that there was an extra zero on the price tag while Selkva was trying things on. The consultant said that it suits the girl very well, and Selkva herself liked the image. Sivu couldn't stop thinking about the amount it would cost, but praised the girl's appearance. The boy paid the bill and they headed for the exit, but Selwa didn't understand why he didn't take anything for himself. Selwa offered to go to one more store, but not for herself, but to choose something for Siva. The guy didn't know how to say that he didn't have that much money, while the girl called him closer. She asked to extend both hands to her. Then Selwa poured 10 gold coins into his palm. She wanted to make this act a friendly gesture, and even said that if it was not enough, she could give more. After that, they went further shopping for clothes. Selwa tried on different looks, which seemed very successful to Siva. The guy even said that Selwa was very beautiful. When the girl blushed after the compliment and asked if it was true, the guy jokingly replied that not at all. Selwa did not like such jokes and hit Siva with all her might. When they were already walking back, Sivu admitted that he was very surprised by how well the girl chooses images. She said it was all because of her friend Solmi, because Sol thinks that she is interested and continues to bring her all kinds of fashion magazines, but Selwa was very annoyed by this. But Sivu remarked that the girl was still reading it all. Then Selwa wanted to tell her true reason for coming to the human world. Suddenly, the boy was accidentally grabbed by the shoulder by a passerby. He apologized and he and the girl quickly left. Selwa said that people in general have degraded because she used to think that only Sivu was like that. She thought so because it was too easy to solve the problem even just now with this guy who pushed him. Sivu had to make that boy pay for this act, if only to maim him so that he was afraid to even look in that direction. But Siva wondered why he had to go to such great lengths for such a small thing. This was the problem of the human world, because when a monster behaves so pitifully, it is considered worthless. And if the monster is looked at like that, then it is no longer dangerous, because then you look like a big victim who can be beaten without consequences. Selwa thought that he must have bowed to Hai Tai, and even if he won, he still left too soon. And she knew this, because as soon as Sivu entered the house, she smelled a wet dog. She then asked if the one the boy had defeated was the youngest of the three. Sivu confirmed, and then asked if the girl knew him, to which she said that he was her friend's sister's brother, and that they had fought once. It was 20 years ago, the opponent was 100 years older than her, and the first to start a quarrel because of some imaginary competition. This surprised Siva, because he could imagine how strong that girl was. Selwa said she tore her to pieces, and threatened to never let her eyes see her again, because she never wanted to see her face. Since then, she has not seen her, and Solmi told that her brother was walking and threatening behind her back. The purpose of this story was that one must win confidently. When you're human, you can't quickly understand the thinking of monsters, so you have to use force with confidence, so violence is less. Sivu said that he would try to follow this principle in the future. Selwa said he should be ready to kill anyone he meets here. The girl was dragging her boyfriend because they were late somewhere. But suddenly she realized that he simply disappeared. She called him, thought he was joking, but really he was nowhere to be found. All 20 boys were very tasteless, so it was better to eat those who were close to them. The boy turned away from his mother and saw this creature near him. It scared him very much. Then the boy saw a terrible picture of this creature eating someone. The boy screamed and cried, but his mother only scolded him for his bad behavior. Someone came to talk to Madara. He said that the underworld was his, and the upper world was Madara's. But she only replied that he took this rule too seriously, and in general, they were relatives. So why should they be separated? But the underground monsters of these territories were already following them. Madara was pleased with this information because she already dreamed of surrendering, because the condition of the broker was not to fight with local monsters. But the exact words of the broker were not to cause problems. That is, anything was possible as long as they did not make a fuss. The monsters in this area were helpless because they couldn't even protect their own. That's why she took care of her brothers and sisters. Because if they took such a risk, then there was no need to worry about the victims. She asked Ray for help because 2 local monsters had come and had to be eaten. Sivu understood that the girl had not only come for clothes. According to Solmi, people disappeared in this department store most often. During the shopping, Selwa specially scattered the seeds, so they would not escape, because in crowded places it is better to watch and grab than to run. But instead they just sit here, so you have to make them understand one thing, that this city was their hunting ground and they are very wrong. One of the reasons for such a large number of people here was that there was an intersection of 3 subway lines. There was also a bus terminal here that connected Seoul with other regions. And because of these facts, there was such a crowd of people here that tens of thousands of them passed by in a day. So when someone disappeared, no one noticed it, because they don't even need to be prevented by cameras and witnesses. After all, when someone disappears in such a large crowd, the majority will simply decide that they found out or that the person simply went to another place. Considering the footprints, Selwa assumed that she was near 4 monsters. Sivu offered to tell the divine judge about everything, because there are many monsters and they do not know anything about them. Selwa said that if they did that, there would be no fight, and these monsters seemed to be provoking them. After all, the monsters knew that they were here, but they did not run away. And if someone else is taken into the team besides the 2 of them, then they will simply run away, because they definitely have an escape plan. But the Selwa of Siwu did not know how to pursue them without breaking the law, for it would be difficult to pursue without harming the people. And the monsters will use this as an advantage for themselves, so it is necessary to act carefully, and what to do in this situation, Selwa did not know yet. Sivu already had a plan. He said that the department store would close soon, and although some workers would remain, it didn't matter. Selwa admitted that waiting until closing was a very good idea. The monsters gathered on the roof of the department store. Madara was missing. She didn't want to get involved and left. Madara said that she would not give up comfort and rest to eat 2 creatures. Ray said 4 would be enough. Madara said the ones she saw this month were unreliable. Ray said that it was useless to stop him by force and she would not be able to stop them. But she was not going to disturb anyone. She just decided to announce that she would find a new place for hunting. She said goodbye to Ray and thanked him for all the skills. But that was the end of it. The other 2 monsters said that this ungrateful woman did not appreciate kindness and should have her head torn off. But for some reason, the brother had a soft spot for her. But nothing will change from the fact that she left because she was not particularly strong. The girl thought that the 3 of them should be enough, but it was strange that Madare refused. The girls asked the plan of action next when they killed the 2 newbies. Ray prepared a place for them to hide in the area. They will continue to hunt people and kill local monsters chasing them. They had an advantage, because if they were lost among people, they would not be able to use full force on them. But everything had its limits, and leaving them alive could be more dangerous than letting a few people die. That is why they had to have time to swallow as many people as possible before returning to the continent and reaching the Soul Realm. The girls seemed upset, but were reminded of the humiliation their family had suffered. That is why until they can return home. But when they do, no one will dare to underestimate them. And together they will be able to control the monsters of all the Central Plains. Or at all, they will become the next era and be the kings of monsters. Suddenly the whole building was engulfed by the power of monsters. Then an ominous voice was heard saying that it was getting late and it was time to go home immediately. People listened to this voice as if enchanted because it was one of the innate magics called the Violet Whisper. The voice, amplified by the power of the monster, had the ability to unobtrusively convince the surrounding creatures to obey him. And the greater the difference between the monster's strength, the stronger the effect. Applying this ability from a distance without direct contact was quite difficult, and only an unspeakably strong monster could cover the entire department store. Ray hesitated, because he had just felt Selwa on the floor below, and she appeared here in a second. Selwa, on the other hand, could smell their stench even inside the department store, so she envied people's blunted sense of smell. Byron was already angry and wanted to fight, but her brother stopped her, because he saw that it was just a provocation. Ray sent the younger sister down to look for the second enemy. He decided to deal with Selwa together with Byron, while the other one was weak in his opinion, and Weiran could take revenge on him herself. The girl was delighted at the prospect of eating him whole herself. But Selwa said that his decision was bad, and if he had just told his sister to run, he would have saved at least 1 life. Byron said that in this situation it is better to worry more about her life than her younger sister. Ray could see that Selwa was definitely strong, and no matter what he told himself, she would have won easily a month ago. However, They had eaten about 1,000 people in the last month, so they were sure that they would manage. Selwa saw that they did not fully understand their position and launched an attack. Sivu saw an old woman who was clearly not feeling well and decided to help. He said an alarm had been sounded due to a gas leak, and since the main entrance was still open, you could go out. But the grandmother was looking for her grandson, a little taller than her, and asked if the boy had ever seen him. As soon as Sivu said that he had seen it, the grandson suddenly appeared, who had already found her himself. Selwa whispered to everyone the same. But if a person had a certain level of resistance to magic, it didn't work immediately, so not everyone left the room yet. She asked Siva to walk a little more and look for people who could stay. Suddenly someone spoke to Siva. The girl said that she immediately sensed him in her aura. She offered to pretend and not fight. Sivu didn't understand at first, but then she explained that she had to swallow him. But Wei Ran thought that the boy was not nutritious enough for her, and she generally liked people like him. Unlike the elders, she was not going to become the king of the monsters, and after 6 months the world was to become theirs. Then she would not starve at all. The girl offered to make friends because she really liked Siva. He asked if she had come from below. She told how she ate an old woman with her grandson on the way. When Sivu heard this, he instantly turned wild and launched an attack. He fought with Wei Ran with all his strength and fury that the girl did not even have time to fight back. After all, Sivu thought that he already understood everything. But he was wrong, because the truth was that monsters devour people. The last 3 days were a real darkness, because the boy personally understood what monsters are and how dangerous they are. And at that moment, he fully understood what a disaster they bring to ordinary people. Wei Ran said that it was too rude and could only be explained with words. But the girl was pleasantly surprised, because she thought that he was very weak, and considering that punch, Sivu must have been very tasty. They started a duel, attacked both. The battle was fierce. Instead of fooling himself into thinking that he liked this, Sivu decided to just think that he wanted to eat. Wei Ran said that the boy made her a laughing stock. But here Siva's club came into play. The girl said that it was very cool, and she had never seen this kind of unique magic. He began to attack with a club. The fight was gaining momentum. Suddenly the girl made a block for a club. Sivu did not understand what kind of power it was, because the girl recovered almost instantly. Wei Ran attacked while Sivu tried to hold the defense. The boy also kept up and immediately attacked in response if possible. The fight was fierce, because the two opponents were worthy. Wei Ran said that if the boy knew what she really looked like, he would have run away without even starting a fight. Her original form of arms and legs was what they had now turned into. But the boy noticed that the problem was not in the form. Wei Ran knew they smelled like a decomposing corpse. Their species was called the Yakuija, and they needed to eat human flesh for life energy. All their monsters have always survived this way, but due to a new law, the species was on the verge of extinction. Some of them tried to return to the human world, but were killed. One of these were her parents. She did not particularly remember her parents, but she felt sorry for her brother and sister because they were all alone in the shadow of the human world. They couldn't even support human skin, so they lived in the sewers, but now they're out. At first, they didn't even know how terrible they looked, but now Wei Ran is back to being cute and pretty. They ate people tens of thousands of years before, and now, after 666 years, they will continue to do it again. She was not going to give up her life because of some strange law, because she had already lost so much in her life. She said she finally met a monster she likes, so she didn't want those battles. Sivu explained that he is not a monster and hopes that this law will always work. Therefore, he advised the girl not to be delusional, but to attack. She understood Siva's intentions and launched an attack. He noted that Wei Ran had become even faster and stronger, so there were few chances. And although Sivu had abilities, this particular time, the enemy was still too strong for him. The difference in the strength of their species was very noticeable in battle. Suddenly, the girl broke through the wall and said that she was still not used to her new powers. Wei Ran had already mastered it and was confident that she could handle Siva. The main difference between them was that the girl had eaten her fill of human flesh, and this gave the monster an extraordinary amount of strength. Wei Ran did not even expect that she had become so strong in this month. She suggested that the boy again use the magic that seemed to her to be the strongest. She believed that this was the best chance of defeating her. The boy, on the other hand, was unsure about it. The girl attacked again, because she understood that that magic would not help him much. So all that was left was to eat Siva. She wanted to at least know his name at the end. It seemed that this was already the end, and now Wei Ran would eat him. But suddenly Siva was used by the goblin serum. It knocked the girl off balance, and in the end he won. A few hours ago, Selwa and Sivu were sitting in a taxi under a department store and talking. He talked about the battle with the black turtle, said that the battle was not particularly effective. Selwa said his approach was flawed from the start, so that's what happened. His blood was thicker than water, and his strength and skill in controlling it was exceptional. He pretended to be indifferent, but in a fight, he was undisputed, so he was the best of the best. Even if you look at monsters 300 or 500 years old, few could match him. Sivu noted that the girl was 500 years old, and therefore it should also apply to her. Selwa looked at him with such a look that the boy immediately began to apologize. The girl said that she would definitely win because she was stronger despite her age. The boy said that in the battle he used the tools of Sol Mi and the goblin serum. The taxi driver was shocked by the conversations of today's youth. Sivu continued to tell how he did not see any fear or anything like that in the enemy. Then the girl asked if he was moving. After all, the enemy had to either stand still or Siva played on surprise. Selwa believed the reason Sivu hadn't harmed him was something other than just their level difference. Because it doesn't matter how strong magic is, it doesn't make everyone equally invulnerable. Here, during the duel, Selkva said that she assumed such a result. She noted that both opponents were unusually strong, and she even worried that they would not die. Selwa said that she was even a little disappointed because she expected to be forced to get at least 4 tails. Instead, she got only 3, and even 2 could have been enough. She wondered how many such low-level monsters there were on the Korean peninsula, and who had brought them to hide for a while. But the opponent was not going to let her know that so easily. Of course, Selwa didn't know how they managed it, but they still lived here secretly. Breaking the law and pretending everything was fine was just ridiculous. Therefore, if they wanted to save their worthless lives, they should cooperate with the girl. But the monster did not agree to this, so it started a new attack. Selwa thought he could be considered strong even by key standards. As he charged, Selwa began to summon a supreme demon. It was an overwhelming emperor of the foot that provided the opportunity to crush opponents. And now the opponent was already lying down, and the girl said that his strength was primitive and crude. Even if he was 10 times stronger, then everything would have ended the same. After all, power did not lie in strength itself, but in the ability to dispose of it. The bird told Selva that she looked beautiful. Selwa was surprised because until that moment, she had not noticed Sol Mi, who began to say that the girl's reaction was very boring, and that Sivu was not like that at all, to which her friend began to make excuses. Selwa suddenly noticed that something was wrong and asked if Sol was not well. Sol began to cry, and said that she had not slept since last night, and was running around the kingdom of monsters and people. She suddenly began to beg Selkva for rescue. After all, it fell on her shoulders to gather information, convey messages, rake up the consequences, entertain the guests, and these were far from all matters. She asked for help to charm several people, Selwa agreed. Sol wanted to say something else, but a strong tremor was felt from below. She wondered what was going on below and if there were monsters there, and Seulwa said that it must have been Choi Siwoo. The boy must have been fighting, which made Sol very angry. After all, the girl asked not to bring Siva here because these monsters are dangerous and can be stronger, but Selwa simply replied that if he is unlucky, he will die. Selwa couldn't pick on him just because it's dangerous, because his skills won't improve on their own in 6 months. Sivu was a goblin, and his very essence wants to fight without stopping, even though he wants to become a demon king. And if he will not fight in all the battles for them, then it turns out that his way is simply blocked. Selwa tried to explain to Sol that there was nothing to worry about. You don't have to be afraid, you just have to wait because blood is thicker than water in the end. Meanwhile, Siwu continued his fight with Wei Ran. Both opponents were worthy. The attacks hit clearly more than 10 times. The girl was surprised by this. Wei Ran was shocked that the boy was still standing, but he fought using goblin serum, which few monsters possessed. But if it was a normal force-based technique, it wouldn't be called a magical ability. This was not the case. So they were known not just as monsters who fought well, but as those who could not be defeated. The guy realized that he was getting carried away and said that it was time to end this fight. He reasoned that if it was not possible to neutralize the blow, then there had to be a movement that would allow it to be softened, and he decided to give back what he had received before. Thus, Siwu struck back, repeating it exactly like Wei Run. He minimized damage by redirecting the enemy's power. This was a basic principle in many combat techniques. Sivu decided not only to reduce the damage, but to release it at the point of contact with the body to neutralize the impact. He increased the power of the goblin serum and went beyond its previous limits. Now Sivu has shown his true power. The guy beat so that the building shook and collapsed. When he finished the reception, he saw a large hole in the ground, left as a result of the attack. Then Wei Ran asked before she dies from her injuries to finish her off so that she remains as beautiful as possible. But Sivu was not going to kill her because the girl had to show a lot. The girl said that she probably wanted too much, but she wished Sivu would keep her alive for another reason. Suddenly, someone attacked Siva, but he could not even understand what happened because no one was there. Sol told Selwa that there were several monsters from the mainland among those who crossed the border, and the kingdom knew about it, so they sent help. Selwa wanted to get to know them because they had a level. Sol said that out of pride, they sent a monster with a particularly high reputation as assistants, so it was difficult to deal with him because he was very rude. Selwa wondered if it was some elder who had been asleep for the past 1,000 years, but it was not, for it was a direct descendant of a great bloodline. It was she who suddenly appeared and attacked Siva. It was Sun Wukong's great and wise granddaughter. Sivu thought that when the attack was not directed at him, then it was not the enemy. The guy introduced himself as a hunter of foreign monsters on the orders of a divine judge. He was told that as long as he doesn't cause problems, it doesn't matter who he is. She said that behind Siva is a sinner who deserves to die. The boy noticed the woman's accent. The woman said that one day she would forgive it, but it wouldn't happen again. There wouldn't be another chance. She told him to back off if he didn't want to die with that bastard. The woman blew on the hair that flew towards Wei Ran. After that, a powerful explosion was heard in the place where the hair fell. Sivu did not retreat and survived, which surprised the woman. He doubted that he would be able to block the blow twice, but the woman was already ready for battle. Her monster art was the sharp rush of a cruel god. Suddenly, a huge fist appeared, which attacked the woman and protected Siva. It was Selkva who came because she felt something was wrong, and here it turned out to be some kind of circus. Selwa asked why the woman came from China and pretended to be busy with something useful. Instead of catching those whom she was ordered to, for some reason she fights with a trifle. Selwa wanted an explanation if the woman did not want to die. She asked if Sivu was okay and he was not badly hurt. Selwa then asked why there was such a commotion. She was curious about the real reason for this woman's arrival. She asked if they were trying to capture them or something. The woman said that she did not want to go to the Korean peninsula, but everything turned out to be even worse than she thought. In her opinion, no one really understood the problem, and she did not understand how it is possible to work with people like them. Selwa said that a similar woman would be fine if everything in the area was done with her sleeves down and she didn't have to hold back. Just name the place. They already wanted to attack each other with their magical powers. Suddenly Solmi appeared, screaming for them to stop immediately. She already explained that this is a guest, and if a conflict arises, it should be resolved, and not fight with everyone at once. Saul considered her incapable of taking responsibility in the event of problems. She then turned to Xiao Huai, whom she blamed for her behavior because she had been sent to help. Whatever happened to them with Siva, but the woman was the first to use magic. A fight between monsters alone without a magistrate was a violation of the rules, because this law was absolute. It was issued by the king of monsters. As a representative who carries the word and will of the magistrate, Sol could not turn a blind eye to such a thing, and Xiao Huai should back down. Otherwise, the girl will go to court and have her charged. Selwa said that even if a woman is a girl on the run, not everyone can be on the run to the magistrate. She was a candidate who wants to eat the heavens, and all the others would not last a day. After all, among those to whom she had to convey the words of the magistrate, there were terrible creatures, and there were a lot of them. For this work, one must have strength of will and spirit because one must not be afraid of them and stand proudly. Xiao Huai understood and admitted that she had lost a bit of self-control, and proving something to them was a Sisyphean labor and did not make any sense. She came here to order the sinners and didn't want to associate with them and use their methods, and since this is their land, she just decided to ask not to be disturbed. This was especially true of Selkva, who was outraged by this. Sol said that one way or another, but the destruction went according to plan, and Sivu did a good job, because a lot of people disappeared here, and thanks to him, it will be peaceful here from tomorrow. Sivu suggested places like this to close it off from humans, but Sivu wasn't the only one hunting that night. Such as Goyu entered the realm of humans and each has its own mission. Sol hoped that they would be able to catch most of the strangers today. Selwa was surprised that someone besides them was from the monster realm, and Sol said that humans also do this. In the north, for example, human shamans carry out cleansing. Somewhere there was Sivu's friend Yushin, who was doing the same thing. Ji Suen was an assistant, and asked why Yushin did everything by himself, since he could have taken 10 more assistants with him. But he said that there is a lack of people anyway and he can manage on his own. The girl said that this was another teamwork training, and this was the role and duty of a shaman. Yushin explained that the old man put him in a position he didn't want, and he could give up and become a shaman if she didn't lead him. But a shaman who does not want to lead and does not want to do anything himself is a worthless shaman. Ji wondered what class the monster behind Yushin was from. It was key class. He was not a leader, average in his group, lived in the mountains, and loved the flesh of women. The leader was the size of a Namsan tower, and when there is a whole group of them, it is impossible to win alone. But Yushin was able, that is why he was appointed a shaman. Yushin asked what the future plans were. It was necessary to report the situation to the police commissioner. They were waiting for the boy, but he would like to sleep first and leave tomorrow. But it was necessary to leave immediately, because today Seoul was turned upside down and people were panicking. They can decide that this is a terrorist attack and it would be good if people believed in it. Yushin understood and agreed to leave, even though it was already late. Suddenly Ji said that he should be at the airport at 7 in the morning, which infuriated Yushin. The Onmoiji family asked to send 2 people and the elder agreed. But Yushin did not understand why it had to be him, and everything was so that the levels coincided, because the children of the head came from here, and they were his heirs. It was even easier to breathe at the airport. It was their first trip to the sea, and they hoped that Korea would be a fun place. Yushin tried to understand the Korean translator because he couldn't just say anything. He did not understand at all how their father approved this business trip at all, because shamans and omeji never worked together. Ji mentioned that there was a similar case during the Japanese colonial period. Then 2 omeji arrived through the port of Busan and cooperated with Korean shamans. They were able to capture the supernatural creature that had caused the ruckus, but there were problems in the process. The atmosphere was hostile, especially between one couple who almost killed each other, and the losses incurred by both sides were greater than the benefits during the exorcism. But this was predicted, because the methods of work and views on both sides are very different. Therefore, it was necessary to behave carefully because certain disagreements could arise in the work. But the boy intended to just run away if he didn't like something. They noticed their colleagues because they had their photos and recognized them. Ji and Yushin did not immediately like them, even by their appearance. The guy came up to say hello and bowed, which surprised Yushin. His name was Kira Yoshihiro. He was 16 and very friendly. Ji was surprised because he spoke Korean very well. But his sister spoke the language even better, and the boy asked her to say hello, but the girl seemed hostile. First she said something in her own language, and then she greeted normally. He apologized for his sister, said that she had problems with social interaction, and her name was Kira Yuzuru. Yushin thought that it really shouldn't be judged at first glance, because they also had a hard time. They booked a hotel in the center of Seoul, but if they don't like something, they can change it. But Yoshihiro said that everything was fine because they asked for a hotel at the last moment, so they were grateful anyway. Yushin wanted to know the purpose of their visit in more detail because he only knew in general terms. He wondered if they would be helping to exorcise monsters or just seeing the sights. After all, they had to know exactly so that there would be no misunderstandings in the future. Yoshihiro said that they came to investigate because maybe one monster escaped to Korea and they had to find him. Yuzuru felt that she shouldn't have told them all the information, but the brother said that they have every right to know, because this is their land. Yushin was interested in which monster it was about, because it could be a dangerous one from the spirit class. The boy objected, then began to tell that in Japan, monsters are divided into 4 classes, namely demonic beasts, vengeful spirits, tsukumogami spirits of old objects, and energy monster spirits. But there was one exception among them, whom they called tatarigami. This is a dark god. It's a monster that doesn't fit into any of the categories. It's created from the void. It was still unclear how they appeared. But when one died, another appeared soon after many years. Such monsters are extremely intelligent, constantly seeking to devour and grow. In the past, when he appeared, great chaos began and monsters and shamans united to eliminate him. Yoshihiro did not know his form, only that he had already been born and was heading west across the sea. They left the guests at the hotel to rest, and in the evening they were supposed to contact them. Yushin said that the information should be conveyed to his father and was very upset by such news. He meant that last night he kept wondering who was behind all these monsters. After all, if they do not know how to control forces, then it was easy to destroy them. But now Yushin thought that they might have a completely different purpose. Maybe they wanted to fill the streets with low-level monsters to minimize the danger. Ji agreed with these thoughts and understood that this great purge would not end everything if there was a dark god walking around somewhere. The dark gods may be involved, because there were not only their monsters here, and if he came from Japan, then there is a high probability that they will come from other places as well. But they decided to calm down because the dark gods did not meet so often. But it was impossible to relax because the dark gods, who have become stronger, will not be at all like those monsters that happened last night. And surely someone like the masters of Yin and Yang had arrived to capture these gods. The Selwas from Siwoo came to Mount Moya in Seoul because it was quite a deserted place. And even if a few people saw them, it wouldn't be scary because it wasn't a department store. Selwa asked if Sivu was able to sleep after those two people were destroyed in the shop. And she said that it was not Siva's fault, but even hers, because it was the first time she used the spell on such a large area. Sivu still believed that he could have done something. That is why the girl called him here, because such situations will repeat themselves. From this, when there is an opportunity, the girl will teach Siva because this is her task. The boy was ready to study, but that was not all. The girl picked him up and said that the pose was wonderful. Selwa said to relax and let her power go. She came close and promised that it would all be over soon. The aroma of an unknown flower and the delicate smell of a peach crept in from nowhere. Sivu had never felt anything like this before. His heart was beating wildly. The boy closed his eyes for a moment and opened them to see a completely different landscape. He recognized the place and wondered why he was here. But Selwa said that this is not real and there is no need to worry. These were the depths of his mind, the most inaccessible place of consciousness. Everything here was based on his memories. He was glad that it was all just a fantasy and asked if Selwa was real. The girl said that she was not a figment of his mind, but real. She wanted to show Siva one trick. One of the spells they used here was the Violet Whisper, which fed false stimuli into the brain through the senses. It created visual or auditory hallucinations. It could make you forget what you had already seen or make you do something. Now they temporarily connected their minds with Sivu. That is, in other words, Selwa entered the thoughts of the visiting boy. The girl wanted to know the results of their next competitions. A monster appeared behind her. She wanted to see how Sivu would handle it. The boy was happy at first, because the monster looked familiar to him. But Selwa immediately said that a familiar sight does not mean anything yet. This will be the first time he will face him. It could not be said that he was the same as before, because it was a copy created from the information of his memory. There were mixed memories of the guy Selkva fought with, and those he experienced personally. Since the information is connected, the copy should be of high quality. The girl tried to interest Siva so that he would find out which of them was stronger and by how much, but the boy was not so interested. She said that the opponent's monster power amount is the same as it was then. The body was already on the verge of destruction due to the exhaustion of the monster's strength, because Sivu well remembered this humiliatingly small amount of it. Sivu attacked first, and the battle began. Selwa watched. She noticed that even without the power of a monster, that boy was very strong. He did not understand what kind of power the enemy had. Sivu was surprised at how strong he was back then, because he didn't remember that. The strength and speed exceeded that of the monster he fought in the store. Selwa said that they had talent, because if she was a monster that used her body directly, it would probably be even more difficult. The boy had an unfathomable level of fighting instincts. He even thought that he must have won only thanks to these instincts. But it only worked when the enemy level was lower. Sivu didn't know how to fight someone who was superior to him in every aspect. He put all his strength and not a single scratch on his opponent. No matter how much the boy thought about it, it was very strange, because he did not have the power of a monster that he had then. All the techniques he used before were formed under the influence of this guy. He realized that he could even change the shape of the club with the help of his memory. That is, what he could do, Siva can do. Land control was the current technology. Its purpose is to reduce damage by transferring it into the ground. Sivu understood that the opponent was much better than him. But the boy, although he did not have such strength, still knew a lot. He tossed the opponent up to see if he could use ground control without touching it. And here is the same final blow, and Sivu is already calling Selkva. He began to brag that he managed, because even though the opponent was strong, but it was him, so it was quite easy to find a weakness. Selwa said he did well, and they both have to admit it, and pointed behind Siva. There was an opponent with a club straight at the boy. The girl said that at least Sivu had recognized him as an enemy worthy of drawing his club. but Sivu shouted that it was not fair when his opponent attacked him. Then suddenly everything ended and the monster disappeared. Selwa praised Siva because she thought he would show himself much worse. There wasn't even an option to win. The duel was planned to be unfair. This creature would have had 5 tails from the very beginning. Sivu knew that the more tails a girl used, the stronger the opponent. So he wondered how many tails would go against him. She hesitated at first, then said that 3 would be enough. But if she needed to finish quickly, she would use 4. Each tail increased her strength by a factor of 1.5. With most monsters, 1 tail was enough for her. Selkva suddenly saw that someone was eavesdropping on them and became angry. It was Hongryun. She apologized and explained that she was afraid she would be a nuisance, so she just watched. Sivu told who she was and how he knew her. Last time, Hongryun made a deal with their leader and had to give them some things prepared by the leader as an advance. She brought the best monster treasures and clothes for Mr. Siva. A day ago, Sivu had a conversation with the leader, who said he wanted to help the guest become a winner in the arena as quickly as possible. He was offered special things that other guests didn't even know about. Various conveniences will also be offered, such as help with any information they receive. It sounded great, but the investment should be when there is a calculation that will get more than invested. And the boy understood that if he became the king of monsters, then the leader would demand something from him. The leader bluntly said that for now they want absolutely nothing in return. The man said that Sivu was not the only candidate they invested in. Their goal was simply to have a good relationship with the king of monsters because he would rule for 666 years. Those who were not strong enough to even dream of becoming a king want to at least be his loyal followers. For this, they chose the most promising candidates to ensure a good future for themselves. Now everything was clear to the boy, but he wondered if there were any monsters who would not be happy with such an approach. The leader said that, of course, there are those who wonder why they are not helped, but instead help someone else. There were no problems with such. For example, the junior from Hai Tai also had to get their sponsorship. They considered his potential enough to invest in him. And one of the guests contacted them directly and said that he was not worthy of their resources and asked them to give them to Siva. That is, in order for them to invest in you, you had to show that you deserve it. As the competition progresses, those without support will be eliminated, and only those with the best chance of becoming king will remain. Then, when that moment comes, the investment terms will be discussed, and now it's Siva's choice whether to accept the offer. Sivu tried on the new outfit. It fit just perfectly and was very comfortable. Selwa snorted that it was ordinary elven silk, and that you don't have to get every item. Just summon a certain one when you need it. Hongryun talked about a set of commands to use the vault like this. He started trying to say the words put on and take off to understand how it worked. Hongryun reasoned that Selwa was a 9-tailed fox who refused to invest so as not to be guilty of any trifle. Selwa started aggressively asking Siva to stop acting like a child and stop playing with teams. She glared at Hongryun and told the girl to go if she brought everything and not stay here. Sivu was friendly as always and asked if the owner had passed on anything else. She reported that last night there were survivors of the hunt and they had their location, and the owner wanted to offer Siva help in cleaning them. Selwa asked where they got the information about their whereabouts. Hongryun asked if Mr. Siwu remembered Mr. Yushin from yesterday. Sivu clarified if she was talking about Hai Tai. Yushin had been hunting last night, and they learned that Yushin's partners had been killed by those they were hunting. And Mr. Yushin managed to escape alone. But Selwa was sure that they had destroyed everyone. But it became known only in the morning. Mr. Yushin came late at night. Despite his wounds, he panicked, so they let him in and helped him. But he never coped with the trauma and repeats fragments of events and blames himself. Selwa said that he would have a bleak future because he had humiliated the entire clan by simply running away on his own. Sivu said that the judge should probably be told about it too, but he either already knew or will soon find out, and still no one does anything. Sol Mi flew in again and said that last night was much busier than they had expected, and the hunt was not complete in one area, so it may be necessary to combine with other regions. Sol Mi was obviously suffering from the consequences because she was a little inexperienced in using the skills she had learned. Selwa said Sivu can check it if he is so worried. Sivu pondered whether to agree to go hunting. Selwa said that she would leave if she were him, so she will not stop him. Before leaving, Selwa advised that the boy should first determine the type of enemy, because if the chip is in physical strength, then everything is fine, but if in magic, then you must be prepared that he will run away from the fight. The girl left, and Siva asked Hongryun to tell him everything Yushin had said. Yoshihiro asked where Yuzuru was going to go. She wanted to see some sights, because it was boring to stay in the hotel. But he wanted to know if it was really a simple interest in the sights, or if there was some other purpose. After all, they have already discussed it. They are just guests here, and as you can see, they do not want to help them, even when the brother and sister cooperate with them. But Yuzuru said that she is not going to go hunt monsters in a strange city where she does not even know the streets. She yelled at Yoshihiro to stop being silly and concentrate on doing his main job properly. She said that they have problems with Sumid's family because of him. Yuzuru said that she would be back in the evening, and in case you could call her. Yoshihiro sighed because he knew his sister wouldn't answer his call. The girl in the elevator called her assistant to ask him for great luck, because she had the ability to control various spiritual creatures. He said it was possible given how much she had collected so far. There were 7 types of luck, and the shaman could choose which one would smile at him this time. But the 7 children of fortune automatically gave the fortune that they thought best suited the shaman at the moment. It was a pity to use such a lucky draw, but this way she could catch the monster without problems and deal with it. Unfortunately, she was lucky to have love. The lucky color is black. She was upset because she didn't need that today. Here, Yuzuru saw a guy who got out of the taxi earlier because he gave the wrong address. He was walking down the street and thought it would be better to take the bus. Bi-hyun was sitting on a bench in a park in Seoul. Behind her, a female voice said that he thought she hated people. It was Chen. The girl asked if she had been watching her for a long time. Chen had been here for a few minutes and noticed that Bi-hyun's appearance was quite unexpected. The guy said that observing something does not necessarily mean loving it. Most people don't like insects, but they watch them. And that was the case with Bi-hyun, who just sometimes wanted to watch people crawl around. Bi-hyun said that Chen is still young and doesn't understand many things because she hasn't even celebrated her 2nd birthday yet. She asked if the 3 died in battle. Bi-hyun said that Bai and Wei-ran died, and the younger Wei-ran may still be alive, but she can be considered dead. After all, they will do everything to extract information about them, and she will not be able to say anything. Last night, Chen regretted her decision to leave, because the more time passed since she had rejected Ray, the more it dawned on her what she had done. The girl said that it was unreasonable because they spent a year together and she left them. Chen understood that she should have eaten these 3, because she ate whatever she wanted all night and was never full. She did not know the exact number of people eaten, but the structure in which they hunted became completely empty. Bi-hyun said that there was no point in hiding anymore because after last night the bands were gone, and now there would be consequences for every action. He had no right to stop Chen, so he told her to just go and have fun. Chen asked if the boy was there, what he knew about these 2 dead people. He was indeed there, but it was not curiosity about the trio, but rather a coincidence. He watched what was happening because he was still nearby, but Bi-hyun has not noticed anything important yet. Yuzuru watched the boy get out of the taxi. The girl remarked that his aura was like he wasn't hiding at all, and that was stupid, even if he wasn't a law-breaking monster. There were 2 options here. Either he was being controlled by magic or a supernatural entity, or he couldn't control his aura. The monster could specifically pretend to be incompetent in order to trick someone. The boy pulled out an engraved sword. It was Mr. Yusum's blade. You could infuse it with aura and throw it at a target, then the blade separated in a special way. This could allow the wielder to track whoever they hit from a distance. Sivu assumed that part of the blade was inside the monster Yusum was chasing, but he further clarified if there was a time limit on how many blades could remain inside. The blade worked effectively at a distance of about 1,000 kilometers or until it reaches the target. It could only be retrieved by a monster with a stronger aura than the one who drilled it into you. That's the only way to retrieve the shards of the blade. That is, when you choose it, the missing part grows from the handle, and the enemy was able to defeat Yusum and 2 other monsters. So despite the fact that he had the strength to win, he never got the blade, as the sword is still broken. Therefore, the only explanation was that the enemy does not take out the blade on purpose. Tao was not going to pull out the blade. He considered the wound to be small, so it would be better if new ones did not come. He would be patient. Tao was asked if he wanted to attract those who were hunting them, because if the pursuit continued, then they would be able to feed on people as before. Tao made an unexpected announcement, saying that he would no longer eat people. This greatly infuriated the interlocutor, but Tao said that of course the more people eat, the tastier they are. But the nuance was that no matter how much he ate, the hunger did not go away. He thought about the reason, but last night everything became clear. The trinity they were fighting was strong. If they had faced him before, he wouldn't have been able to last. And the latter generally competed well towards the end. Then he felt for the first time after the victory equal sign that he had finally had enough. So now he wanted to hunt those who were worth it, not just for the taste, and people could not give him a sense of satiety. But the friend did not find it convincing, and he did not want to lose the chance to taste people. Now that it appeared that their views did not coincide, Tao thought it best to end the cooperation. He wished the interlocutor luck and said goodbye. He thanked these two for all the knowledge, but it was better for each to go his own way. Hufen was not happy about this and yelled at Zen to move because they had to go to the sunset. But Zen said he wanted to stay with Tao. He decided that he also wanted to become that strong, so he would not fight with humans. But Hufen reminded who they were in the beginning, that the transformation of their bodies was completely different, and he was a dirty copy. Tao told Zen that it was really dangerous to stay with him and he could die near him, but he promised that as long as Zen was with Tao, he would not die before him. Hufen couldn't stand it and told the two of them to do something stupid and left. He said if they both don't eat people, then he will eat everyone below. Tao thought it was the right thing to eat before sunset. This monster existed for many years, and its ominous name depended on the era and region, but its thirst for conflict always remained unchanged. He knew that Sivu would come, but thought that after sunset. He told Zen to get ready to meet the guests. Siva was afraid to enter this room, because two different sensations were coming from both sides. An aura was clearly felt from above, and a bloody stench from below. Yuzuru saw a strange room that was crushed inside and overgrown with branches. The girl decided that if this was not some kind of historical building, then it must be something like a monster dining room. Sivu could not help but feel this, but confidently went inside. It was almost certainly a trap. The girl reflected that it was delusional, but the prediction of the 7 lucky children never lied. Even if it was a prediction about love, it was supposed to be a guarantee that the day would be happy, and she would meet her soulmate safe and sound. Then the girl thought about what this guy is. Yuzuru didn't notice any special features. He wasn't a freak, but he wasn't handsome either. In any case, she felt the energy from above. The girl gave a command to the beast that appeared behind, and they moved into the room. The one who met her inside didn't look like a dangerous monster at all. The girl decided that she would simply catch everyone who happened to be on the way. Sivu saw a creature eating someone. He wanted to ask how many they had already eaten, but it was a stupid question. So he just asked how many there were, because he couldn't be the only one. Then the monster said that there was no point in asking such a question, and thought that he could quickly eat him and run away. He said that because of Siva, he cannot eat his stash in peace, so the boy has to answer for it. The boy said that the monster would hardly be able to force him and went on the attack. The opponent was impressed by the speed and abilities of Siva. When the enemy was already wounded, the boy re-asked the earlier question. He was also interested in what each person's strength and capabilities are. Hufen called him a ridiculous little scumbag. Then he attacked Siva again and cut off a part of his body. He said that finishing was necessary when he was close, and Sivu was just trying to look cool, but he was only making himself worse. Sivu, meanwhile, thought that everything had gone even better than he expected, and if he was hit from a distance, the attack would not fail. The battle began again. Both opponents attacked. After a series of punches, Hufen was sure that Sivu would fall, but he stayed on his feet, which angered the monster quite a bit. Then Sivu said that this monster is a weakling, and eats people only to become at least a little bit stronger. But for such an insignificant growth, he had eaten too many people and was still not full, so the boy could not understand so many murders for such a small thing. They attacked each other again with new forces. Hufen said that Sivu are funny and they eat people just because they can. He saw nothing wrong with the strong devouring the weak and saw Siva as exactly that. Sivu couldn't stand it and attacked Hufen to get the magic orb. Then he ate her, which meant he ate the monster. Yuzuru saw Zen first and thought it was strange because he was alone. Then she asked if he had a boss or other allies. Zen was frightened, said that he did not know anything and asked not to threaten him again. The girl attacked him, but he could not fight back. She understood that he did not know how to fight. The girl began to wonder if he had separated or if he had been expelled from the group. Yuzuru thought that killing such a person would be a hassle and that it might be better to just capture him. Here, Tao shouted to Zaina that he had a completely wrong attitude, and if he continued in the same spirit, then no one would be a worthy enemy of him. Due to the unique nature of the Japanese archipelago, psychic abilities were used much more frequently in this region than in others. Kira Yuzuru was an exorcist who had banished about 100 spirits over the past 5 years. But such an experience caught the girl by surprise, because she did not catch the right moment. None of the spirits she had caught before could compare to the creature standing before her. Yuzuru couldn't understand how he had been hiding all this time. It was definitely not the spirit they were looking for, but the dark energy was very strong. He apologized, said that he did not want to deceive, but just wanted to give his colleague a chance. The girl understood that whether she ran or went to fight, the chances were the same. The baton wrapped around Tao's hand. He did not expect it at all. Here Sivu fell upon him and began his attack. Sivu was in the lead in this fight. He attacked very well. Zen realized that Tao was going to lose and became very worried about him. Sivu turned to Yuzuru, asked her to come back because there was nothing more for her to do here. But they could unite because they both wanted to get rid of these monsters. Tao asked if he was trying to tell Siva that the girl was just standing in his way and preventing him from moving freely. To Tao, Siwu looked like a friend he would like to compete with. The girl was angry at Tao's words and wanted to get even with him. She told Siv to back off because she wasn't going to go out of her way not to touch him. Yuzuru unleashed a roaring thunder. A terrible rumble of thunder echoed everywhere. Since this was also her enemy, she was not going to fight with half her strength. Yuzuru was going to go all out and release all the power she was capable of. Again, there was a furious roar of thunder that spread even beyond the building. But something was wrong, because in just 2 blows, the girl completely lost her strength. It was not even half of what she was usually capable of. She understood that the energy of this country does not match hers. Sivu wanted to stop her because she aimed her weapon directly at him. Suddenly, a whirlwind of flashes and a roar swept through. The monster was gone. Yuzuru couldn't understand how he was able to escape, but Sivu said he could have freed himself a long time ago if he wanted to. He said that the second one was probably not used to fighting, and that's why he completely forgot about him. And the other one should be back soon. He wants Sivu to follow him. So it's time to go, and the boy will need Yuzuru's help. That girl shouted that Siva was talking some nonsense. Then he said he could show how things really work. He has never killed people, but after one move, he realizes that he should put a little more effort and her neck will break. He asked if the girl would just stand there because if she didn't do anything, she would die right now. Then from behind he saw her beast, which was already dying. Sivu let her go, apologized, but still didn't think he had crossed the line. He said that the attack was actually meant for him, not her. What he meant was that he knew Yuzuru wouldn't be able to dodge, so he staged this attack to buy some time. And now the girl had to understand that at the moment her strength was not enough to defeat that monster. So today it will be better if Yuzuru just leaves. Sivu doesn't want to see any more lives lost. And finally, he asked the girl to properly bury the remains of people who were in the basement. Sivu still came to Tao, which made him happy. Tao said that they could still fight there, but he was able to keep the promise he made to his comrades. Also, Siv didn't have to worry about random people joining in here. This area was to be demolished, so few people lived here, but because of rumors, even those who remained left. Siva was fed up with these conversations and wanted to fight. They began a duel, Sivu attacking with his club, Tao with his strength. Although at first glance the competition seemed quite intense, but in reality both of them were at about the same level. But as they fought, the difference in technique became obvious. A monster that perfectly recognized its nature. Its power was unmatched. Selwa sat and told Siva about the gem of preservation and said that it was not worth eating it a second time. The fact that he won after eating those stones was just luck, because too much energy is just as dangerous as too much energy consumption. That's exactly what happened to the shrew. Because of a surge of energy, he lost his mind and could not cope and keep himself in his hands. Selwa could not even predict what would happen after another dose. Maybe nothing will happen, or he will turn into a monster. Tao said that even the 3 he fought last night couldn't exchange blows like that. It was the first time in his life that he had used so much force. He wondered what such an elegant thing was on Siva. It was a goblin cap. The boy couldn't tell him about it. It was the 3rd ability of the goblin race. Colleagues sat at work and talked. One of them tried to prove that he had seen the goblin with his own eyes, but no one believed him. As he was crossing a mountain range, a snake-like creature appeared, claiming to be something supernatural, and then a goblin appeared and saved him. But the colleague had no idea how he understood it, because the goblin himself did not say who he was. But the man said that he was huge, his shoulders were several times wider than his, but in everything else, he was almost no different from an ordinary person, except that the color of his skin was slightly darker. Another colleague thought it could just be a human, because he thought a goblin should have horns. But the man heard for the first time that goblins had horns, and the interlocutor generally said that he believed the blacksmith from the neighboring village more. But suddenly he said that goblin had no horns either. Then he was asked when he saw the goblin. He said that he was still a child, but managed to see a fight between two goblins. And indeed, apart from their height and dark skin tone, they looked like people, and no matter what happened, they just looked at each other without words. And then they just took it and disappeared without a trace. It was dark, and he couldn't see, but one of them had a cap or something that looked like a horn. Probably that's why there were rumors about goblins having horns. This meant that they not only disappeared, but could no longer be seen with the naked eye. And as soon as they disappeared, the ground under their feet began to split. Trees were uprooted, and the whole mountain shuddered. That is, they must have started the battle invisible. He couldn't say exactly what he saw, so he suggested they just continue enjoying the tea. Legends and myths were often based on real life, but this interpretation was based on human guesswork, so the truth could turn out to be completely different. For example, the same horns were not an integral part of their body. It was a goblin mask, which was an element of protection created from the energy of goblins. And the statement that the goblin in the mask was invisible was partially true. They didn't disappear when wearing it. They just moved so fast that even most supernatural beings couldn't see them, let alone humans. They continued to fight so that everything around them trembled. After one of the receptions, Tao was without arms. Sivu instinctively understood how to use the mask on his face. Unlike the others, he was severely lacking in practice, and this was a kind of tool that stretched his limits. It could be compared to the tail mentioned in folklore. As a result, he greatly increased the level of power he could draw, and that was enough. For the first time since he became a goblin, Sivu felt pain in his muscles. The speed with which the energy was consumed was more than 3 times greater, and he could not last long in this state. Tao then said that Sivu was really special. All the time since he was born could not compare to the few minutes of their fight, because he had admitted so much. He understood how strong and fast he could be, and what he was capable of. Tao thanked him again. He was happy to meet Sivu. The boy was furious after these words and told Tao to go to hell. Tao replied that he could not agree to such a thing, because life is very fun. That's why he didn't want to give up and went on the attack again. Tao applied his unique iron deity mania. The moment came when strength and speed were almost on the same level. But jumping above the head and quickly reaching one's limit was the result of going beyond what was allowed. But not only goblins could develop during the battle. Tao discovered another unique magic in himself, which was called the mystical wind of past winters. He immediately tried to use it in practice. Suddenly, Sivu used the baton again, and everything around was entwined with it. To defeat such an enemy, such great power was needed that it could surpass the enemy head-on. And they both came to this conclusion at the same time. Tao combined the two unique magics and obtained the sword of the Wind Lord. Sivu, on the other hand, competed with his club sword. Sivu outmatched the enemy. Tao said it was predictable as his weapon was far superior. A figure sneaked up from behind and noted how impressed she was with the combat and battle mask combined with the goblin fight. In any case, he was glad to meet Siva. He said that his name is Bihyun and he and Sivu are the same. Bihyun said that he didn't mean to interfere with his fight with Tao, so Siwu had nothing to worry about. But the boy thought about his words, how they could be the same with him. Bihyun then told Tao that he looked pleased. The spectacle was even a little disappointing, because if Tao had more time to master his magic, the ending could have been completely different. But Bihyun assured Tao that everything would be fine, and that it would work out another time. Sivu crept up from behind, shouting that he would not be there next time, and attacked. Even with a perfect block through the corner, Bihyun felt the impact, a little more, and could have lost his vision. Sivu had just clearly felt what his opponents felt when they beat him. Blocking a full power punch was just a matter of sheer strength. The completed form of the shock-dispelling technique, using the ground, had awakened in Siva not so long ago. There was no need for additional proof, because Sivu already understood that Bihyun was really like that. Bihyun understood that this could be shocking, because Siva was told that he was the only goblin left in the whole world, and then he appeared out of nowhere. But he wasn't surprised and didn't really care if this guy was a goblin or someone else. He only wondered if it was Bihyun who brought all these monsters here to hunt humans. Bihyun said that it was, and everything, including recruitment, assassinations, various shelters, providing information, was his handiwork. Then he said that Siva must be wondering why all this is, and he will gladly tell. After all, they were of the same species, and Bihyun was quite interested in talking with Sivu. Siva was enraged by such audacity on the boy's part and launched an attack. Bihyun hit back and advised him to attack an opponent stronger than Siva, first making sure that at least one of his feet was touching the ground. Despite the fact that there are only two of them, the horn is an absurdly cheater magic, and if you are not dealing with poison and curse magic, then as long as you stand firmly on your feet, you are not at all afraid of most attacks and even blows from the other side. In confirmation of his words, Bihyun violently attacked Siva. It still amazed him how Sivu could withstand a full-force blow without even using his supernatural powers. Without any training, he had mastered almost all of the basic goblin abilities. Bihyun came back to their conversation and asked if Siva likes dogs. The boy did not really understand what this question was about, but Bihyun continued to tell that dogs are beautiful, but sometimes they can be annoying. For example, when brought up by a weak-minded owner, they barked without understanding the situation, and sometimes even bit people. And probably the owners were to blame for this, but sometimes these miserable creatures became very repulsive. These are simply beings that existed to satisfy the needs of a superior race, and are able to live only by receiving love and care. But when the understanding of danger comes, they stop being cute puppies. Sivu said that Bihyun is a crazy scum if he releases monsters and kills people for this reason. But it was obviously a misunderstanding because although he did not like people, he did not only condemn those who did not understand anything. He said that a long time ago there was no king of the Ikais and there were no laws. Everywhere there was simply power, and when it was not enough, they became nothing more than prey destined to perish. It even sounded interesting to him, because a huge number of Ikai were eagerly waiting for these 6 months to pass, so that they could finally hunt and eat people freely again. But if you dig deeper, it was very funny, because most likely most of these creatures were initially not much different from people. Only the prey was under protection for much longer. They can only scold the weaker ones, as if they were predators themselves, while they lived in safety much longer than humans. Beings of the same species as them, which are unpleasant to even look at, just like humans, parasites who get much more than they are worth. Under the protection of laws, common sense, and various organizations, they shamelessly commit acts for which they cannot take responsibility. Believing that this is their inalienable right, they live in the hope that they will be protected. And in a world where such unreasonable protection does not exist in principle, it was very good. There is no right or law that would allow such parasites to exist. The only criterion was force. And those who cannot answer for their actions simply die or suffer. But to Siva, it sounded like the sick fantasy of an 8th grader. Bihyun didn't expect the boy to understand everything, so his reaction seemed quite normal. Because even though they were of the same species, their age, experience, and values were different. That is why he decided to make them similar. Ever since Sivu had defeated Tao, Bihyun had developed an interest that went beyond the usual family resemblance. He offered to join him. Then Sivu would learn what kind of creatures they are and how much the world they live in owes them. Sivu did not want to and asked him to stop carrying this delusion. But Bihyun said that he had no choice, so there was no need to worry. Although it was a little disappointing, Sivu should have understood by now that there was no point in resisting. And then Yuzuru appeared with a unique power of thought. The girl used a lightning trap, which was not aimed at causing damage, but at shackling the enemy. Because of this, regeneration has slowed down, because the entire nervous system is focused directly on one thing: forming your own goblin club and infinite transformation. Almost nothing is known about what caused such changes, and about the principle responsible for the increase in strength. Only the emotions used at that moment are known. In the past, a goblin club meant a weapon that could become anything, or rather, a weapon that took the form that the owner wanted. Using this ability, Sivu could use different forms in a certain situation. But the difference between then and now was that it was no longer just a tool, but Sivu used an aggressive desire to achieve the desired goal. He wanted not to miss this goal, which was right in front of his eyes. Now he was sure that he would not fail and definitely kill the enemy. He put such desires and emotions into a club for the first time. Imbued with the master's will, the club's true nature was revealed. Sivu demonstrated strength worthy of a spiritual level. Yuzuru was amazed at the power of that Yukaya. The girl had never met such strength. Meanwhile, Sivu continued his attack, barely managing to shout at the girl to duck. They continued to fight Bihyun. Sivu continued to attack better each time. Bihyun said that as before, Sivu never ceases to amaze him. Sivu considered himself weaker than his opponent, and the boy said that at his age, he was not capable of such a thing. He asked Siva how does it feel to be able to control the urge to kill. But the most amazing thing was that during the first manifestation of his essence, he did not kill anyone. Sivu decided he had to prove his goblin nature and attacked again. But Bi-hyun fought back and said it wouldn't help, because the point of the club was to become whatever shape the owner wanted, and now his club was a tool created to kill Bi-hyun, meaning its sole purpose was to kill. Therefore, it made no sense to defend herself with her, because she is not in the mood for defense. Then he asked the girl if she was a foreigner. He didn't understand why Yuzuru was here. Bi-hyun had a guess, but said that it would be best to find out about the place first, before interfering. Bi-hyun said that he really wants to snap the girl's neck, and can only let her go if Sivu lets go of what he has in his hands. It was a pill from the house of the descending echo, and Bi-hyun was nervous that the pill had a very good effect on Siva. But the medicine had both positive and negative effects. This was the second time he had taken the pill. A sudden rush of energy overloaded the energy center, and it became 3 times more than usual. And even if something happens, there is nothing Sivu can do about it. For now, he asked Yuzuru to just sit quietly on the side so as not to cause more damage. Sivu told Yuzuru not to listen to Bi-hyun. The girl said that she was always ready to die during an exorcism, because this is her job. Bi-hyun said that the girl upsets him a lot. Bi-hyun began to strangle the girl when suddenly a piece of his arm fell off. It was the help of Goyu who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He told Siva to stop, because the boy had already done more than he needed to, and if he was going to continue using the energy in this state, the result would be irreversible. Sivu asked how Goyu ended up here, but he said it was too late to ask such a question. The destruction was very serious, and it would be good if there were no people there. But it was not limited to that. Bi-hyun started to fight back and attacked the enemy better. He said that the lack of strength is too palpable. Therefore, no matter how hard he hits, the effect will be the same. You can't do anything about it, because they were born with bodies blessed by the gods, like theirs. The opponent used innate pure autumn water magic. Bi-hyun saw the blood of the maiden that appeared. It was Yu Yen. He said that when competing against such an opponent, he had no other choice. The unique magic of the Sekzi clan is related to changing the shape and nature of the surrounding water. Most of the methods of application were based on attacks using groundwater and steam. Yu Hyun thought that hand-to-hand combat wouldn't work here and mused that he used blood heating against him. It was safe to say that a very small number of people could repeat such a thing. After Yu Yan shot again, Bi-hyun asked if he just shot a drop of water. Yu Yen said that regardless of race, everyone has their own preferences. It was the magic of Seja, and Goyu had already tried it. Now that Sivu heard that name, everything fell into place. But the effectiveness of his magic was on a completely different level. Even if it was the same attack that shot water drops, he could deflect as much as he wanted. Even among Ikai of the same species, their abilities varied greatly. The innate talent, the effort each put into honing it, and the guidelines that guided them. In all aspects, this guy was better than Seizi. Even under magic, he can move as if it has almost no effect. He had exceptional regeneration. Bi-hyun asked if that was all, as he was just warming up. Yu Yen said he had to go all out and asked Goya to worry about these two and the possible consequences. Bi-hyun asked where all the water went because it was too dry. Here the water monster Isimi appeared. Yu Yan ordered him to take Bi-hyun. Yuzuru realized that now her end might come. Sivu was amazed at the size and power of this monster. He remembered that he had seen this kind of magic before. At that time, the creature was barely 2 meters tall, but even so it was able to wipe a house or several from the face of the earth. Yu Yen ordered Isima to attack and the monster began. Bi-hyun was amazed by this sight. He had never seen anything like it before. Yuzuru worried that the monster wouldn't touch her and covered her face with her hands. Then Siva came and covered the girl with himself. Hadi and Black Turtles competed in this battle, but they did not cooperate well. And all because they used water in different ways, often interfering with each other. But in a situation like this, compatibility was clearly not something to think about. And yet the combination was terrible. The opponent also forced him to give his all in broad daylight. Goyu asked how Yu Yen was feeling and if he was okay. Everything was fine. He was just panting a lot because he hadn't used so much energy when using magic in a long time. It was not entirely clear whether they had achieved their goal. After the battle, a massive hole was left in the ground. Siwu still hadn't fully recovered, and Yu Yen meanwhile wondered if he had overestimated his opponent's abilities, or if he simply didn't plan to continue the fight. Yu Yan thought that his attack alone would hardly be enough to turn him into dust. Rather, Bi-hyun was upset that he would have to fight Goyu after that. But Goyu did not think so. because the boy clearly did not take significant damage from his attack. That is, he was strong enough that the possibility of a fight with Goyu would not worry him much. Suddenly, Yu Yen targeted Siva with Yuzuru. He attacked Siva in such a way that the boy immediately fell to the ground. Yuzuru didn't understand what it all meant, because she thought that she and Siva were on the same side. Yu Yen told the girl not to worry because he just did what he had to do. He told the girl to go home because her life was no longer in danger. After that, the matter concerned only the Ikai and had nothing to do with humans. Chen told Tao that the boy was a dark god just like her, but perhaps because of the difference in species, his aura was completely different from what she expected. But no matter what, the girl thought that it would turn out to be tasty. But a voice behind asked Chen not to do that, because now they needed to maintain friendly relations. Bi-hyun said that nothing bad would happen if the Tao girl ate the others, but before that they needed to grow up and gain experience. Chen did not understand how the boy was still alive, but he said that he was not that easy to kill. Even for a second in that battle, he lost control of the situation. He said that Yu Yen perfectly understood how his abilities worked. The roots allowed him to extinguish the power of enemy attacks by redirecting them into the ground. That is, if he could not stand firmly on his feet, this technique did nothing. So before collecting the Water X underground, he graded the ground under Bi-hyun as much as he could so that the ground could not effectively absorb all the damage the boy was channeling down. Chen remembered it for the future, because one day she would be able to eat it. Bi-hyun couldn't believe that a child who had never eaten a human in his life would fight better than his ancestors from the Hetha clan 1,000 years ago. He would really like to get a taste of this guy, if only the ground he walked on. Chen didn't fully understand him, but it was clear that his feelings were somewhat different from her hunger, and she wondered what was stopping Bi-hyun from continuing the fight. He explained that he suddenly had a premonition, as if something told him that today was not the best day for this. There was no sign of it, but suddenly it started to rain, so he decided not to continue the fight. A black turtle and a heath wouldn't attack too, but Bi-hyun didn't want to associate with them on a rainy day. And even if he defeated them, he should not only think about himself, because if they attack Chen, she may die. He said to pay attention to Tao, because those children probably had similar thoughts. Maybe they would have chased after him, but there was a person nearby who they did not want to involve. Bi-hyun only regretted that he could not take Siva with him, but he still had plenty of time. Sivu woke up and did not understand where he was. His body hurt, and for some reason he could not move his fingers. He was prepared for the consequences, but he didn't think it would hurt so much. Yu Yen was standing over him, saying on the phone that he was feeling better. It turned out that he had to pretend to be sick in order to be released from work. He told Siva that there should be no complications, but he would have to suffer for some time. Yu Yen said that the boy had overdone it, because this mask was not yet a fully learned technique, and the goblins could not maintain it for long. Most likely, it was needed for short-term strengthening and going beyond one's own capabilities, so a lot of energy went into its maintenance. The only option to help was to forcibly cancel it. He apologized, because at that moment, he believed that the situation was extraordinary, and it was necessary to intervene immediately. He said that he wanted to arrange a meeting between Sivu and his younger brother Yusom at least once. He was a good kid, but what he did could not be justified by his immaturity. So as the Hetha clan's representative in the human world, Yu Yen formally apologized to Siva. The guy said that they had fixed everything between themselves and there was no need to apologize, and he also asked what happened to that Ye Kai. For he made it clear that he was a goblin and displayed all his skills, but Siva was told that he was the last goblin left alive. Babai appeared out of nowhere and asked for permission to apologize and clarify the situation. He explained that it was Bi-hyun, a goblin prince who lived on the Korean peninsula 1,000 years ago. Selwa was surprised that the rain was the same in the human world, and because the people didn't hide in their holes, but continued to walk the streets, it meant that the people were stronger than she thought. Saul thanked her friend for her help, because she helped settle problems with the workers of the shopping center and hundreds of other witnesses throughout the city. Selwa used hypnosis because if it wasn't for it, everything could get out of control. That girl said that Siv should be thanked because it wasn't difficult to help. Instead, he had to do it himself. Saul agreed that it was rude of her. The two girls were discussing the failure, because one of them liked the boy, but she immediately started asking him what his plans were for the evening, scaring him away. Saul and Selkva became accidental witnesses of this conversation. Selwa did not understand what they were talking about, Saul explained that most people come here to meet their brother, and he never understood what was going on. At first, the guy wanted to say that they were closing, but he recognized the girls. Saul said that he called them himself, and why was it closing so early anyway? He explained that it was not worth opening today, because there were practically no visitors. Then he offered to have something to drink. While Saul was ordering coffee, Selwa saw someone suspicious. At the table sat a guy who seemed incomprehensible to the girl. Saul asked if her friend wanted tea because there were varieties she was used to. But Selwa had already approached the boy, who very aggressively asked why she had hatched on him. Saul ran up and asked her friend to calm down because she was still a child. She said she understood they were in the human world, not the Ikai, and she knew who the guy was anyway. Saul understood that they knew each other, and the boy continued to be aggressive. He said that any wild animal considers itself to be the top of the food chain when there is no tiger nearby, and especially foxes. Even among the Ikai, there was a concept of natural enemies. This was especially evident among the Ikai, who came from beasts, because it came from the ancient interrelationships between beasts. So the blood feud has not died out to this day. Saul wondered who this boy was if their animosity was based solely on instincts. Meanwhile, Selwa told her best friend not to worry, because even if he attacked, she wasn't going to conform to animal instincts either. She offered to call the judge right now, and it just so happened that from the moment she entered this world, the girl was so normal and did not eat. He didn't mind because he wanted to tear this fox to pieces. Suddenly, Volyoung appeared and forbade a fight, because the boy was only released into the human world for the first time. But he assured that this fox started first and even wanted to call the judge. Then she explained that the lady in front of him was the heiress of a very powerful clan, and now the boy couldn't fight her because he didn't even belong to any family. After all, no matter who started the fight, the boy will still be blamed. Selwa said it was a very pitiful plea for mercy, but she would accept it because she herself did not want to take the life of the last of the tigers. Saul was glad that everything seemed to work out, because her friend had a very difficult character. Selwa said their duet was very archaic. It was a tiger, whose species had already disappeared from the face of the earth, and the Changvi, who nursed him, was of an unknown age. Selkva advised the young man to gather strength if he wants to survive at least a few more molts, and this woman was a very malicious and vengeful spirit. Then the girl shouted to the bartender, why did he call them? Because she felt a characteristic smell of vodka, which was not at all suitable for a tea room. Volung was also interested in this question, because it was as if they were being asked to lie down on the bottom after a night of hunting. He explained that grandfather Mangte had issued temporary licenses to deal with the mess as quickly as possible, and even Yekai who did not have the proper qualities to visit the human world were granted one if they were strong enough. Thus everyone except Sulwa, Huang Hui, and Wolyong were instructed to return to the Yekai world. The girls asked in unison how Choi Siwoo was. After all, Siva clearly should not have been sent back alone, because if this is the case, then Grandpa is making a very big mistake. Selwa agreed, because he wasn't so weak that anyone could beat him, but strength wasn't everything, and compared to other Yakai, he was just undersized. Therefore, no matter how well he fights, he remains a big, strong victim, and if you throw him alone into the world of Ikai, he will not last a few days. The girl was going to go tell Dad that she wanted to return and not be in the world of people anymore, because she promised to teach Siva for a month so that he could pass the exam, and he had a lot of potential. Then he said that no decision has been made regarding Siva, and he is staying here for now. Then he gave them a new task, the essence of which was to protect Choi Siwa from the people. Sivu asked Deed if this boy was his ancestor. He thought that Bihyun was not much older in appearance, so he asked how old he was. The grandfather replied that it was about 15,000, if it was really the one he was thinking of. Sivu was amazed at such a number. He did not know that Ikai lived so long. Yu Yen explained that it was a special case, because usually Yakai live up to 500 years. And then to prolong life, they can use their energy. If the Ikai had enough of it, they can significantly extend their life and stay young for thousands of years. But Sivu remarked that that boy lived longer than 1,000 years. Really looking at him, it was hard to believe that he is 15,000 years old. And besides, attacking at full strength, Yu Yen not only scratched him, but even let him escape. He even thought that maybe he lacked abilities. But Grandpa calmed him down, because only Selwa and Goya from the whole peninsula could match him in battle. Grandfather told Siva that the goblin was last seen alive 666 years ago during the last festival. 1,000 years ago, the goblins split into two factions, and the Goblin King of that era was defeated along with his faction. Thus, they disappeared from history. But the victory of their rivals turned out to be Pyrrhic. One by one they died, and only one goblin remained alive by the time the festival began. His name was Bacon, and he reached the finals then, but even he was overcome by injuries and wounds, so after his death the goblins were considered extinct. That's why Grandfather decided that Sivu is Pekan's heir. They could not find out for sure whether he was his heir, but it was quite likely. And now a representative of the faction that was considered to have been destroyed more than 1,000 years ago came out of the shadows. But during that time, he did not seem to have aged a day. If Bihen or other goblins are still alive, then Sivu may be their descendant. The grandfather said that no matter who his descendants are, how did it happen that his family was found only now? He asked if his mother was really an ordinary person. Mom apologized for Siva's behavior. She was very ashamed. She considered herself guilty. But the teacher reassured him, because nothing serious happened, he did not bully anyone. In fact, the 5th graders started the fight themselves. Sivu was in the 3rd grade at that time. He was just trying to return the ball, which was taken from his classmates by older boys, and the ball was personal, from home. At first he wanted to solve everything with words, but it turned into a fight. Other children simply received scratches and bruises, but in this case they themselves provoked the conflict by bullying the younger ones. The teacher promised to let me know if there were any problems. My mother was grateful. On the way, she asked if her son was angry with her. He understood that he himself was to blame for everything, so he was not offended. The mother said that Sivu didn't do anything wrong because you can't hurt him, but sometimes there's no other choice. Still, she didn't want her son to ever have to hurt someone, or even just interfere in fights in his life. Even then, he had a strange feeling that his mother was not just instilling a dislike for violence, but was rather asking him as a favor. She asked to promise that her son would not fight. He said that he would not do that again, and they hugged. Although the reason was mysterious, he subconsciously felt that this request was something very important to his mother. Therefore, from that day he did not resort to violence again until he became an Ikai. Sivu said that his father was engaged in martial arts. At the age of 24, he got married, and soon Sivu was born. And soon after his birth, his father died of an incurable disease. The boy thought that the blood of the goblin came from his father. And the mother is engaged in the evaluation of antiques. From time to time acts as a broker in deals, as an ordinary person who has no relation to the other world. He thought that if it wasn't so, then the mother would have told about the existence of the Ekai. But grandfather thought that maybe she didn't specifically say anything about it. It may have sounded wild, but Siva today and last week were completely different people. His essence had changed. When grandfather met the boy for the first time, he had more in common with humans than with Yakai. He simply confronted Siva with the fact, and did not think that anything would come of it. But the boy said that he was not as insignificant as grandfather thought. Everything was just like that. The speed of his growth was phenomenal, and he could be called a real genius. That's why grandfather doubted his mother, and the fact that he was a half-goblin. Maybe he was raised as a tool to drive Bihyun out of the shadows. This made Siva terribly angry. He did not understand how it was possible to say such a thing. Grandfather said that it was unlikely, and even if Bihyun was interested for some reason, it wasn't Sivu's fault. The biggest problem was that they were the only ones who held this opinion. People who understood IKEA, such as Siva's shaman friend, saw the boy as a dangerous monster associated with Bihyun. Today it became known about cases of mass disappearance of people throughout the country. Residents of an apartment complex near Seoul went missing. The police also received reports of missing friends and relatives. There were 2 similar incidents in Seoul, and complaints were also registered in some cities. Last night's operation had been planned for 2 weeks together with the shamans. They had coordinated and divided the areas each side would be responsible for. The shamans even appealed to the country's authorities for cooperation, asking them to close their eyes and help cover their tracks so that they would get rid of most of these enemies. But even less than a day has passed and this is happening. Interest in the disappearance of people on the network is heating up more and more. It was a headache for them, but for shamans it is a huge problem, and they have to take decisive measures to solve it. And although no people died during today's battle, Sivu caused a commotion, so the shamans wanted to punish this Ikai. Sivu admitted his guilt because he did not consult with grandfather, but he replied that though the boy had disobeyed the judge, yet his adversary had taken the lives of many people and broken the law, and Siva had not harmed a single person and was not before them in the form of an Akaya. The judge will decide what sentence to hand down, and handing it over to them was an encroachment on his authority. So Siva has nothing to worry about. The grandfather said that he would definitely protect them with their mother. The boy was worried about what the mother was doing, but it seems that the shamans also became aware of Bihyen's existence. That is, they were sure that Sivu was related to Bihyen, so the mother was also seen as an enemy. Suddenly, Sivu got ready to run somewhere immediately. Grandfather understood his feelings but stopped him. He couldn't let Siva go after her on his own, because that's what shamans do. The judge had already sent someone to protect the boy, so for now it was better for him to stay here under Yu Yen's protection. Yu Yen also strongly advised to listen, because in such a physical state it is dangerous to engage in a fight with shamans. Sivu admitted his guilt because the situation turned like this because of him, so he is ready to be punished. He said that he was short-sighted, like Bihyun, so he didn't think that his actions could hurt others, especially his mother. Sivu will not be able to forgive himself if something happens to his mother because of him. Here, he broke free and broke the unpredictable connection. As soon as he finds out that everything is fine with his mother, he will return and serve any punishment. Then the boy jumped out, breaking through the window. Grandpa scolded Yu Yen for just standing there and not bothering Siwa in any way. In his excuse, the boy said that there was no water nearby, and if he had broken the pipes, there would have been much more trouble. But it was raining outside. Grandfather said that Yu Yen was too soft, that even his sister avoided him. But in their clan, the softer he was, the stronger he was. But the boy noticed that the judge himself had not been too cruel with Siva, because the unpredictable connection was not a technique that could be overcome by simply breaking it. Whatever Siva does now, the judge's relationship with the shamans should not change. The grandfather felt his guilt, but he was not so cruel as to close his eyes to a child who was crying and wanted to see his mother. The woman wondered where Sivu had gone because he did not pick up the phone or answer the messages. Someone knocked on the door and Selkva told her to shut up and not move. She said she underestimated people because she didn't think they were that annoying. A guy appeared and asked if Auntie was okay. Selwa said that it didn't matter how many of them were here, she would destroy every single one of them, so if the boy didn't want to die, then he had to kneel. Selwa used her unique purple whisper technique. By transmitting energy with their voice, the Ikai could control the consciousness of those who heard it. The girl wondered why he didn't draw his sword right away. Maybe he was worried that the attacks would touch Siva. Then Sol said to leave because everything is fine. She was happy because she was afraid that they might not make it, and something would happen to Sivu's mother. But given his skills, even if they came later, there should be no problems. In order not to engage in a fight with these creatures, Selwa simply immobilized him and ensured the safety of the woman. But now, his mother had to be pulled out, because the compressed space did not affect the bodies of ordinary people too well. Suddenly, the girls felt an energy around them that they had never felt before. Selwa said that apparently they were the only ones here to prevent a fight. What was happening around was felt at the level of instincts. Finally, they realized that it was a barrier, and clearly not one that can be set up in a few minutes. So they had been preparing for it for several hours, maybe more. Then there had to be some reason why the monster was sent to them. Selwa saw that the boy had dispelled the effect of the purple whisper on the first try with his own power. That meant quite a lot of power. The boy said that he was not going to compete with them, and the woman next to him was his friend's mother, and he came to protect her. He said that when their goals coincided, they should cooperate. Then Sol recognized him. Selwa asked if her friend confirmed his words. Sol said that it was indeed his friend. He even looked after Siva when she was not around. Yushin said that they don't have much time, because a barrier has begun to be built around the residential complex, and when it is completed, they will no longer be able to leave. Selwa asked for what purpose he came and explains the obvious things. They understood that this was Siva's friend, but first and foremost, a shaman. Sivu, now and a few days ago, are completely different people, especially from the point of view of shamans. Only a fool would believe that Yushin would betray his clan because of friendship. Sol believed that although it was cynical, and her friend was right when this whole situation was set up to lower their vigilance, it was dangerous to accept his proposal. Yushin understood that they did not believe him, and Selkva began to say that she knew that this was the reason. Then the guy started doing something that really impressed the girls. He explained that he had temporarily paralyzed the meridians that were responsible for his currents. Therefore, now he is not much different from an ordinary person. Now, using mental magic, the girl can read his memories and see all his intentions. But she said that she cannot stop at reading minds. but in general turn him into her puppet and use him until his death. But right now, that didn't really worry him. The only thing that mattered was the safety of Choi Siwoo's mother. Selwa asked why he was going to such lengths and what their relationship really was. Yushin said that this is his friend. Everything is as he said before. Selwa said he was either an idiot or Siva had a very good personality, or maybe both. Then she wanted to hear how strong the spells the shamans used. Forgetting the pain, Sivu ran here with all his might. A strange feeling mixed him up to stop, which suppressed even the desire to see his mother as soon as possible. He did not see anything suspicious with his eyes, but something was clearly wrong. Then suddenly, someone asked if he was really Choi Siwa and said that he was not at all what he imagined. He did not look like someone with goblin blood. But considering how he stopped a few steps away, he had sense. It was Lim Ja-guan. He was a third-rank shaman of the Constellation Hall and had been practicing the use of subak for the past 15 years. Sivu remembered that the Hall of Constellations was an organization allegedly run by the Yushin family for several centuries. Lim now wanted to get straight to the point. He advised the boy to give up and not pull the cat's tail. They have already set up a barrier around his house and captured his mother and his friends. Therefore, he must understand that if he escapes now, his mother may get hurt. And in general, all the shamans in the country were hunting him, so it was just a matter of time. Sivu realized that a fight was inevitable, but there was a problem. Suddenly, a girl in a mask appeared from behind. She kicked Siva on the head with all her rage. She continued to attack the boy, but he held on. The girl disappeared into the barrier, which increased a little. Lim explained that the barrier was like a fishing net. It was necessary to make sure that the fish inside it did not escape, and new ones continued to enter. He asked if Sivu understood that he could not get out. He had the same choice. One could give up or try to escape or humbly accept the situation, or shamefully run away from fate. As Sivu was about to attack, an echo of the spell reached his ears. He heard that it was necessary to kneel down. Sivu felt that the words were from a person he knew well. That's why the boy instantly jumped up, because he realized that Selwa was inside. He wasn't entirely sure, but the energy seemed to come from his home. That is, now it was not necessary to run with all legs to the mother, but to take the shamans away from her. He understood that it was unlikely that Lim was being honest with him, because his mother and friends had most likely not been caught yet. Even if the shamans had some bad intentions towards the mother, the main target remained him, so he had to distract them. He was supposed to give Selkva and her mother time to escape from the barrier. Here he was, suddenly knocked off his feet by a kick. Sivu began to fight back and realized that this boy was a head stronger than Yushin if his friend did not give in then. Sivu noted that this was not a one-on-one fight. Lim had help. They seemed to reinforce each other. He said he would like to fight here in the early evening in the middle of a residential area to attract attention. Lim said that the barrier is not only for him, but ordinary people do not notice it, and when they go inside, they lose consciousness. Inside, everyone was already asleep, and they were supposed to wake up only in a few hours, when the barrier will be removed. Lim said he warned that it was better to surrender immediately, but Sivu replied that then he could not worry about making a fuss. Siva was used in his attacks by the goblin serum. He was attacked with a lightning strike so much that he was thrown back by the shock wave. Sivu said that he slowed down at the end not to taunt. He was disgusted by the very idea of taking people's lives. It was unlikely that Lim would back down just because of the boy's words. But Sivu warned that he would try to control himself, but he could not promise anything. Lim charged again to knock the boy down. But no matter what he did, Sivu remained firmly on his feet. He was very angry because he felt as if he was hitting a huge wall. Lim continued to try, but only wasted his strength. Sivu thought that Lim's assistant was waiting for the moment to attack from behind, but she just stood there. He told her that the warning applied to her too. Lim yelled at the girl not to even think about fighting. He had to deal with it himself. He became extremely angry, started calling the girl names, telling her to obey him. Sivu could see that there was a conflict between his rivals, but he did not understand the reason for it. But he knew that it was worth attacking the girl. She still had a lot of energy. He didn't know what the girl was up to, but he had to neutralize her as soon as possible. Then she used the 100-demon shackle, exorcism, and beast barrier. The girl activated her amulets to attack. Suddenly, Sivu found himself bound by chains. These were the shackles of hundreds of demons that bound evil spirits. Next, she applied exorcism, namely the expulsion of evil spirits. But Sivu broke free and hit the girl. Then she realized that not all techniques work. Only the barrier from the beast was effective, because the blow did not reach her. Sivu used a club, but it also did not work. because the girl was not thrown back, but jumped away on her own. But he thought that her barrier must have some limitations. She began a prayer in which she remembered the blue flame on the blade as a sentence for the condemned, and the dew that rises in the east as the fresh blood of sinners. He thought that the effect of the barrier might be limited by the time or number of attacks, or the maximum impact force it could withstand, or might only protect against a certain type of attack. Yushin told the girls that in addition to him, there were also 2 shamans to attack and 2 to support the barrier. Together they formed and supported it. It was an unusual barrier because its basis was the shamans themselves. Selwa realized that you just need to defeat the shamans to deactivate the barrier. Maybe the barrier will disintegrate if you defeat half of it. But Yushin said that it only sounds simple in words, despite the fact that the girl is strong by Yakai standards. But no matter how confident she was, Ikai, who were less than 666 years old, had not seen a real battle in their lives, so their powers were fundamentally different. Most of the techniques they used were aimed at suppressing the Yakai, and when the Yakai fought among themselves, they simply competed against each other. And yours among these shamans had the title of Guardian Shaman, which only the chosen ones who could stand against the Yakayas of the Ryan class had. A fight was inevitable in any case, so Yushin recommended fighting only once. In order to eliminate half of the shamans, they had to split up, so Yushin offered to take on one of them, and they would take care of the others. They had to do it quickly and escape with Siva's mother before the other shamans suspected something. Selwa asked how the boy would be able to use his energy if he had blocked all the meridians beforehand. Sol said that they had no choice, but it would be difficult to defeat 2 shamans under these conditions. After all, even though everyone is unconscious, you have to try not to harm them, and Selkva noted that these restrictions do not apply only to them. But Yushin said that they were so obsessed with Siva that they were ready to make sacrifices. Sol considered these foolish measures just to capture Siva. But another reason was their pride and the power they would have in 6 months, because they were also waiting for the night of the Ikai. Sol did not understand, because all these hundreds of years were the best time for people when you can live and not be afraid of the Yakai. The reason was that shamans over the years remained in the shadows, because everything began to be managed by people, so they turned into a relic of the past. Now they all felt inferior, with a thirst for recognition and a sense of their own superiority. Most likely, in just 6 months, they will laugh at how ordinary people helplessly scream and run away, because on this day they will again reach the top, ceasing to be an echo of the past. After a night of hunting, the number of possible victims does not concern them. Now they want to catch the main culprit so that no one doubts their capabilities and authority anymore. The girls understood that this meant that they didn't care if the people who lived here got hurt. Suddenly they realized that someone had activated the energy of the White Gathering. There were 2 groups of abilities used by Korean shamans. The first is the reading of sacred texts, for the use of which the holy scriptures were memorized and used at the right moment. In this way, they strengthened their abilities and quickly used the appropriate technique depending on the situation. The second group is the Descent of the Gods, which was used by shamans sensitive to the energy of the White Assembly. Through the meridian, they connected the worlds and became guides for the gods, who used their bodies as vessels. So they summoned forces from heaven to earth. Sivu first encountered the presence of a divine entity. It was at this moment that something in his body responded to this energy. Sivu panicked a bit as he faced the entity for the first time. Despite this, he did not run away, but on the contrary attacked first. But the body of this entity was not a material object, so he did not know how to do it correctly. The entity engulfed the boy and merged with him. At first, the boy tried to compete with a club, but in the future, Sivu simply took a defensive position. The girl wondered what the matter was, because the boy could easily dodge even the strongest blows, but instead puts himself in a disadvantageous position. They continued the battle. Both sides were very strong. The enemy continued to attack, using their supernatural abilities. But Sivu did not give up and fought back as best he could. But it looked like Sivu was defeated as he fell to the ground after another blow. The winner asked the girl if this guy was the purpose of his visit, she confirmed. The general wanted to know why they were competing with him. She explained that this boy was a half-goblin who caused chaos in the human world and was responsible for many deaths. She apologized for summoning the general in a hurry without performing the necessary ceremony, to which he replied that the girl should be more careful with her words. He questioned whether the boy was really guilty or whether the accusations were false. After all, if the girl was not so blind, she would have seen that he had opportunities to evade his attacks, but he decided not to use them. Perhaps Sivu was afraid that the locals would suffer even when his life was on the line, so the general did not believe that he had broken the law or harmed anyone. He was sure that the accusations were false. And if there was someone else in her place, the general would not have even responded. Then the girl apologized. Sivu stood on the threshold between life and death. The reason was not only the injuries he had just received. Fatigue accumulated during the fight with Bihyun and Tao, as well as a problem due to taking many pills. He then swallowed 2 doses in a few minutes. All the vital energy was drained from his body to the last drop. Under normal conditions, his wounds would have healed twice, or even 3 times. But now the best outcome could be only a partial restoration of the working capacity of one hand. The general was surprised how the boy still had the strength to move. He did not understand why the boy was so stubborn, because he could have escaped even when his body was not damaged. The girl confirmed that it was not necessary to kill him. The general was glad that he was not forced to take his life. Sivu was holding the pear he had been given earlier. He remembered the word that needed to be spoken to activate it. The activation color was chosen depending on the situation. Energy to restore the user was chosen instead. The girl noticed what was in Siva's hands and noted that even shamans would have been creating such things for years. She believed that an Ikai could not control such a thing. The fact that Sivu was now recuperating in front of their eyes greatly impressed everyone. The general noted that righteous energy did not harm the boy, and he even knew how to use it. He felt a new sensation as he was healed, as if a new core had formed within him. There were always 2 cores inside him. One of them woke up due to rebirth, and the other awakened now during the confrontation with the general. The void inside the core was now filled with energy. This energy was now no different from that of the Ikai. Now, due to the similarity of their energies, it is much easier to block his attacks. He could not materialize the club, and the roots were also some problems. It seems that in order to summon the club, he had to use exactly the energy of the Ikai, which was now completely incompatible with his current energy. Sivu didn't know what to do, because if this continued, the fight would end like last time. His opponent could only be defeated by physical force. Suddenly, Q appeared, Yuzuru's assistant himself. Yoshihiro complained to his sister that he was hungry because the last time he had eaten was a sandwich at the airport. Yuzuru was lying very tired and offered her brother to go down to eat himself at the hotel. He said that his sister behaves too defiantly, and it is because of her that he cannot go out into the city. After Yuzuru fell asleep, they were under surveillance, and only the 2 of them were allowed to leave the hotel. The sister said that if it hadn't been for that, she would have gone looking for him right away. Yoshihiro didn't understand who she was talking about. Then she said it was a goblin, half human. Thanks to him, the girl returned alive, and their goals also coincided, because they had a common enemy. But Yoshihiro heard from the locals that everything was not like that at all. It turns out that they wanted to simply blame Siva for everything, so that the authorities could save face by saying that the criminal was caught. Then the brother said that the shamans here are not much different from those in Japan, and understood why the sister was so worried. But he understood that they could not take any measures, and in general they are just guests here, and in the near future they will become their competitors. After all, the fact that they are responsible for Korea and they are for Japan is just an echo of the past. If they are convinced that their shamans lack skills, then the authorities will surely be able to rely on shamans from other countries, including Yuzuru and Yoshihiro. The shamans of the world were now watching the situation, and their intervention would be seen as a violation of the status quo. Yuzuru wanted to fix something, but she didn't have the strength. Until now she understood the teacher's words about how difficult it is in a foreign land. Until lunch, the girl seemed to be unwell, until she had to use force when she realized that she had become weak after coming to Korea. Yoshihiro did not feel this way, but maybe because it was much more difficult for his sister to control Shikigami. The brother asked if she called Raiju, because the little one might be worse off than her. Then the girl called him. She felt a burning sensation in her hand, and Raiju did not appear. At the time when Yuzuru was strangling the boy, Raiju was by his side. Sivu also stood there thinking how he can help the girl. Unfortunately, the Shikigami Raiju couldn't do anything at that moment. After all, he is entirely and completely dependent on the one who summoned him and, not receiving energy and orders from the shaman, was an ordinary soul. But because of his extraordinary devotion to his mistress, he was still able to do something. He affected the boy in such a way that he let the girl go. Yu Yen then rushed towards the boy and began to attack quickly. But Raiju, after being able to help his shaman, seemed numb. And when he came back to himself, he rushed to the rescue and wanted to return to Yuzuru. So it would have happened, but the road was blocked by a person who had the gift of a shaman. In this way, Siva's body accepted the Raiju seamlessly. But when he was inside, he realized that there was only energy here, so he got stuck. And at the moment, their common intelligence and knowledge was not enough to understand what had happened. But both instinctively thought that if they did not unite, they would perish. This helped Siva get the tool he used in the fight. And even though it wasn't his club, he used it to block attacks, but that was enough. He realized that he was superior to the general in speed and strength. But as soon as Sivu tried to use a technique, the opponent seemed to guess in advance and contact in such a way that there was no chance to evade. Therefore, Sivu began to simply change tactics to another. The girl noticed that he didn't even try to block the general's attacks. Then the general told the opponent to surrender, because he only blocks those attacks that can lead to death. And no matter how much Sivu waited, the general would not let him win. Then the boy decided that he wanted to try what he had planned, because it was the only chance. The general resorted to his strongest technique and wondered how long Sivu would last. The technique was called the Dance of the God General's Blade. Such an opponent was not to Siva's teeth. He was helpless against such a technique. The general said that all the boy's efforts were in vain and this was the end. Sivu understood this, but he knew that no matter how strong an opponent was, he could always be immobilized. The general thought that the boy had not tried to find his weak points from the very beginning. The weak point of the gods descending to this world was the limits that his container could withstand. So he held on, waiting for the lightning energy from his sword strikes to penetrate the body of the container. And then finally it happened, and it really was his last chance. The general lay on the ground and thought that he had deliberately restrained his strength. Otherwise, he would have taken the boy's life in an instant. Sivu stood over him and said that one way or another, but he was up to the task, and it wasn't his body at all, meaning he wasn't risking his own life. The general continued to lie down and said that Sivu was rude to him. Now that the general had lost, he had no right to think. He said if they were destined to meet again, let them dance one more time. The girl said she didn't have the fighting skills and didn't have the energy for another summoning ritual, so they lost. Sivu understood that the girl was lying, because she attacked him only once, but that was enough to understand her capabilities. She was definitely stronger than this boy. Suddenly he heard a noise from behind, someone calling him. It was Yushin. He was shouting how could the Yakai let him go himself. Yushin, on the other hand, asked him to keep himself in his hands, and there was no question of using bottles in broad daylight at all. Sivu apologized to his friend, but it seemed insincere to Yushin. He said it would be great if everything could be fixed with one apology. The girl stood and waited for some explanation. Then Yushin said that this was his best friend from school. He found out that Sivu was a goblin only yesterday, but the friend would never attack humans. But she said that Yushin will not decide this, especially since he is related to the alleged criminal. Then the guy said that he is not so unscrupulous and his actions are really unacceptable. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the heir of his clan should not take the side of an ordinary Ikai. Therefore, from this moment on, Yushin renounces the Sonsu clan. The girl did not understand how, but it was true. Yushin said that in his heart, everyone will be very happy about this, because the place of the heir is now vacated. He recommended the girl to stop holding the barrier in order to leave peacefully, because he did not want to take her life or maim her. But if she wants to fulfill her mission to the end, then he will do everything he can for her death. Therefore, the girl simply had no choice but to agree with Yushin. When she removed her mask, Sivu noticed her eyes. There was something unusual about them. The barrier was supposed to disappear if one more of the 5 stopped supporting it. Yushin remarked that she had acted wisely, and now advised her to take her brother and hide. Because if it turns out that she surrendered her part of the barrier without a fight, then nothing good will end. Then Yushin said that he did not come here for Siva, but that he was dragged out of bed and sent on a mission. 5 other shamans were told to make a barrier. They were waiting for Siva, although they did not know for sure if he would come, and Yushin was told to go inside and bring Siva's mother. In the process, he met the Yakai who came to save her and they agreed on cooperation. Then he said that there was no need to worry about him, but the situation they got into was very difficult. The barrier was held by 3 shamans and each of them was stronger than the 2 Sivu was fighting combined. Sivu understood that they meant that girl too when they spoke together. Not counting those 2 and Yushin, everyone who was sent here were supervisors, and in their case, even when they combined their forces, they barely reached the level of supervisors, so they were simply called in a hurry. Even if they joined forces, In reality, the younger brother relies almost entirely on the skills of his older sister. Yushin thought that Sivu would sense that something was wrong. So there were 3 guards left, and in order to leave this place, one of them had to be defeated. Then he asked Siva for 1 bottle of what he had given. Yushin squeezed it to regain his energy. He then sensed that one of the warders would definitely fight against one of the Yakai who had come to save his friend's mother, as the energy fluctuations indicated that the fight between them was now in full swing. The mother was leading another Ikai out of the barrier, so Siva had to find them and join them. Yushin had to take on one of the 2 supervisors, and they all had to hide from the last one. And then, as soon as either he or the fox defeats the opponent and damages the barrier, it will be necessary to flee from here immediately. Yushin had told Siva back in the training hall that their capabilities were many times stronger with weapons, and now his friend had to experience it for himself. Sivu said that it was so and thought that his friend was ready to sacrifice everything for him. Suddenly, someone attacked Yushin from behind. He started to fight back. The man said that when the father finds out that his son is talking to the Yakaya, he may not survive it because he can hardly breathe anyway. He suggested that Yushin change his mind, but the boy did not want to listen to such a thing. Then he said that it was up to Yushin to decide, but the boy had all the necessary qualities for a leader, and his character was not similar to other family members. He had a chance to attack this goblin because almost no one knew about it yet. Yushin did not know that his uncle had such an opinion about him, and also said that Sim had seen him on the way here. Then he admitted that he had been thinking about leaving home for a long time because he was tired of sitting in a cage. Uncle said that he did not fully understand Yushin. The boy told Siva that his mother would be on the roof, and as soon as the barrier fell, he should fly away from there. He ordered Siva to run as fast as possible, and whatever happened, always stay with his mother. Then Yushin was going to attack his uncle, who had already realized that he and Siva were friends. Yushin said that his uncle might consider him even crazy, but he had nothing to say to that. But the man did not think so because the boy acted nobly, risking his life for a friend. Now the man will have to compete with Aru, one of the few true masters. Yushin promised that he would try to finish everything as soon as possible. Kim Chae-gun promised that the child would die painlessly. A few minutes ago, Selwa noticed some strange vibration around her. The boy understood that it was an aura, which meant that someone had summoned someone divine. Saul looked at her phone and screamed when she read something. Selkva wanted to know what the matter was. Sol said that Sivu is coming here, and since the message came a little earlier, he must be near. Then the boy shouted that Sivu was an idiot, and if he knew shamans a little better, he would have understood everything himself. Suddenly someone else came in and asked why the young man was talking so casually with these animals. Perhaps he was worried that the woman they needed to bring with them would be harmed. Is it possible that he is so confident in his words that he thinks to intimidate them with his authority alone? It was the 5th student of the Hall of Constellations, the fairy Ha-Un-Sim. The boy did not understand how she got here, because the guards had to guard the edges of the barrier from all sides, because even though the girl was not a very formidable opponent, he could not use his energy now. Then he remembered the bottles of Siva. One would be enough to fully recover, so it was necessary to meet him somehow. Selwa said that she didn't know how strong a shaman he was, and that he clearly had problems with the ability to make friends. Suddenly aimed to attack. She said that strange things are happening here because she wanted to kiss Yushin, not the girl. She wondered how it was that the Ikai was protecting him. She thought maybe Yushin forgot about his mission and went over to their side. Sol grabbed Yushin's hand and told him to leave immediately. Selwa thought he could be used as a hostage, but even a living shield isn't very good, so we have to go find Siva. She wanted to say what to do next, but decided to deal with Un first. The girl was of the opinion that it didn't matter what happened to him or the other Ikai, but their goal had to remain intact, so she didn't mind waiting as long as it took. They won't be able to escape from here anyway. The only question is how fast and who will catch them, she then asked. Does Selkva's hand hurt? To which she said that it might have hurt if her damned knife had a stronger soul. Then was glad that the girl knew what the cursed knife was. She had made it herself. It contained a human soul torn apart by resentment and strong negative emotions, which in essence was not much different from an evil spirit. But unlike an evil spirit, creating a cursed knife was a difficult process because a person was subjected to physical and psychological torture, and the blade that was used to finish off that person was then used as a powerful weapon. Sol said that she spent so much effort to create it and did not understand why it was not strong enough, because one should be enough to take the life of a Kai-class Yekai. So now the girl decided that she would have to ask her friends for help. Saul said that they had waited long enough, and the enemies should be far away by now. Didn't see the point in the rants, so she decided to get down to business. She attacked Selkva so that the girl flew out of the window, but she was able to land successfully and looked up. Said the girl was faster than she thought. Then Selwa summoned the great demon king. Was definitely not expecting to see this. There were many types of divine beings revered by shamans, among whom there were those who were human in life. And the reason why they became such was not their power, but the prayers and gifts offered to them by the living, so they ascended above ordinary by people. Those who prayed did not necessarily need to possess their own spiritual power, because only the sincerity of these prayers mattered. Over time, the prayers created the core of the deity, that is, the shamans who invoked them had the right to use this power, and were to be responsible for the consequences. This king was like the deity Guan Yu to Un. She didn't understand how an Ikai took control of such a power, but there was nothing good about it. Then her blade sank right into Selwa's chest. Un said she won't turn a blind eye to it because Selwa is a dirty animal. Everyone knew that their family specialized in various tricks. It's a fox pearl and mind-clouding magic. Today she learned a lot and said that she will take it into account when it is necessary to take the life of another fox. But this magic did not affect Selwa, because the blades simply did not reach. She did not understand why something invisible stopped the knives. It was a unique technique that most other foxes did not know how to use. She seized control of the knives in a way that was strange to Uan. But Selwa said that these knives were quite mediocre, and before starting, she quickly analyzed the technique that controlled these knives, and simply created a spell to use them more effectively. Un was angry and shouted that this could not happen. But Selkva was a genius fox and everything worked out for her. The energy of the Ikai and the righteous energy of the shamans have their origin in the natural energy of these. It passes through them like a filter, like fuel, and each of them has its own field of application, so it cannot be interchanged. Un realized that Selwa had improved her own spell, but she didn't know how that was possible. Because of the difference in the energies they used, it was necessary to literally create a similar spell with the same function from scratch. Even if she could create an identical technique, it couldn't be done so quickly, especially since the technique was limited to a certain number of teams. Then Selwa asked how common this technique was among shamans, because among humans, magic that harms one's own kind should be taboo. But the creation of Ikai was forbidden not because it harmed another person, but because it is a simple and very effective way of building up strength. She said there is such a thing as understanding a subject. And who but humans better understand their species? The problem is that they are also creatures who refuse to simply accept the state of things. Weak creatures were fated to crawl before the strong, but only humans deny such a natural state of things and curse those of higher status, even when it costs them their lives, because they are simply jealous. And ethnicity, morality, laws and rights are needed only to tame and calm such creatures. Fortunately, they believe in it. Selwa didn't know how true Un's words were, but she knew at least one person who had a different point of view. He sincerely grieved and suffered because of the death of his relatives, despite the fact that they were not even his relatives or acquaintances. Un said that means he's still an idiot, and she said the same about those who stand and taunt before their opponent. Un moved away so that Selwa would definitely not be able to get her. She urged to try to intercept this curse as well, if Selwa could handle it. This boy's hatred was stronger than anyone she had sealed in her knives. Selwa looked at it and said it was just ridiculous. Although they did not agree on anything, Selwa understood that it was not in their interests to make noise. She recalled that Un didn't care that they might hurt other people during the fight. Now even Selkva was not against this rule, especially since there was no one around anyway. Then she attacked at full power using all 5 tails. Selwa called them, and a huge hand with 5 fingers appeared. She thought she should be happy with the result for now. As the hand reached out and attacked Un, Selwa knew it was more than enough. She gave the sign and then a loud explosion was heard. Selwa felt the restraining spell and realized what was wrong with her for the first time. She thought that the reason was that she hadn't been given permission yet. But that's not the reason. It's just that some part of the creatures fall under the need to let their powers be limited. This applied to all Yukai of the Ryan class and above, and Selwa had long been of a very high level. But she didn't understand why she constantly found herself in such ridiculous situations, as if she was not experienced enough to enter the human world, but also too strong that a restraining spell was needed. But the judge said that such was the will of the king of the Ekai, and even he was under such a spell. But he was sure that even if Selkvi had to use force, she would find a way out of the situation. In principle, everything turned out for the girl as she expected. Even if it was one hand, summoning it with the help of 5 tails was too much, and now her dantian was bursting at the seams. In such a state she could not even call Siva pathetic. But Selkva knew that she had acted rationally, because the soul that the girl wanted to summon was very strong. That is, the one whom Selwa defeated was the second shaman, which meant that there was not much time left. Sulwa decided it was time to go find Choi Siwa. Then a silhouette appeared behind him, thanking him for the liberation. He said that now they can play until the end of time. Saul saw that the barrier was weakening and rejoiced, because it meant that everything was working out for them. She hoped that no one was particularly hurt. She knew that she would have been able to get through the barrier herself, but the human body was too fragile for such a maneuver. Therefore, it was better to wait until it dissipated completely. Suddenly, from behind, Sol saw a gasping Siva who ran to his mother. She said not to worry because Selwa used her magic to not scare her mother. He thanked them for risking their lives to save his mother. Saul said it was the least they could do. On the way here, Sivu felt as if his breathing had become easier, which meant that the barrier was beginning to dissipate. Siva asked Sol to take only his mother with him because he needed to stay. She was categorically against it, but the boy had already made a firm decision. He understood that the shamans behaved strangely because they could unite their forces and deal with them, realizing that they were inside the barrier. But instead, when he and Yushin neutralized one shaman, another immediately came to replace him. Sivu thought that either the shamans had a certain restriction that did not allow those who maintained the barrier to be near, or the shamans were at odds with each other. In any case, they predicted a scenario in which the barrier would be damaged. There was one more shaman left. In his place, Sivu would focus all his attention on those who would try to escape after the barrier fell. Here, Saul thought, but if the barrier was damaged, then Selwa won. Now, Sivu didn't know what state Selwa was in, but they had to join forces to fight the last shaman, and Saul had to take his mother. He asked Saul not to worry because he was sure that such a decision was the best, because he and Selwa would somehow get out of here safe and sound. A voice from behind said that Siva's judgment and determination was impressive. Saul was very scared because it was Bihyun. He greeted Sivu and said that they had met again. Sivu attacked Bihyun, but he stood still and continued. He wanted to explain why he had come to Siva. Suddenly he noticed the feathers flying at speed. It was Sol Mi's unique wind suspension technique. Thanks to this technique, the ordinary pen that it launches becomes similar to anti-tank rifles in penetration. But this power was only enough for the Sai or Ge Ekai class. For the Ki class, it hardly had any threat. But skillful users were able to accumulate wind energy in feathers and release it. Sol Mi did this and ordered the energy to dissipate. Sivu thought that even if they attacked with all their might, he would simply wave away their magic. Therefore, he decided to focus not on strength, but on sharpness, and launched the sword. Sol abruptly pushed Siva's mother away so that she would not be accidentally touched. Then Sivu attacked so powerfully that it was visible even from outside the house. But Bihyun said that's how you should attack, and these techniques are only great if you can hit. Now Bihyun began to attack Siva strongly. Sol stood guarding Siva's mother, so that she would not be accidentally hit during the attacks. Bihyun then said that Sivu is clever at manipulating energy, although it is quite difficult. Of course, family also played a significant role, but the boy still managed well. Sol held 2 feathers and told Bihyun not to approach, because he can't handle these feathers so easily with one hand. Bihyun believed and even remarked that even that feather was already quite powerful, so he wouldn't be able to block these 2 with one brute force. But this bad state that her friend was in now would not allow him to use his full strength. But if the girl still dares, then everything around will explode. Then it will not even be clear whether Siva will survive for sure. But she was also responsible for the boy's mother, who would definitely have no chance then. Bihyun then said that he was glad that he had come to help, and the reason for this misunderstanding was Siva's unwillingness to listen to him first. He hoped that the few blows were able to cool Choi Siva down a bit. He didn't think they would meet so soon. But those enemies had already crossed the line. Bihyun was sure before that he would be their target. He even left a few tracks that could lead to him, but for some reason they wanted to capture Siva. If he had known this would happen, he would have acted more quietly. But Sivu knew that Bihyun didn't come here just to talk. He then said that he had come to help them because Sivu was right in his assumption. After all, the barrier has already fallen, but it is still not easy to get out of here, even if there is only one supervisor here. Bihyun assumed that other forces were already on their way here. He said that to capture Siva, they had devoted enough power to compete with even Bi-hyung, but what had happened as a result, in their understanding, should never have happened. After all, 4 supervisors and 2 strong shamans could guard all of Seoul together. For them, even the fact that Seoul could be in complete chaos during this time did not matter at all, because the main thing was to catch Siva, so failure was not at all what they expected. So having come this far, the only way to minimize this failure was to go all the way. Other forces would be involved literally immediately, so it was necessary to act quickly, but Bi-hyun was ready to help them escape if Sivu did one favor. He asked if all his friends would be able to go out. Bi-hyun promised yes. He then asked what Bi-hyun wanted in return. Bi-hyun said something quietly to him, and thought that there was nothing difficult in his request. Sivu nevertheless agreed to fulfill his request. Bi-hyun said they could just go down the stairs and get out, there was no need to fly. Sivu could not believe that everything was so simple. But the guy said that he heard everything correctly, and maybe he should have told earlier. But he only recently destroyed the last warden. That's why he only told now, otherwise their conversation might have taken much longer. Someone called the phone in Bi-hyun's hands. He answered that it was he who took the life of the owner of this mobile. Sivu was listening to Bi-hyun talking on the phone. He said to go quickly, because he promised that he would take care of everything. Then the 3 of them began to descend the stairs. They had indeed successfully left the building, as they had been promised. Then they saw their friend on the ground in front of them. It was Selwa, but she looked strange, not as usual. She said not to worry, she just stepped on something annoying. One of the shamans said on the phone that he would quickly clean up everything and leave. He didn't understand why they were sent here to be ordered to retreat. He told Yushin that he did not know the details, but his friend was not harmed, because the real criminal appeared and surrendered and killed Pek-on. Then he said that he wanted to sum up and began to cut off his brush. Yushin started shouting for him not to do that, but it was the least he could do to avoid being blamed for letting the boy go, even though they wouldn't be happy anyway. And in general, it will be easier for Yushin to return if there are rumors that he defeated Kim Chae-gun. Yushin himself should have understood that everything is decided by strength, and even if his old man gets angry, deep down he will be glad that the boy won. Therefore, when Yushin decides to return, he will already have an achievement. It was his decision whether to return, but Kim had one request, that the boy live a life worthy of his hand. He turned and walked away, leaving a confused Yushin to ponder these words. A week has passed, and you could say that the world has not changed at all. But one could say for sure that people have changed. They became more cautious and unfriendly. You could understand them. After all, recent events were still a mystery to people. People did not understand the troubles that were called the Dark Gods, or rather the troubles that threatened their appearance. The events calmed down a little, but the enemies still continued to actively act. So all the people were afraid, because something threatened their lives, and neither the police nor the authorities talked about it. This suffocating feeling of anxiety forced one to be constantly on the lookout. The judge told Seoul that for now there are no tasks for her and she can rest, but for now it is better to stay close to Siva. The girl tried hard, so it was her well-deserved rest. On another day, she would have been glad to hear such words, but now she did not know the details of the events that had taken place, and if she had continued to perform the work of the judge's envoy, she would have known some details. But there was only one reason that forced the girl to keep herself in her hands. It was that her work here was no less important than the work of the exile. Siva's mother waved at the girl and asked if she had gone shopping alone. She offered to go together in the evening, because the store was far away, but the weather was good for a walk. Saul asked where the woman was going. A friend from her hometown came to her, and she was going to a meeting. Sivu had been living here for a week because his house was damaged after a fight with the warden, but none of the residents were injured then. But the people were told that there was just a gas leak and to provide another accommodation, and in fact, Siwu helped Yu Yen move. Sivu's mother said goodbye. According to legend, Saul was a classmate of the boy, who turned out to be a neighbor. Yu Yen, who was watching over them, came up from behind. She explained where the woman had gone and asked if the boy was tired, because it was already the weekend. But there was no reason to worry, because Goyu helped him with his work on weekdays. He said goodbye and left. The probability was small, but everyone protected Siva and his mother as best they could. Sol invited Siva to her place for breakfast. She saw him for the first time this week, because the boy was exhausted and sat at home all the time. She thought it would be good to cheer him up somehow. Sivu came from behind and asked not to cut each layer separately. He said it's better to fold them together and then cut them or use scissors. He wanted some seasoning, but Saul didn't have any, so he went to get it. He began to give advice to the girl about cooking and asked her preferences in food. Saul made tteokbokki for the first time but said she liked them. Everything was already ready, and they sat down to breakfast. Sivu hoped he had added enough spices and asked him to tell if anything went wrong. Saul complimented his rice sticks. She had never had them before. It was all because they were freshly made. The girl said that he cooks very tasty. The boy just liked it. He remembered how his mother taught him little by little when he was a child. Sivu said that his condition was not so bad that he would specially go for groceries early to treat him. All week, the boy was scrolling through the events in his head and wondered whether it was right to go to save people alone, because no one could be saved. Only more victims appeared. Sol said that it is not Siva's fault because he has not broken any law. Shamans are fully responsible for everything that happened then in that area. He knew what Sol was worried about, but he promised that it wouldn't break him. This incident, on the contrary, helped to understand what rash decisions are and how difficult it is to take responsibility for one's actions. Now he understood that he had behaved arrogantly and selfishly. Even his own fate was not in his hands. Selwa was due to return, and Sivu would try to learn everything he could from her. Saul thought her friend was still in the Ikai world, but Sivu said her room was right above theirs and he heard footsteps in the morning. Saul thought that there must be something wrong here, because after the fight with the shaman, she returned to their world to rest and now did not tell her anything about her return. Saul decided to go up to her friend's place to visit and check what was there. She went in and saw Selkva lying in the middle of the apartment. She called the guy from the coffee shop, and he said that Selkva was proud and stubborn, probably trying to cope with everything herself. Now Saul was thinking what to do now in this situation. He said that in order to heal the girl, it was necessary to return her to the Ikai world and treat her there. But even if it is possible to cure her, she will have to forget about the status of a clan representative. In her clan's opinion, weaklings were to blame for their own weakness, and many clan members targeted her as a representative, but Selwa outnumbered them. But now if rumors spread and everyone finds out that she is sick, no one knows what her relatives will decide. But there was one way. If she was in this state after the battle with the shaman and there was no visible damage, maybe it was not an illness or injury. Maybe it was just a punishment from an evil spirit, but Saul didn't believe that. If this was indeed the punishment of an evil spirit, then the boy knew a specialist nearby in the human world. He lived not far from them, and the boy had already called him. A woman appeared with the guy they saw in the cafe and asked why such a strong fox needed such a pitiful spirit. Selkva was lying at home in a serious condition and could not even stand up. Wolyung came in to see if there was anything she could do to help the girl. Friends were very worried and really wanted to help. Then the woman said that if the necessary measures are not taken, the girl will last 3 days and then die. Saul screamed that there had to be some way to save her. Wolyung continued while Sivu stood without uttering a word. She equated Selkva's state with a heavy downpour. In order to do this, it was necessary to simply disperse the clouds, and if the state turned into a storm, then stand somewhere and wait. But in this case, the condition was very difficult, and what she caught was very dangerous. She would not even keep such a dangerous thing in herself, and the one who does such stupid things should be punished with deprivation of life. One way or another, Wolyung could not help. Then Saul began to beg her to at least try. The woman told the girl that she misunderstood the situation and that she was not obligated to help the lady. And, as she already said, they cannot cope with what is stuck inside her because even an attempt to take it away can turn into a disaster. If you try to pull it out by force, everything can end badly. Not only for Selwa, the evil and hatred of the spirit will spread to a large number of people around. According to rough calculations, more than 1,000 people will fall into his hands. She herself managed to hold out for so long due to her exceptional strength. And regardless of the outcome, the only right decision will be to return her to her home world, because trying to help her here is too risky. Then Huang Hui's voice was suddenly heard, thinking that there must be some way. They looked at the boy in confusion as he continued. Huang said that the method could be dangerous and reckless, but he didn't mind Wolyung using it as long as it didn't harm them themselves. Even if they also stumble somewhere, their conscience will not allow them to take them with them. Saul said that it was, and Wolyung was puzzled by the statement. Huang said that this fox is not even worthy of being his rival, so you can feel sorry for her. And it was a pity for him to see how they stood helplessly and could not help their friend. Wolyung rushed to hug the boy and wondered when he managed to grow up so much. Then Sivu called and thanked Selva for his help. Sivu was on his way somewhere and was reading something on his smartphone. Wolyung said that two things must be prepared: someone who will perform the ritual and a vessel in which to seal the banished spirit. Saul asked if the vessel could then be destroyed with the spirit instead of being sealed. This was impossible, because the strength of the spirit directly depended on the negative emotions that swallow him. And at the moment of death, it is determined by how strong his hatred is and how much he is still attached to the living. Because this power is not infinite, once it is completely spent, most spirits disappear on their own. Only very rarely do Volung-type exceptions turn into vengeful spirits and take on new bodies. But with cursed spirits it was different, for the distorted entities controlled by magic were not capable of turning into vengeful spirits, but the hatred that filled them prevented them from disappearing. That's why she said that during an exorcism, everyone around them can come under his control, because they can neither disappear nor get a new body, so they take control of new bodies and use them as their containers. Therefore, in order to appease them, containers are often used in the form of weapons, although they are not made of flesh and blood, but allow the spirits to run amok without orders. Another problem is that the stronger the spirit, the stronger the capacity required to seal it. Strong cursed spirits needed quality weapons. Sivu asked what the woman meant when she said they would need an exorcist. Wolyung said that exorcism was invented by humans, and their skill in this matter was far exceeded, so an expert in this kind of rituals was needed, but the possibility of using this method was very small. Sivu stood and thought that Selwa's life was in danger, and he couldn't just stand there and do nothing. But surely coming here was not the best idea. Here someone nearby angrily threw a bag and shouted, "How dare Sivu come?" It was Yushin's cousin who lived with him. She immediately rushed at the boy and kicked him. She knew he was far from the weakest Ikai, and she wasn't going to be lenient because he was half human. The girl asked how he dared to come here so defiantly. She said that because of Siva, her master is full of problems. Yushin came out and said that someone would listen to a girl like that and think that he almost killed him. He then told Siv that he was asleep and did not hear him call. He invited Siva to come in and said that the expression on his face showed that his friend wanted to involve him in another adventure. The sister put a bottle of water in such a way that the glasses flew on the table. The brother said that it was too sharp, and in general she could have brewed at least tea bags. And the girl last time was delighted with Siva, but she said that she does not understand people well. That is why she serves someone like him. She called the boy a fool, who rolled down in an embrace with an Ikai. But Yushin said that he simply became stronger, independent, and self-confident. Yushin left home, became furious with stupidity, and left his clan. Sivu wanted to say something, but his friend said that it was not his fault, and he had planned it for a long time. He said that he no longer works for the authorities, and that the reason for his actions was that he considered them to be the only right thing in that situation, not that Sivu was his friend. It was his duty to serve humanity, protect people, and be loyal to his country. But now he is a lowly teenager who ran away from home. And if you need an exorcist, then Sivu came to the address. Maybe Yushin is not the best in the country, but definitely in the top 3. But anyone who wants to use his skills must pay a price, even if it's his best friend. Sivu naturally agreed. Even if he had nothing to pay, he said he would find it. Yushin told his sister that this was not just his best friend, but their first client. Therefore, it was necessary to treat him accordingly. He began to tell that there were 2 worlds. In one lived the Ikai, in the other they lived. And between these worlds there were islands, which were smaller worlds. Even on those islands in smaller numbers. But there were also people and Yakai who did not follow the laws of modern society and did not obey the Yakai king. It was an autonomous zone. It was a fairy tale paradise called Shangri-La, which was somewhere in the mountains or in the oceans. Sivu asked if there were many such worlds. Yushin said no, they were tiny like small cities. Those who were Jews there were the elite. Some were even once kings. But they were tired of this world, and among the people there lived those who had achieved enlightenment, that is, exceeded the limits available to man. Sivu didn't understand how this related to the issue of payment, but Yushin said that the boy had nothing to pay now, and he promised to come up with something. In 2 days, Shangri-La will host a banquet to celebrate the birthday of the Dragon King's youngest daughter, as well as a tournament in which both humans and Yakai can participate. That's why Yushin wanted them to take part in it as one team, so he would settle with him. They arrived on the east coast where the competition was to take place. Sivu heard someone approach them from behind. It was Gupa, the ruler of the eastern part of the Dragon Palace. and she greeted them and thanked them for participating in the celebration. Yushin said that he has no relation to the Hall of Constellations, so he positions himself as an independent participant. Despite this, Lady Gu still regarded him as a person of high status. Then she asked Yushin to introduce his partner for today. He called him Choi Mak-dol, said that he is very capable, although he is not a member of the Constellation Hall, so they will participate in the tournament together. Although the Dragon King and his subjects remained neutral for a long time, not interfering in the Ikai's problems or harming humans, they allowed both humans and monsters to participate in the tournament. Sivu thought that this might cause problems, but his friend objected because it was a neutral territory with its own laws. And the king maintained good relations with the people for a long time. You can even call the palace the safest place. Problems could arise only because he is an Ikai. People in the palace will be silent, but guests may whisper and trouble will begin. Sivu did not understand how he would not use the energy of the Ikai in the duel. Yushin felt that a friend had used righteous energy in battle recently, so this would be a good option. However, he did not know how to use it as well as the energy of monsters. But Yushin promised to take on strong opponents, and his friend should simply pretend to be human. Lady Gu took it upon herself to explain the rules. The finals were supposed to be at the banquet, but the finalists had to be revealed before it. They could not hold all the fights in one day, so there had to be qualifying matches. Unfortunately, they could not announce this earlier, because they did not expect such a large number of participants. She gave the boys jade pendants to allow them to stay here for 2 days and also to monitor their condition. The first touch was supposed to identify them as the owners of these things, and they would then be able to participate in the tournament. The pendant also measured the approximate level of chi and strength, but Yushin assured that the mask completely covered Siva and his ki, so the pendant should recognize a person in it. Lady Gu then thanked the boys once again for their participation and led them to the venue of the qualifiers. They found themselves in some dark and cold place. Then the boys discovered that they were not alone. It was probably their rivals. There were 2 of them, in similar suits and with similar hairstyles. Lady Gu announced the rules. Couples were to compete against other couples until someone lost twice. Yushin clarified whether these were all the conditions. The woman confirmed. After 2 defeats, the battle ended and it was necessary to wait for further orders. The total number of points had to be equal to the number of battles won. The couple with the most points should win, but Yushin knew that there was a trick here. Because the loss didn't seem scary, but everyone came for the victory, so no one will give up. Today will be an endless marathon. It will only be worth relaxing a little, and it will be a loss. Although it was not profitable for them, but they welcomed all the participants personally, so that they did not know the exact number of participants of the tournament. The more Yushin thought about it, the more it didn't seem like an ordinary selection competition. Then Sivu started to move for some maneuver. Yushin got scared and noticed that his friend never explained to him what he was going to do. Sivu said not to worry as he can manage without his powers, so there is nothing to worry about. He promised to win no matter what it cost him. Lady Gu then revealed that their opponents had come from the Korean peninsula. They were monsters from Chokodon, both representing their clan at the festival. Despite their young ages, both of them had already reached the level of Kai, and without eating people, it was powerful. He told Siva that when he felt that he could not handle them, he should retreat. Lady Gu told their opponents that the boys were real hard workers. One of them was even in the Sonsu clan. The girl noted that he no longer belongs to the clan. That is, he may have been kicked out, but the woman did not know the details. The second said it was time to get down to business. He had always wondered what these overseers were capable of. He said that according to the feeling, one had the aura of Gui, and the other had Ki. The boy asked if there would be a penalty if he took someone's life during the tournament, but the lady replied that the participants themselves agreed to the risk of accidents, so there would be no penalty. He shouted to Danok's partner that he would deal with both of them himself. The boy said that the qualifiers are not needed for the participants to accumulate strength, but to deal with their opponents and become as strong and prepared as possible before the finals. He knew that his sister had not tasted people yet, so he promised to share with her. The guy allowed his opponent to attack first because his appearance was already quite daring. Yushin noticed that this guy was very arrogant and emotional. He realized that his opponent wanted to counterattack Siva sharply before he himself surrendered, but his friend was not naive enough to fall for it. Siva had well-developed instincts and intuition. Yushin felt it for himself. Sivu launched an attack on his opponent. But suddenly that guy used one of the special techniques called Earth Dragon Poison Strike. But Sivu had already dealt with an enemy who used poison. Therefore, his experience and information about the opponent helped to predict the first attack. He also mastered many martial arts before he found out that he was a half-blood with the energy of Yakai and shamans. It should come as a surprise to many, Sivu used capoeira. The enemy did not understand what kind of ballet it was. There was no force in his movements that violated the laws of nature, but they were very effective. Most techniques created by humans are just movements to help the weak become strong. Danak did not understand how he strikes with these dances. Yushin was glad that his friend took the initiative of the fight into his own hands from the very beginning, but his opponent was many times stronger. Siva's energy was low, so these 3 blows were like scratches for the enemy. The opponent thought it was audacious to think that his dance would help. Just one counterattack was enough. Then Sivu decided it was time to end it. He began the attack with a completely different technique. It was clear that Sivu was winning, so the boy was just defending himself. The enemy did not understand how this could happen. Monsters were usually very resistant. In general, monsters regenerated easily, but there was a part of the body that could not be regenerated. It was their core, almost their second heart, if not more important. He asked very much to return the nucleus, because even if it is possible to restore it, the condition will be as it was at birth. Then the Ikai will be forced to start all over again, regardless of how much energy it had before. The sister was indignant, shouting that it was against the rules of the tournament. Sivu then asked why she is shouting, as there is a simple solution. He offered to take away his consciousness or life and then return the core. Sivu allowed him to eat him, or do whatever the girl wanted with his body. Lady Gu could not understand what kind of creature Sivu was. Because in terms of energy he was an ordinary person, she did not believe that it was all about his abilities and martial arts. She wondered how good Yushin must be in battle then, if his charge was so capable. Lady said that she understood why Choi is his partner because his skills are really good. He had the experience and intuition to fill the energy gaps. Also, he saved his energy until the end of the fight in order to deliver a full blow at the end, because if he had used such a technique at the beginning, his opponent would have been more alert. If you look at the aura, you can understand that he is just learning to manage energy, but if he continues like this, he will achieve a lot. Yushin said that Lady Gu exaggerates and his ward is not ready for such opponents, even though he is capable. But the boy didn't really think so. Sivu's mask hid the monster's energy and blocked its release. In addition, if a person had the talent to control righteous energy, he needed to train it, and ordinary victories over weak opponents were a common thing for the Ikai. Therefore, as long as he is wearing the mask, his heredity will not matter. He will be a permanent, ordinary novice. The end of the fight seemed to be predictable, but something did not go according to plan. Yushin apologized for not being able to help and said not to worry about losing. After all, Sivu is still a novice in this business and had a lot to learn. He said leave it to him and his friend will teach Siva all the techniques and tricks he knows, and together they will win. This is exactly how Yushin imagined it, because the reason he asked his friend to participate was not for the reward. He just wanted to teach his friend something new, because whether he sided with the Ikai or the shamans, he would be equally successful. Yushin thought that the boy was just learning how to manage his energy, so he wanted to try to develop shaman energy in him. If there was an opportunity to develop his shaman skills, then it could suppress the influence of the Ikai energy. His ultimate goal was to become king and protect the people, so developing as a shaman seemed quite likely. Sivu was also very soft-hearted, constantly worried, wanted to save everyone, so he believed that the only way to do this was to become the king of monsters. But one person would not be able to change the whole world. He could instead become a respectable shaman and live a happy life. Even if his path would be difficult, he had no other choice, so this tournament was to help develop the shaman's skills. The girl was ready to admit defeat, even to fall to her knees, because she considered this to be the end. Lady Gu summed up, Yushin's team won, further actions could harm the opponent. The girl ran to her brother, worried, asked if he would be able to recover. Yushin was upset because his plan failed again. Sivu heard the girl saying something to him. She promised that they would go against his clan, but he would pay for what he did. Next time it wouldn't be the same. Sivu told them to do whatever they want, he will wait for their meeting. He seemed to become a different being for a second, and said that he would be many times stronger later. This really shocked Lady Gu, as it was like another entity that equated to the higher ranks of their palace. And his behavior in this fight indicated that he is not an ordinary person. Suddenly, someone asked why Lady Gu was delaying the turn, if the winner had already been announced. She apologized and said she would deal with the next in line immediately. Yushin asked if the next match would start immediately, but the lady said that would be unfair to some of the contestants. The matches were supposed to start at the same time, and now some are still fighting, so the last one should start 15 minutes after the end of the last contestant's match. Yushin realized that the sooner they finished the fight, the more time they had to recover, and asked if there was a restroom. But the participants could rest only here, and you can go to the restroom only after all the fights are over. So Sivu realized that only what they had with them should be used for recovery. He pulled out a Rising Moon House token that could be used to summon their house's merchant. Yushin was extremely amazed that Sivu had it, as even their elders had tried to get it, but to no avail. But Sivu was quick to say that he himself had given it to the boy before the fight. Yushin quickly understood and played along, saying that it just slipped out of his head. Lady Gu said they didn't mind as long as the merchant didn't interfere in the fight. But they only have enough energy for one summon, because such objects absorbed energy in proportion to the summoning distance. Therefore, the lady recommended using such an item only in case of urgent need. The lady thought that the finals might be exciting because these guys are very interesting, and then decided to go see how the other matches went. She saw that 5 arenas had already finished their matches, and it amazed her. The woman said that they could have saved their lives, so she wondered how she had taken down 2 fairly strong yakai so quickly. When the girl announced that she would participate alone, Lady Gu decided that she was simply too proud, and her heritage of a pitiful animal that was able to reach the realm of the gods was revealed. She asked if there was a really good prize for the winner. Lady Gu replied that the prize was worthy, because besides the precious things, the winners would have the right to take anything from the palace treasury. His Majesty will guide the winner himself and advise what is best to take. But for this girl, there was no need for treasure, because it was a pile of scraps in her opinion. She only needed the legacy of her ancestor Sun Wukong that he left behind in this palace. The boy looked at the frozen monster and thought that when the ice melts by itself he will even survive. He asked the burly man if he and his partner were surrendering. There was no time to think. If there is no answer after 5 seconds, then the boy will assume that the man wants to continue the fight. Then at last he forced out the words that they did seem to be surrendering. He didn't expect them to be bitten like this. He thought that these qualifying matches give a good opportunity to see different fights before the festival. Thus many good fighters go to the tournament. Sol said that they had to take first place, no matter what it took, to retrieve the container for Selwa's golden spirit from the treasury. The partner promised to try, but it was bad that they did not warn that the tournament would be more than one day. After all, he didn't even close the cafe normally, but Sol said that he does it anyway when he wants to. She said that his coffee is ordinary, but that everyone comes because of his cute face. This offended the boy a little, and Sol wanted to know something. She asked if it was possible to find out if an acquaintance of theirs was participating in the tournament. Sol began to press for pity because she understood that this was closed information. Then the woman could not resist and allowed. She said that Choi Siwoo was not on the list, which was true because he was participating under a different name. The barista said that there were few chances to meet him here, and at least you could ask him. But Sol knew that if he asked directly, it would only be worse and he would go with them and do everything himself. But on the other hand, he was really unlikely to participate, because now he went in search of an exorcist, so probably to his friend. Therefore, he would hardly take him to the tournament. After that, there were 4 more competitions and Siva won all of them. Lady Gu was amazed at these results, and so was Yushin. He took Siva's hand and realized that he even still had energy. This energy should have run out several times already, so he tries not to lose energy once again. Using only the minimum necessary, he was able to absorb it without the help of others. Yushin asked Siva to take off his shoes and sit in the lotus position. It was unusual for Sivu, but the friend said he would get used to it quickly. It was a basic posture that helps manage energy, so it had to be memorized. He put his hand on Siv's back and said that he can bake a little now. Sivu felt a burning sensation and a rush of energy. It was Yushin who let some energy into his body. Now it was necessary to inhale when he presses with his hands and exhale when he does not press. This technique was called focusing the mind, because in the human body there were meridians along which energy flowed. Yushin was currently blocking only 64 of the 100 that are in Siva. Later, the boy will be able to do it himself. Such exercise helped the body recover and accumulate energy. Then the girl appeared in front of Siva with Yushin. For some reason, she did not have a partner. Lady Gu said that she decided to participate alone. This girl is very brave. She was a descendant of Sun Wukong from Mount Huago in the center of the continent. The girl was surprised that it was a person, then it was explained to her that it was a descendant of a clan that belongs to the Hall of Constellations. The girl did not like that she was evaluated only by heredity. She had skills. Siwu remembered that it was Xiao Hui who fought Selwa in the department store. She only made 2 attacks then, but it was clear what kind of power she possessed. Then Siva had to try hard, but all Yakai can use already familiar attacks. Yushin said that her class was also Ryan. Sivu panicked that he couldn't move. He couldn't let Yushin fight her alone. Yushin immobilized the boy. All he had to do was sit and breathe properly so that everything would be fine. Sivu had already won 5 matches. Now it was Yushin's turn. The girl offered Yushin to give up right away, because they had no money, so it would be another free loss. Xiao said if he taught, he would die or regret not giving up when he had the chance. But Yushin said that this tactic had worked before, and after 5 fights, she was already too intact, so her high rank helped her get this far. He didn't understand if the Yakai respected their ancestors so much, or if they were really that stupid to believe everything, but Xiao's involvement still upset him. Or maybe the Ikai were too naive, because they matured later due to a longer lifespan. Xiao used the divine wind taming technique to attack. Instead, Yushin used a flying battle sword. The girl realized that it was a rather strong type of magic when the boy attacked. At first, she was even scared and did not have time to defend herself. Then Yushin saw a hare flying towards him. He understood that it was a trap, so he began to fight back. The fight continued, but Yushin mostly just dodged. Sivu noted that the girl was fast and graceful, but he could not understand Yushin's tactics. During the entire match, there was a possibility of a counterattack as many as 5 times. The reason Yushin didn't counterattack was because of his instincts. The girl continued her powerful attacks when suddenly the ground under her feet shifted. Yushin thought that the arena was floating on water, but it shouldn't be moving. After all the past 5 matches, she stood motionless. Probably she was arranged in such a way as to absorb the energy of the impact, directing it into the water. But it seems that the blow was stronger than those for which the platform is designed. Then, Yushin suddenly realized that the girl was so confident because of her lineage. She was a spirit born of the earth. With the help of magic, she could control her weight. Xiao said that she usually gives opponents another chance, but this time will be an exception. All those who laughed at her had to feel their weakness and helplessness. But Yushin's job was to overcome his weaknesses and defeat the strong. Sivu was very tired and hungry and could not move at all. The coach shouted that he had to work for an hour before lunch. If they were already here, then they should have spent this hour as productively as possible. Then the dinner will be much tastier. And now we need to take the sword and continue training. Sivu didn't understand why it was always only him, because the others only trained in the morning and then rested, and the trainer believed that if they were cleaning their hearts with this, then their hearts were dirty from the beginning. The boy did not understand why he was not given these heart-cleansing tasks. For him, it meant that he was not like the others. The trainer believed that people in swords had a lot in common, because it took a long time to forge to make a good sword. But the most important thing was still the quality of the steel. Sivu was like strong wood that wouldn't break no matter how hard he was beaten, so he had to become as strong as possible. But the boy said that this would not encourage him, because he never wanted to lead a clan or do martial arts. You could ask those who would like to do it, and they would do a much better job. But the coach did not understand where the boy's reluctance to do this came from. Sivu said he just didn't want to, but in reality it wasn't considered cool in his environment. The probability of being born with at least minimal abilities to become a shaman was very low. Then one had to hone skills to confront the enemies of humanity. It all sounded romantic only from the outside. But for Sivu, the heir of the clan, it was a waste of time. If you think about what half the blood went to, it will be easy to understand that it is all because of character. If you think about what the other half went to, then he got it now, and it is what he enjoys. Then she ordered to immediately dispose of this garbage. They should not limit themselves to the flutter of their eyelashes. She shouted that the girl dared to lower her hand, because there was a clear order to continue beating until told to stop. The girl was sorry. Then she was told that when the world changed in a few years, this country would bow down to her, and the time would come when she herself would wield the whip. And just as they are now being punished, one day it will be their duty to rule the nothings. Listening more and more to this delusion, one could understand the truth. They were not heroes standing against evil. At best, they were thieves following absurd rules, because they feed on weaklings who find themselves at their feet. 4 years passed. The boy was sitting in the dining room and reading. Suddenly someone asked him to move. He told them that whoever was late had to take the vacant seat. One of the guys said that they have no right to talk to him so high-minded, then he offered to get out of here. He suggested going to the dressing room or some kind of utility room, maybe even after school. You could even call everyone from the parallel or senior classes. He also offered an option to solve everything here and now, unlike thieves in stories. In reality, opportunists are quite perceptive. Although at first glance they seem simple-minded and aggressive, in fact they are quite careful and cunning. They react sharply to everyone who seems even a little bit threatening to them. By choosing the next victim, they can easily manipulate and control it. For example, this guy who was told not to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Then they asked to look at his phone because they noticed that he was playing a familiar game. He took out his phones and started playing a game. He wanted to put things up for auction there. The boy was worried that he would not do something wrong, but he said that he plays all the time and understands it. He shouted and wanted to grab his smartphone, but caught the boy. Then this guy hit him and called him names. Said he just wanted to play together and he's acting like a high-strung idiot. Then he said to take the phone and leave here. And when they meet again, the boy will destroy it. Such people prevented the stronger and used the weaker. By learning to think about such things as the basic nature of people and the structure of the world, the boy cleared his mind. He, his father, and other warriors were similar. Despite the power, they could be ordinary people, no different from others, and not cowardly thieves because in reality this does not happen. There were no real stories about heroes. Suddenly a boy spoke up and asked if he was Hyunggu and said that they went to the same elementary school. It was Choi Siwoo. He didn't know who his tall friend was. He didn't know what had happened here. But he didn't think it was worth resorting to violence. Besides, they were classmates now, and it would be nice if they became friends. Hyunggu replied sharply that now even the little bastards dared to open their mouths. He then called him an idiot and asked what he wanted from him, then pushed him. Suddenly someone pushed Hyungu to the ground. Siwoo asked if he was okay while someone's hand tried to push him too. The boy was surprised that Siwoo was still normal, and he asked him to finally let him go. Siwoo then put his arm around him and asked him to try to just talk peacefully. Hyunggu said that they would talk later and Siwoo would be in big trouble now. The guy behind the table said that these people didn't need a reason to cause trouble. They would just wait for him either before lunch or after school, take him somewhere, and beat him until they were satisfied. So he didn't know if it was worth it because even the child Siwoo helped didn't thank him, and trying to cover up such bastards will only make his school life more difficult. Siwoo said that he knew what he was going to get into, which infuriated the boy. He agreed that it was terrible, but if he ignored it, he would feel even worse, and since he wanted it, it was now his personal problem, so he would do whatever he could to deal with the consequences. Siwoo said he was pretty good at preventing things he didn't like, so he figured he'd manage somehow. Then he began to look for a place where he could sit down for dinner. The boy realized that he did not have many friends in the class, so he offered to sit next to him. At first, Siwoo tried to refuse, but the boy told him not to bother and sit down, because if he argued, he would be taken for being smart. Vig couldn't command Siva, of course, but he said that as long as the boy held on to him, he wouldn't have a problem. His name was Kim Yushin. He didn't think their school life would be so good, so they became friends. This place had been used by the generals of the main palace for many generations to study. A scene that had existed for thousands of years had reached this state after just one blow. It was too much power for someone who had just turned 20. Looking back now, Yushin thought that it was that night that made him leave home. Of all the people he knew in this world, Siwoo was the closest to being the main character of the story. But of course, his statement that he wanted to become the king of the Yakai was still unfounded. But it was all amazing because it was different from what they thought of human shamans. Yushin was simply an exception. Becoming a friend of such a guy, he too should have become a little more naive. Siwoo said that if you think about it, they were in school together. They had high schoolers coming to them back then saying they would beat them. Many of them were part of some team. He asked if Yushin used his power to beat them. He said he only used basic skills because he couldn't do that to people. Siwoo remarked that this was impressive. But the truth was that he did use them several times. On the very first day of the school, chaos started to grow. The two of them had to face negativity from all sides for 3 years. Siwoo thought that they could apologize and fight just once, but that was not the case. Siwoo took many hits and never got hit in response. That's why no one dared to contact them in high school. Yushin continued the fight. He was still unharmed. Lady Goon understood how this could be. She did not expect this. Xiao hit hard. Yushin didn't even think that the blow would be so powerful, so even generals would consider evasion as the best strategy in such a case. Even if Yushin dodged, he would be quickly cornered. It was only a matter of time before that happened. Suddenly, one movement of the girl had such an effect that he wondered how much more powerful it was now. Xiao used a Yakai technique called Triple Divine Wind. 3 whirlwinds suddenly appeared here, destroying everything in their path. The lady thought it was similar to that first rain attack. But all 3 streams were much stronger. With such magical techniques, even 10 people would not be able to block a single strike. Yushin broke through the divine wind with a single blow. This really shocked Xiao, as she had expected to win after using this technique. The boy had already completely fended off the wind and was approaching Xiao. The girl stood in full combat readiness. Then he saw that the girl was directing this wind in the opposite direction. This meant that the attack Yushin had just parried was coming back. Considering the girl was still standing still, it was direct control, not automatic tracking. By surprise, Yushin was caught in a whirlwind and he found himself in the very center of the storm. Perhaps it was expected. But when the boy confidently cut the first wind, she reckoned that 3 streams of wind would be too many. Xiao thought that 2 streams would be enough, but this was a surprising ending that she did not expect at all. Lady Gu thought that this was bad, because the boy had used up almost all of his energy to survive this attack. She could deal fatal blows, rather than just immobilize his left arm. And even if he survives, after this fight they will both be effectively retired. Although the record of 5 consecutive victories was impressive. Xiao said that the last third flow would completely destroy him from above. Then a whirlwind began to descend on the boy from above. The girl understood that he had enough time to dodge. Would he purposefully aim for a senseless death? Xiao said that the boy was so stupid that she even felt sorry for him. Then, unexpectedly for everyone present, Yushin began to fight back. But he had very little energy to fight back. Xiao knew that it was not the power of the sword that had just chopped him down, but the fact that half of his body was incapacitated due to the injury, with almost no energy left. Even after splitting the divine wind in half, he was unable to overcome the effects and simply fell to the ground. And if it was part of some kind of sorcery that people used, then it was unclear why he didn't use them in the second round. It wasn't just about his strength or energy, there had to be some special condition. Yushin asked if the girl hadn't relaxed, because her opponent was actually putting her back, but she continued to follow her untouchable rule, so he wanted to give up, but he couldn't seem to do it anymore. Of course, it was only a bluff. In fact, Yushin was already on the verge of failure. His reserve energy was exhausted by just one blow of the divine wind, and on his hands were the maps of the body with the immobilized hand, and 2 preserved sections of the barrier that withstood the previous blow. There were also weapons equivalent to small, high-explosive bombs, as well as tools that could be used as props. But none of this would be enough to confront the monster that stood before him in this completely inadequate situation. But despite all this, he entered the battle. Perhaps Xiao, seeing such recklessness, would use melee combat rather than ranged magic, at least out of respect for an opponent who had shown more than expected. They started the battle again. The forces were worthy on both sides. Xiao used a unique Yakai technique called Tai Mountain Pressure. She increased mass to a level that was identical to the power of mountains. Because of this, even simple martial arts techniques could affect changes in terrain. And the density, increased in proportion to the weight, also increased the strength. In other words, to defeat someone who used the Tai Mountain technique, one had to split the mountain. Previously, Yushin had managed to prevent Xiao's attack only because he could see right through them, and trying to split the mountain with all his might would at most break the weapon, and the boy would only be left with an arm and a sword. The girl felt that now she was scratched with a sword and not hit. Perhaps he was trying to break through her the same way he split the divine wind, but it didn't work. But even if the blow had gone through, it would have been meaningless, because this technique was her distinguishing mark and the blessing of the race. Until this moment, there was no opponent that could come close to her. Yushin said that his training was pointless. He wondered if humans could overcome the Yakai. Some could overcome a few spirits, but not the innate monsters in their habitat. There was no need to discuss physical strength. Even ordinary breathing filled a person with energy. The only drawback could only be neglecting training, but those who targeted the king of monsters should not ignore them. And the most important thing he wanted to know was the unique techniques of the Yakai. In order to survive in their world, one had to deal with someone of the 8th rank or something similar. No matter how much a person trains, he will not be able to break through steel. Even a trainer could only deal with an ordinary Ikai, but when it was someone with unusual abilities, it was impossible to resist. Yushin did not understand how a person in his position could say such a thing, but he explained that something as hard as steel and real steel are fundamentally different things, and the difference is even greater than he thinks. Yushin attacked Xiao again with his sword. She wondered if there was anything left from the previous reign of swords. Maybe he was counting on protection, but there was no need. But none of the sword rain threads were for protection, they were for Xiao's distraction. And the slight embarrassment caused by this only opened a new opportunity. The trainer explained that in any case it is possible to read the flow of Ikai energy, but Yushin was distrustful of this. But even if you train all your life, it is not known whether it is possible to achieve this. The technique that Yushin first grasped in this fight is a miraculous power, even compared to the supernatural abilities of shamans, the ability to move in unreal planes. Such miracles were similar to the divine techniques of the old shamans, and today one of them was conceived by a genius. Once upon a time, in ancient China, there lived a butcher with excellent skills. His movements while killing the cattle were as smooth as the flow of water, not a single drop of blood spilled from his knife. Therefore, the king, impressed by his skill, once summoned him. Then the butcher replied that an ordinary butcher changed his knives once a month, because he mindlessly chopped the bones with them, and a good butcher did it once a year, because he only cut the flesh. But he did not look at the cattle with his eyes, but perceived them with his mind, following the principles of heaven, so his knife has no obstacle when it moves between the skin and the flesh. He has followed these principles and has not changed his knife for 19 years. He has cut down thousands of cattle, but the knife is still as sharp as if he had just sharpened it. The king trembled and said that the butcher had really taken the path of careful attitude to life. Among the people, this created the concept of a butcher who knew the life of a bull. Among the shamans of the Korean peninsula, it was known as a divine technique of a killing blow. When used correctly, the power was so powerful that the strongest opponents would surrender. Over the past few hundred years, no shaman on the Korean peninsula has surpassed this power. But right now, the boy did not feel particularly satisfied with his achievement. You can even say that he did not feel anything at all. It was a pity, because with such outstanding skills, it would not be a tragedy to give in just once. Fortunately, he was able to hold out until the very end. Whether it was pride or confidence, next time you had to judge your opponents better. But Lady Gu said he wasn't that stupid, and it was all because he had definitely appreciated her, and that's why he made his move. The woman said that the secret sword-wielding he displayed was very unpredictable. Despite how easily he would destroy attacks that no one seemed to be able to stop, when he was faced with other attacks of the same power and had enough opportunities to dodge or counterattack, he didn't. Perhaps due to severe exhaustion or the inability to attack continuously for a short period of time. But the reason was different, because despite the attempts to strike, she could not make her way to the wounded enemy. And although he knew that it was meaningless and risky, to a certain extent he wanted to use what he did not possess. In other words, he wanted to complete a new technique during the battle. But it is not clear what this meant, because he could not knowingly risk his life to speak, knowing that he could not overcome this opponent. But maybe the opponent thought so too, that's why there was such a reaction. Xiao was still standing only because she had an exceptional ability to regenerate. But even if she belonged to a race with strong regeneration, her life force and healing abilities matched that of a Yakai's personal strength. Thus, even monsters with a certain level of strength could regenerate even after losing more than half of their bodies. Yushin's sword definitely cut through Xiao, but on the other hand, it was only one effective hit. The moment the sword went through, the girl's body had already started to regenerate. Despite this, Xiao's mind froze for a moment, as this was the first time in her life that such an exceptional recovery had occurred. The pressure of the Tai Mountains was an ability that went up like a mountain, not succumbing to external threats. The girl had this ability from birth, so she had no experience of injuries and trauma, so the feeling of this sword was too sharp. In this state, it was still possible to fight, but it is not clear whether the other participant wants to continue the fight. And it was not easy to ask him about it now, because he had lost consciousness. Therefore, no matter what he is asked, he will still be silent and focus on breathing. And if he does not get out of this state, then none of them will be able to continue the fight. Suddenly, Xiao said that there was no point in continuing because she was admitting defeat. She said that should be enough to end the fight. Then she thanked for the valuable experience that Yushin gave her. And if he had mastered this swordsmanship from the very beginning, she would have already died several times. Thanks to him, she understood what she needed to improve, so she wanted to meet again someday and surprise everyone without today's recklessness. She wanted to move on to the next place, but the matches of the other participants were not yet finished. But the location of the Dragon Palace was unpredictable. Suddenly, Sivu came to himself and said that he felt as if he was fast asleep, but he heard a voice and woke up. He said that Xiao should not give up but just continue to fight him. For the girl, it seemed like a devaluation of the opportunity obtained thanks to the efforts of the partner. Siwu said that if it was a penalty, he would accept it, while Yushin felt that a victory won without a fight was meaningless. The girl was surprised that Sivu thought he would defeat her. He just thought it was fair, although of course he would try to win. The boy who rose again was not at all like what he was at first. Xiao said that his partner is an exceptional case and will not have the same opportunity. The guy said that when she wants to do something, she has to act now. This made sense, because these changes now helped her grow. Without admitting it herself, she also wanted a new battle. On the other hand, the boy had many limitations. His spiritual energy and magic were still blocked, and even if he recovered some of it, he still didn't have the same magic as Yushin. Nevertheless, he still faced a Yakai who already knew his power. They still decided to attack each other. Then they were stopped and wanted to move to another place because they accepted Xiao's defeat. She said not to be upset, because for a boy it's even good that it's over before it started. But she was disturbed that her Thai mountains burst like an egg. She didn't understand what exactly happened in the collision. Everyone understood Siva's desire to continue the fight, but once she gave up, there was no going back. If it continues now, it will already be an individual duel between the guests. But Sivu said that all this must be completed if the result is not to be changed. There didn't seem to be any serious damage, so Yushin should be fine. He recovered, subconsciously regulating his own breathing. Siva was then asked if he did not mind if they counted his defeat now, because it was necessary to continue. He wanted to at least see his opponent first. Suddenly, something strange spread across the ground and a sound was heard. It was Rei. Yuzuru didn't understand why he was here. Yuzuru told her pet that everything was fine and she was already here by her side. She thought if Raiju was here, then so was that person. They were informed that the next opponents were people who were experienced fighters of the same class as themselves. One of them was the chief warrior of the Constellation Hall in the past, and the other was his servant. Yoshihiro wondered if this wasn't someone they both knew. Then they realized that it was Kim Yushin who had seen them off when they first arrived in Korea. So now he was no longer a member of the Constellation Hall. It was strange for Yoshihiro, as he was sure that Yushin would be his next head. Judging by the injuries, their last battle was brutal. The situation was definitely difficult. The girl thought that they both couldn't be human, but look, he was the same as before. At first the brother was also confused. He wondered if he was an Ikai, but in the Dragon Palace people are not so stupid that Yushin already knew him. He then told Yuzuru that he would talk to the boy, but they were still forced to fulfill their duties. The boy approached Sivu and introduced himself, saying that he had come with his sister from Japan. Yoshihiro said that they met Mr. Yushin as soon as they arrived. Siwu introduced himself as Choi Mak-dol and mentally noted that his interlocutor's Korean was quite good. Yoshihiro then decided to try to get his opponents to submit to them. Sivu saw no reason for this, so Yoshihiro immediately apologized for offending him. He said he hadn't thought of it, and it would be good if the opponent pretended not to hear him. Sivu remarked that the boy didn't look like he first appeared. Yoshihiro said that it was just wrong to compete against another person. He had not prepared for such a battle. Their guide told Yuzuru that her brother has a very soft character because he can only win with his skill. Instead, he bows his head, but his sister said that he is not soft at all. In her opinion, the boy was simply not serious enough. Sivu said that there was no point in apologizing. It was certainly a bit sudden, but not humiliating at all. He understood his reluctance to fight another person. Yoshihiro wanted to suggest another way to solve the problem, which surprised Siva. Yoshihiro wanted to find a way that both of them could agree on to prevent serious injury or risk to life. His option was to eliminate the use of magic or enchanted items and compete using only their spiritual and physical power. The sister listened to all this and the brother continued. He said that he was sure when it came to prowess in physical combat, but he didn't know that Sivu was trained as a warrior. But if Sivu defeats him, then he will retreat on behalf of his sister. That is, it will be an absolute victory. But Yuzuru was indignant because no one gave her brother the right to make such decisions. But Yoshihiro said that they couldn't compete to the death anyway. And besides, he was undefeated so far, so even if he lost once, it wasn't the end. Sivu agreed to this proposal, although he was against the fact that only one of them would have to be defeated, but he agreed to fight both if they did not come to a mutual agreement. Yoshihiro was glad to find someone intelligent to negotiate with, and promised that the terms would not change, and the guide thought that it was not looking as exciting as he had imagined. He thought it would be a fierce and intense battle between undefeated fighters, but one of them could barely move. If they were going to compete in such an atmosphere, it should have ended in a few moves being exchanged. They decided it was time to end it all and started a battle. Their guide's name was Jang No-gyu. He was a lower-level officer in the Dragon Palace, a civil servant with high hopes. But once he dreamed of becoming a great general, so he trained in martial arts. For many decades of his youth as a Yakaya, he was against a lot of blood and sweat. But life was not kind to him due to the fact that he did not have any remarkable innate abilities and famous ancestors. Then the harsh reality covered the young and ambitious Ikai. He left his dreams behind. He easily passed the exams and became a civil servant, but he still remembered that curiosity and delight. So now he was an officer in those battles. Compared to all the official faces of the tournament, he was the most skilled in martial arts, so what he saw sent goosebumps. Sivu attacked the enemy with his hands and he flew away. Yoshihiro then began to use his feet in his attacks. But Sivu immediately intercepted them and did not allow himself to be attacked. He even lifted the opponent by the leg. Yuzuru did not understand what was happening and was already starting to worry. But even without special knowledge, it was possible to understand that caution and attention were lacking in this match. These were two key elements in a fight between experienced fighters, but now were completely missing. For now, it was just attacks, as if the no-spell rule meant you could tear each other to pieces. There were many thoughtless attacks that could have gone badly. They were already fighting with their last strength, because too much energy was spent. Zhang believed that this was the last attack because they were both already powerless. But that was not the end. Sivu was showing more strength. And now Yoshihiro was already lying on the ground. The final blow remained. The sister was very excited. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Yoshihiro asked why his opponent stopped, because he could have finished him off. But Sivu had kept the deal, so he was not going to take his life. Yuzuru recognized the boy because part of his mask that suppressed his demonic power had fallen off. She wondered how her brother would react, because the conditions clearly stated that this was a person, and it turns out that he was deceived from the very beginning. After that, it can become extremely dangerous. Yoshihiro realized that it was a half-blood Ikai that was suppressing the force with a mask. He said that Sivu competed just like lightning. Yoshihiro had never been strong in melee, not even against other Ikai, and now he was fighting while overwhelmed. The sister was angry, but it was probably called combat communication. After a brutal duel, not only in sports but also in battles to the death, strong bonds were often formed between the parties. They shook hands, but suddenly Sivu started to feel something. It turned out that Yushin came to his senses. Yushin was upset about the broken mask, because it was a relic that had been passed down in his family for hundreds of years. Sivu apologized, but Yushin said that it was okay, because now it was more of a symbol than a useful item. And now that he had left the Constellation Hall altogether, it made no sense. And in general, the fact that it broke during hand-to-hand combat was very surprising. Even though he had lost, to physically continue the fight with Choi Siwoo for several minutes meant that his body was much stronger than other people's. The conductor was glad that Yushin had regained consciousness. It meant that he was not seriously injured. He reported Choi Siva upstairs and got a response. He was told that both of them could no longer participate in the qualifying round. Noble guests, including the Dragon King, will watch the final, so the presence of an unknown participant with such a biography was impossible. She contacted the judge of the Korean Peninsula in advance, who confirmed the identity of Choi Siwoo, so the situation did not escalate. Yushin said that he had no excuse. It was his initiative, so if necessary he can take full responsibility. But the only responsibility was the impossibility of further participation in the tour. But if their record of 7 wins in a row is one of the best, they will go through to the finals. Sivu was surprised because he thought they were disqualified. However, the Dragon King himself said that this is a very exciting story about a half-blood goblin who appeared among humans and now has won 7 consecutive victories, wearing a mask that suppresses the power of the Ikai. He said that it was fun, and if the judge vouched for him, then there was no need to give up such fun. That is, the judge vouched for them to give them both the opportunity to participate in the final. This was very good news. They thought they had a good chance of reaching the final. Suddenly, Yushin wondered how they gave them such a good opportunity without punishment, because really 7 wins will definitely be enough to reach the finals. For them, it was a purely formal punishment without real losses. It was not just a service, but a real concern, because it was as if they were saying that they were waiting for them in the final. In fact, Yushin wanted to quit the game right now, but refusing this favor could lead to an unpredictable reaction from the palace. The moment the mask broke, Choi Siwoo's participation almost lost its meaning. But more than that, now Yushin saw how his friend had changed. He didn't understand if it was all because of the mask, or if it was the result of the breathing technique. Siwoo told Yushin that he would go talk to the others because they still had time before the other matches were over. He went to his brother and sister to talk. Siwoo asked how Yoshihiro was since he was bleeding profusely, but the boy said he was fine and being tough was his only strong point. Yuzuru watched suspiciously as they chatted carelessly. Suddenly, Yoshihiro said that his sister wanted to meet Siwoo, which made Yuzuru very confused and angry. He said that the girl had been talking about him all week, but the sister began to deny it, saying that she was just wondering what he was like. The brother asked if the girl did not want to return Raiju, but that was all later, because the girl said that Siwoo saved her life, because according to her, she would have died if he had not intervened. He said that he would talk to Yushin for a while, and advised his sister to say whatever she wanted. Then Yoshihiro left them alone and left. Only 1 week has passed since their last meeting. Siwoo asked if her neck was okay, because even though the situation was extraordinary then, he must have been too rude. She said that there was nothing wrong with that. The injury was not too serious, and even if he had hurt her, it would not have been a problem, although the brother's statement was unexpected, but he really saved the girl's life. Then she thanked Siv. The boy was a little embarrassed. He said he was just doing what he had to do. They successfully returned Raiju and found out what kind of person he was. The girl wondered if she could somehow repay the debt for saving her life. People often did not understand what they really wanted. They gradually began to understand their tastes and preferences, gaining various experiences, trial and error. Kiri Yuzuru was now 18. If asked now, her ideal type was boys who were a little wild. Last week, she didn't fully understand the disappointment that lurked in the depths of her soul, although there were guesses, but the answer was too crazy to believe. It was somehow absurd and cruel, like some evil joke. Understanding what exactly she wanted from the guy in front of her was something that needed to be figured out. They suddenly announced that all the matches have been completed, so you need to go to the waiting area. Siwoo said that he will see the girl in the final. The girl heard that he wanted to meet again and did not understand what that meant, but it meant nothing. Yoshihiro said that it would be a little problematic because he didn't expect Yushin to react like this. The girl asked if the boy had told him something wrong. Yoshihiro said it probably was. A week passed, and the boy thought that Yushin knew that he was in the know, but he only just found out. He hoped that it didn't shock him too much. Siwoo came to the waiting area and asked where Lady Gu was and if they should wait right here. Yushin did not even know how to react to this information. He was surprised when Yoshihiro expressed his condolences. The guy said it was about the disaster that happened a week ago. He said that he had been there a week ago, and at the moment, he did not know what had happened to the Hall of Constellations. He began to demand that Yoshihiro tell more about the disaster. The guy said that they found out about it in an unusual way. It happened immediately when the village was demolished a week ago. They and their sister were put under house arrest under the supervision of people from the Hall of Constellations. It may seem bold, but they were sent to Korea on a mission to find and subdue the spirits of darkness. So they had to gather information by any means possible, and when night fell, one of the 2 observers had to leave urgently, so they took the opportunity. They hypnotized what was left to extract information. It turned out that they were following the goblin that was the culprit of this incident. It was not his friend Siwoo, but Bihyen. He led the spirits of darkness. It was as if the goblin Bihyen had contacted the Constellation Hall first, saying that he was waiting at the edge of Seoul and revealing his whereabouts, so almost the entire staff of the hall had been mobilized to capture Bihyen. Yushin was already very excited and wanted to quickly find out what happened next. According to rumors, most of the clan members who went hunting did not return. 90% of the clan died in the battle with Bi-hyun, among them 4 grandmasters, including Yushin's father. Yushin's face was a mixture of anger, shock, sadness, and disappointment. Yoshihiro offered to help if anything was needed. But suddenly, Yushin simply dissolved in the air. Sivu did not understand what was wrong with his friend, even offered to call a doctor, but he refused. Then he simply asked Siva to leave him alone for a while. Lady Gu appeared and said that being summoned suddenly during the tournament was a trick. She then curtly said that the person behind the door shouldn't be here. They just need to stay out of the way no matter what they're told. This person was the youngest princess of the Dragon Palace. Sivu could not understand what the princess was doing here. But Her Majesty was very interested in this contest, perhaps because of the goblin who was hiding his identity. Unfortunately, Lady Gu will not be able to attend as she is on royal orders. Sivu promised that he would be polite and try to make sure nothing bad happened. But he asked Yushin to be moved to a quieter place if that was possible, and he might even need medical attention. Yushin sat on the side, not himself. He could not say a single word. Suddenly, Sivu heard someone enter the room. He saw in front of him some kind of fear, and at first he did not understand who it was. Suddenly, the monster turned back into a man. She said that he was the only one here. It made the situation easier. She would have loved to see them both. It was a failure, but there was nothing she could do about it. But still, she wanted to see Siva the most. She introduced herself as Miri, the princess of the palace and the future queen of the Ekai. The boy was impressed by her words. He said hello and introduced himself. There was no reason for the words that she was the queen of Ekai, for her aura was even more frightening than her words. She said it might be because of the human blood running through his veins, but he didn't look that stupid. So said the king. Even before she was born, goblins were the strongest species, but still too stupid. Eventually, they disappeared due to infighting. Dumbness aside, she asked if he was as strong as the goblins. For if what the king said was true, then she had to defeat Siva to become the queen of the Yakayas. He said that he too wanted to become the king of the Yakai, but this was not the place and time for battle. But Miri did not think so, so she was ready for a fight here and now. She said that if it was up to her, she would try here and now, but she couldn't because she had promised the king. If Sivu is really strong and wins the martial arts tournament, he will still compete with her in the end. The king had 6 children, including Miri. 2 older brothers died before she was born, and both older sisters married when she was young. The king always told her that he wanted her and his future son-in-law to inherit the throne, but Sivu wondered why she only named 5 children. But in fact, the girl did not want this, because she was born at a time when she could become the queen of the Ikai, so she did not need it. Sivu asked how she wanted to rule if she became the Ekai queen. She was shocked by the question, and said that she would let the wards decide everything for themselves, because the king himself said so. Then Sivu wondered what would happen to the Dragon Palace. When asked why she wants to be queen of the Ekai, she replies that everyone wants that title. All the candidates were strong, powerful enough to be called kings, and in their clan or region, each of them had a purpose. She liked the idea of destroying someone else's dream and getting a title rather than just inheriting it. But his father had a different opinion and forbade her to participate in dirty battles. So she decided to make a bet on the king. Tomorrow on her birthday, she wants to declare that she will represent the Dragon Palace in the tournament. If she competes with the champion of the upcoming martial arts tournament and wins, the ceremony will take place. And if she cannot, then she will marry one of the winners, according to the king's wishes, and he will become the legal heir. This was the first time Sivu had heard of such a thing, but the king could not say that he was simply looking for a son-in-law, because many different people would come here. The king thought that it would be possible to talk about it after the tournament, because no one would refuse such an opportunity. But Sivu said that it was not only men who competed. She said it didn't matter and then said he was a fool for just getting a lover. Either way, Miri thought it would be her best birthday since she had never competed with anyone outside of the Dragon Palace before. If she had her way, she would have fought every contestant. But now she decided to face her worst enemy. She asked why Sivu wanted to be the king of the Yakai. He then said that he wanted to divide everyone into humans and Ikai, as it had been for the last 600 years, so that humans would be saved from being devoured. Miri said that it was impossible, because the king respects his wards and serves them. He understood that when he tried to do this, none of the subjects would obey, but he did not yet know what to do about it. Even his intelligent friend Yushin would call it a delusion rather than a dream. But even if it is a delusion, he will do everything to have even a tiny chance. He is not going to give the victory to anyone, not even the princess. After these words, Miri was really excited. Unfortunately, she couldn't accept it. There was an explosion. The girl started a battle. She said that father will be very angry. Sivu might become incapacitated on the way to the finale, so she wanted to settle everything now. She understood that the boy had a dream that she wanted to destroy. Then she said that if she was hurt or killed, it would not be because of Siva. The boy realized that she was far from the kind of opponent who could be denied something. On the other hand, he even felt relieved. Because the girl was strong enough not to get hurt or die. Sivu took her head and asked for forgiveness. Then he attacked, using his powers and magic. He knew that the Ikai weren't easy to kill, so he focused all his energy on subduing his opponent. No matter how good her regeneration was, her brain was shaking from the impact, so it definitely shouldn't have affected it. If the brain is constantly shaken and made to vibrate, it is possible to cause damage that affects longer than it regenerates. Of course, the shock was not enough to defeat her. It was a preparation for a more effective blow. So Sivu swung his club around the girl's neck, because he didn't know that using a goblin flying mouse was once a common goblin technique. It was called the Path of the Ghost Hunter. He couldn't even imagine that it would work so carefully. Then Sivu realized that it was complete submission.